I don't know if that's working or not. There it is. Good morning, everyone. Today is Tuesday, February 14th. It's Valentine's Day, 2023, and I welcome you to a regular meeting of the Board of County Commissioners of Manatee County. It is an absolutely beautiful day out there, a little crisp, but a beautiful day today in Manatee County. We're going to start off in our usual fashion. We're going to start by honoring God, and then by honoring our great nation. So today, we have Harold Joseph Parrott, who's going to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. And Mr. Parrott he spent 3 years, 8 months, and 11 days, to be specific, as a first lieutenant in the Marine Corps. And I have some things attached. Oh, wow. Awards and medals: National Defense Service Medal, Vietnam Campaign Medal with 3 stars, Vietnam Service Medal, Vietnamese Cross of Gallantry, Combat Action Ribbon, Purple Heart with 2 stars, Bronze Star, yes, Marine and Navy Corps Medal. January of '68, he completed Paris Island training in South Carolina. It was infantry training, Camp Lejeune, North Carolina, selected to attend Officer Cadet School it's in Virginia. It's where the Marine Corps is led. How do you say it? Quantico. In Quantico, Virginia. Commissioned second lieutenant in October 1968. And he attended and graduated from Officer Basic School in March of 1969. He reported for duty in Vietnam with the 2nd Battalion and 9th Marine Regiment, 3rd Marine Division in May of 1969. He served as an infantry platoon commander with H Company. He was wounded on 5 and 6 June of 1969. Apparently the one on the 5th didn't get him out of the field. And then he was wounded again July 20th, 1969. He rejoined H Company on August 6th. Didn't stay out for long, did he? Became a weapons platoon commander and later executive officer of H Company, assigned duty as company commander of H Company in December of 1969. He commanded 230 Marines of H Company, Sparrowhawk and Bald Eagle quick reaction combat missions at the age of 21. In May of 1970, he received orders to the Staff NCO Academy at Camp Pendleton, California, as a small unit tactics instructor. He left active duty as a first lieutenant in 1971. That's highly impressive, sir. Not to be outdone, but we will be led in prayer. First, by Pastor Jeff Henderson of Harbor Community Church. So these 2 special guests here for us today, if you're able, if you would please stand at this time for the prayer and then the Pledge of Allegiance.
Good morning. Let's please join with me in prayer if you're able to. Father, we give you praise, as you said, for this crisp morning. We thank you for the sun. We thank you for this beautiful day and this beautiful world and this beautiful community that you've given us. Just a few things that I want to pray for this morning, Lord, is 3 Ds, that we would be able to discuss and to dialogue well this morning and this day, where we are thankful for these very freedoms that we have that distinguish us from other nations at times, is the freedom to discuss and to dialogue, and we pray that we would take those freedoms seriously and also do them quite well. Lord, we pray that you would enable everyone to distinguish between what is actually being said and what is a caricature of what is being said, what is actually being said between what we think or we already think beforehand before we hear what's actually, or what we think is being said. Father, give us wisdom to distinguish between those. And then, Father, finally, we pray for discernment. Lord, that you would grant discernment to choose and to consider and to honor the dignity of the most, but also the dignity of the least. Father, that you would do these 3 things. We believe that it would enable us to move forward as a county, move forward as a city, and to walk in the direction that you have laid out for us. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Thank you, sir. It was a beautiful prayer. And Mr. Parrott, I don't think any of us knew the bio I was about to read when I opened that up. So we are truly honored to have you. You're truly an American hero and a great American, and we're honored to have you here today, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Would you all Follow me in the Pledge of Allegiance, please. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty, justice for all.
Thank you, sir, and thank you for your service.
Mr. Chair, can I say something?
Yes, sir.
Sir, thank you so much. I know we have 3 Marines up here this morning sitting on this dais, but we can't thank you enough for your service to our country and to our Corps. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. We all appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Going to one of your fellow Marines, Mr. Washington, would you please read announcements and changes to today's agenda, sir?
Yes, I will. Good morning, Mr. Chair. Updates to the agenda dated February 10th, citizen comments, written comments submitted from the online public comment forum. Changes to the consent agenda, clerk of the circuit court, item number 6, approval of the clerk's consent agenda dated February 14, 2023. This agenda item was updated to add a refund request. The administrator, item number 7, approval of the revised 2023 Board of County Commissioner meeting schedule. This agenda item was added to add March 8, 2023 to the meeting schedule at 9 a.m. as a work session date. Development Services, item number 10, approval of the final plat and associated documents for Watercolor Place, District 5. This agenda item was added to the consent agenda. Financial Management, item number 15, execution of agreement number 23-R08-0595SB for security guard services. This agenda item was updated to include written comment from the public comment forum. Public Works, item 38, adoption of resolution R23-039, formerly known as R-22-22-2. Approving the recommended alignment of the Lorraine Road from State Road 64 to 59th Avenue East. This agenda item was added to the consent agenda. Regular agenda, Natural Resources, item number 41, Environmental Lands Management, LMAC Advisory Board appointments. This agenda item was added to the regular agenda. The individual applications available through the BCC Meetings and Agendas page on county's website. Commissioner and agenda comments. Commissioner Bearden, item number 44, Gun Sanctuary County. This agenda item was added to the agenda. And County Administrator comments, Lee Washington, item number 45, prospective county projects. This agenda item was added to the agenda. Agenda item updates dated February 13th. Commissioner agenda items and comments. Commissioner Bearden, item number 44, Gun Sanctuary County. This agenda item was updated to include public comment correspondence. Those are all the updates to the agenda, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, sir. Then we will go to request by commissioners to remove items or pull items from the consent agenda. Are there any items that commissioners would like to see removed from today's consent agenda? Okay, hearing none. I am not going to pull an item, but when we do get to voting on consent, I was going to comment on the monies for the paving of the 4-lane segment of 75th Street, the existing 4-lane segment of 75th Street, but I'll do that at the appropriate time, but I'm not pulling the item. I just felt it was a need to comment on it because it's a lot of money and it's been much anticipated. All right, so then we will move on to presentations and proclamations. We'll start with a presentation, and that is the Employee of the Month Award. And to present that, we have Mrs. Parrott from our Library Services Division. Ma'am, the floor is yours.
Good morning, Commissioners. Thank you for having us here today.
And those who are here with her, please come down and accompany her stand behind the podium.
We have a few people.
I see that. You have Yeah, you picked someone good, apparently. Everyone supports this, yeah.
I come with a crowd. All right. So this morning we are here to present to Chelsea Baker in recognition of your outstanding performance, productivity, and dedication to service to Manatee County government. Presented this day, 14th day of February, 2023. And among the crowd with me today, I do have Bethany, who is one of the people who wrote up these, the submission for Employee of the Month. I'd like her to say a few words.
Good morning. Thank you for having us here today. My name's Bethany. I'm a library assistant, and I work as part of Chelsea's staff. I was one of the nominators for this award, but I do want to emphasize that this was absolutely a group effort from all of her staff and all of her colleagues across the library system. Everyone who I approached about this were beyond eager and excited they didn't have enough nice things to say about Chelsea and the work she does. She's highly regarded by all of her colleagues. She is a go-to person for when people have questions or feedback, very respected for her expertise. She's someone, she balances a very heavy workload. She has a lot of projects, a lot of responsibilities, but she handles those with grace, and she always finds a way, even amongst her kind of busy schedule, to carve out time for her staff as well. She holds regular one-on-one meetings with all of her staff. She knows each of her staff personally. She knows their interests, their strengths. She actively seeks their feedback and their advice. She is highly respected, and to a lot of her staff, she's more than just a supervisor. She's a mentor. So we are very honored to be here today and to have her receive this honor as well.
If I may add, as Chelsea's supervisor, I would say that I've seen her balance the mission and caring about her staff and making things happen, and as Bethany said, doing it gracefully and exemplifying ACE in every moment of the day. So if it's probably long overdue, but I will also say that Chelsea is the last person in the world to seek recognition. A job well done is her reward, but I'm just so pleased to work with her, and I know I'm the better for it.
Thank you. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Commissioners, Acting County Administrator Washington, Mr. County Attorney. Thank you, Tammy and Bethany, for your kind words. They listed a lot of my strengths, but you'll notice that public speaking was not at the top of the list. So I will do my best to just share a few words with you all today. This is such an honor. The fact that Bethany and my team nominated me for this award just means the world to me. I'm so fortunate to have a team who believes in me and knows that my heart is in the right place and shows me grace and compassion whenever I make a mistake. Everything that I do is to support them in the amazing work that they do. And every day we have people come into the library and tell us how much they love the library. And that's really because of our staff, especially our frontline staff like Bethany and Jesus and others who we have here with us today. They work so hard to help people on the computers and get kids and adults their first library cards and help people find their next favorite book. At the library, we all love books, but we're really in it to help people. It's what we do. It's what motivates us. So I do want to thank a few people who have helped me. My partner, Graham, is with me today. I want to thank him for his patience and understanding. Tammy and Lynn and Lee as well for their confidence in me. The Friends of the Central Library for their support. The self-proclaimed members of Team Chelsea who are here today for their unwavering enthusiasm. Erica for giving me the opportunity to move here 7 years ago. And the whole circulation team, both past and present, including those who are no longer with us. And of course, all of the employees of the library system and Manatee County for the hard work that they do every day. I truly believe that our greatest asset is our people. And I'm proud to be one of those people. So this is the highlight of my career so far. Thank you again to everybody who nominated me and supports me. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Mr. Washington is on the board to speak. Sir?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Not many of Manatee County's employees get an opportunity to stand before the board and speak. But I will tell you that these types of opportunities are extremely important to us because we have an opportunity to highlight one of our own. And Chelsea is one of mine. And it is my true belief that she exemplifies all the things that we like to see in county employees. She is a consummate professional, not only as a librarian, but she is someone that, as you heard in the many speeches before her, that you could always go to her and she will help you find an answer. I couldn't be happier to have her on my team, and I look for all the great things that she's going to do going forward. Congratulations, Chelsea.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Baugh.
Yay. I just wanted to say that, your comments are so right on target. And, Lee made the comment that several never get the opportunity to come before this board, and I think that's sad because this board is a resemblance of you, of staff. I mean, that's what it's all about. We're only as good as staff. And so, I think that you would find that we all feel that way. We have a wonderful board that stands together for staff because we know without staff we're nothing. So I just want to say congratulations. Thank you for being here with us. And you can come and speak anytime you want. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, and congratulations to you. Thank you all so much for what you do for us every day.
Thanks very much.
All right. Okay, next on our list is proclamations. So I'll entertain motions. The proclamations are as follows. Cortez Commercial Fishing Festival Days in Manatee County, which is this weekend. Black History Month, which is February. Willie Cooper Week in Manatee County, and celebration of 100 years of baseball in Manatee County. So we'll entertain motions at this time. We have a motion by Commissioner Baugh to approve proclamations. It's been seconded by Commissioner Ron. We don't hold public comment on proclamations, so we'll go ahead and hold our vote now as there's no one on the board for discussion. And it passes, Madam Clerk, by a motion of 6, or by a vote of 6-0. It's unanimous, with Commissioner Cruz absent.
Is he going to be joining us on this meeting?
He emailed Mr. Washington and I, Commissioner Cruz did, and said that, time permitting, he would be joining us via Zoom. So I assume that we'll be notified if and when he joins us. So, all right. Okay, so then Cortez is first, and I was going to read that, so I'm going to head down there now, after which is Black History Month. I honestly don't remember who I gave the rest of them to, but I will go down there for Cortez first.
It's working.
It's a cold morning. All right. Good morning, everyone. So this is a proclamation of the Board of County Commissioners of Manatee County. And I see it's been written like a poem, so I'll do my best. Okay, that's creative. We don't get that often. Whereas 41 years have come and gone, and whereas still our party with a purpose carries on, music, art, and seafood galore will be served to thousands along the shore. The Florida Institute for Saltwater Heritage and Florida Village Historical Society report that they are still here and still Cortez kind. And whereas the theme for the 2023 festival is Cortez kind over 100 years of commercial fishing. Whereas the 41st Annual Cortez Fishing Festival will be held on February 18th and 19th, 2023. Now therefore be it proclaimed by the Board of County Commissioners of Manatee County that February 18th and 19th, 2023 shall be known, designated, and set aside as 41st Annual Cortez Commercial Fishing Festival Days in Manatee County. Adopted with a quorum present, voting this 14th day of February 2022, signed by the Chair and the Clerk of the Court. We now hand this over to whom? Oh, to Karen, well, the Mayor of Cortez, Karen Bell. All right. Good to see you.
Thank you. I'm not the mayor. I don't want a political job ever. But Karen Bell, Cortez, Florida. So we appreciate this so much. Every year the county is so helpful with us putting on our festival. We brought invitations for everybody, and for Valentine's Day we brought everyone some M&Ms. I don't know if that's politically correct today to give M&Ms, but I'm doing it anyway. So just a couple things about our theme that we chose this year, Cortez Kind. Kind of a twist on kindness in the world, trying to bring a little bit more of that into our thoughts, and then also the kind of people that we have in our working fishing village, which is really hardworking, salt of the earth, independent, fierce, some really cool people that are out in our little community. So it's the play on that. And again, wanted to thank you for all you do to help us with the busing and getting people out to visit us and to learn what it is Cortez brings to Manatee County, and let us educate people about what our fishing industry does. It brings a lot of money into Manatee County, takes care of a lot of us out there, and we're really proud of what we do. So thank you so much. And I think, Angela?
Good morning. My name is Angela Collins. I'm with the University of Florida and Florida Sea Grant. And University of Florida and Florida Sea Grant have historically had this relationship with the Florida Institute for Saltwater Heritage in Cortez and putting on the fishing festival. This is the 41st annual Cortez Commercial Fishing Festival, so it's been going on for a really long time. And this truly is a party with a purpose, is what we like to call it. All of the proceeds from the festival go directly back into the Florida Institute for Saltwater Heritage and our help with the Fish Preserve, which is that 95-acre piece of land directly east of Cortez Fishing Village. And for those of you that don't know, and I'm sure you all do because you're well acquainted with the history of the county, but fishing was truly the first agricultural enterprise in Manatee County. Commercial fishing has been happening in this region for over 130 years, and Cortez is one of the last true working waterfronts in the state of Florida, and it really is a true working waterfront. There's no place like it in the state of Florida left. And I just have to mention on the economic impact, Karen said it does bring a lot of money into Manatee County, and that is the truth. Fishing is over a $7 billion economic enterprise for the state of Florida every year, and 70% of our commercial fisheries are landed on the west coast of Florida, and a large portion of that does come through the docks of Cortez Fishing Village. So it's really important economically as well as socially. So thank you again for your support of the festival, and make sure that you come on down to our party with the purpose this weekend.
After Jane Von Hummel, though, that's a familiar
Oh, I
face.
actually wasn't going to speak, except that I just learned an incredibly interesting tidbit of history, and that is that your chairman is 42 years old, and this is our 41st. But the reality is, this is our 42nd because we did not number 2021 because of COVID and the lack of the ability to have the festival. So our festival is as old as your chairman. He came along when we started. So, and the other thing I just learned too is that I thought Angela had written this groovy little poem here, but it was Mary Frances Green, who passed away this past summer. We lost our matriarch of the village, and John Stevely passed away this past summer, one of our key board members, our biggest advocate. So we hope to honor them both at this festival, and especially Karen is so modest that the reason we moved to the west end of the village, which is where one of the places it originally started. It was a couple of years on the east end, but then it moved to the west end for over 20 years. And that's because Star Seafood, which is one of her seafood producers, is 100 years old this year. So we are celebrating with her. And so we hope everybody will come down and really have a great time, especially you new commercials. Please come join us. We do have a great time at our festival. It is one of the best in the county, if not the best in the county. And it's run by total volunteers, and our board is a total volunteer board. So we really invite you to come and join us and have a great day, okay? Thank you very much.
All right, well, we have a couple of commissioners on the board. Commissioner Ballard?
Well, I just wanted to say that we are so lucky to have the Village of Cortez in our community. It is truly a unique and wonderful place filled with fantastic people. I love spending time there, and I'm really looking forward to the festival this weekend. So thank you all for coming today.
Last on the board, and it seems that I walked in this morning. Mr. Ron and I were in the parking garage. Who did we walk in with today? But Karen Bell. So she kind of mentioned that she had M&Ms, but she didn't say they were for the board. So I just wanted to say thank you. And as always, the You know, the festival is, I think, probably the biggest thing in Manatee County. That I agree with Jane. And for those new commissioners, by the way, Jane Von Haman was a county commissioner here for many years. So we just thank you for all that you guys do, for all the volunteers that make the festival what it is, and go Stone Crab, just say. All right, thank you.
That's right, exactly. Thanks. Oh, really? It's a small world.
All right. Proclamation, Board of County Commissioners, Manatee County, Florida. Whereas Black History Month dates back to 1926 and observes African American achievements, and whereas Black History Month celebrates the achievements and the contributions of African Americans in the United States, and whereas Black History Month's intent is not only to increase the knowledge of Black history in Black communities, but also to spread the issue to American society as a whole. And whereas all members of the nation are affected by Black history because it is part of American history, which should be celebrated by everyone. And whereas Black History Month has become a symbolic time period in which the appreciation and celebration of African Americans begins every year and continues all year. And now, therefore, be it proclaimed by the Board of County Commissioners of Manatee County, Florida, that February 2023 shall it be known and designated and set aside as Black History Month in Manatee County, Florida. And the Board further calls upon the people of Manatee County to recognize this special observance with the appropriate ceremonies and activities adopted with a quorum present and voting this 14th day of February 2023.
Thank you, sir. And we have Luther Wilkins, who is the president of the Manatee County NAACP, here to accept, and hopefully will say a couple words. Sir?
Thank God and happy Valentine's Day. All right. Thank you, County Commissioners. Thank you, Mr. Washington, for this proclamation in recognition of Black History Month. As we know, Black history is important to us, and we want it to be as important to the county also. We have a lot of history in Manatee County and a lot of great people that have done great things. And you're making history right now, brother, just doing what you're doing. I'm proud to see Manatee County stepping up and doing stuff like that. That is so important to us as a community. Again, I'm not big on speeches. I'm more into action type of stuff. So you won't see me talking a lot, but I will let my vice president, my second vice president, do the talk. She liked to talk. This is Tracy.
That's delegation at its finest.
Well, as Chelsea spoke in her speech earlier, I'm not a public speaker, and I don't like speaking in public, but I will say that this is an important day, and we say thank you to all of you for having us this morning. And as being a person that is born and raised here in Manatee County, there is a lot of history here. So we've come a long way, and we still have a long way to go. So once again, thank you and happy Valentine's Day.
Happy Valentine's.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. You are next. So in having lived here my whole life, I will say that Rabonia was drawn into my district about a year ago, a little over a year ago, and I have learned more because it's the oldest Black community in Manatee County, and I have learned more about Black history in the last year just by studying up on Rabonia. 'Cause I'm a history buff, and I sort of became fascinated with it. The more I learned, the more I dug in. But without getting into all the history, but yeah. Oh, yes, ma'am. All right. Funny, I call Karen Bell the mayor of Cortez. I always tell Louis Goff he's the mayor of Rabonia. So I have all these different, communities where I sort of say, you must be the mayor, because, you know, anytime I need anything or anytime the community needs something, you're the person, you're the contact person. All right, Commissioner Baugh, you're up next, ma'am, and you have Willie Cooper Week, Manatee County, Boys and Girls Club legend.
I never realized how high this podium is. It's kind of, I feel a little short. Come on down. It's been a long time. Well, I'm pretty privileged this morning, I think, to be able to read this. Whereas the Boys and Girls Club of Manatee County wishes to honor Willie Cooper for the 40 years of serving over 40,000 Manatee County youth and their families. And whereas the week of February the 13th, 2023, shall be known as the Willie Cooper Week for defining what a service leader looks like with a history of excellent leadership. And whereas Willie Cooper guided multiple clubs, as well as the development and construction of the Palmetto Club while serving the next generations of members. And whereas to acknowledge the endless hours put in to assist club kids and their families when a family was struggling. And whereas Willie Cooper is the gold standard in empathy, leadership, and compassion for any person belonging to the Manatee County Boys and Girls Club. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed by the Board of County Commissioners of Manatee County, Florida, the week of February the 13th through the 18th, 2023, shall be known, designated, and set aside as Willie Cooper Week. Why'd I say that? Adopted with a quorum present and voting this 14th day of February 2023, known as Valentine's Day, signed by our chairman, Kevin Von Ostenbridge, and Angel Coloniso, clerk of the circuit court. You know, when I was growing up in Virginia, I was a member, and I can tell you it made a huge difference in my life. And so we need more people in the Boys and Girls Club. So I'll let you present.
So for those of you that know Willie, he's not in the room today. He really, really wanted to be here this morning, and unfortunately, he had another obligation and could not get here. But we are celebrating his retirement at the end of the week, and we will get this to him and present it to him. Willie Jean Cooper was one of the first boys of color that was admitted into what was then the Boys Club here in Manatee County back in the late 1960s. He turned that welcoming environment into one that he created for thousands of young people, as you just heard, up until his retirement. It's so fitting to honor him, particularly this month during Black History Month, as he is one of our local icons. Willie has been instrumental in developing young people for generations of families in Manatee County. His name is well known and recognized with smiles and many, many stories, as you can imagine. He has served as program specialist, physical education director, program director, club director. He was also our alumni and community relations director. He's pretty much been every position in the club that you could imagine and dedicated his entire life to serving others. In the early 2000s, he actually became a national training director with Boys and Girls Clubs of America and trained people from across the country in the Boys and Girls Club movement. He also served on many, many committees here in Manatee County and was proud to be part of organizations including Sertoma, Keep Manatee Beautiful, and the Community AIDS Network. He was also one of the founding members of Brothers to Brothers, which was a group that feeds homeless and aids families that are bereaving the loss of loved ones. He was inducted into the Boys and Girls Clubs of Manatee County Hall of Fame in 2021, one of only 6 people to have done so in our 76-year history. Thank you for honoring his selfless commitment to our young people in our community. And as I mentioned, we will honor him later this week and present this to him. I believe that Mayor Brown will be joining us, so he'll be taking the lead from you all, and just so appreciate and really blessed to have him in our lives and in our community. And we have some club members here from our Palmetto Club who stand on his shoulders
and who continue that positive influence into our young people's lives. So thank you all for the recognition. You bet.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Stanhope. And Mayor Brown wishes he could be here today. Unfortunately, he's in Tallahassee advocating for road money for the city, for downtown area. So we hope he's successful in that. But anyone there are multiple generations that, I'm born and raised here, there are multiple generations that, of lives that Mr. Cooper touched. And if you were, Mayor Brown's age we're about 10 years apart, to my age right through, we're sort of like the core of that, right? Like and anybody who grew up here around that time knows who he is and has met him, and he helped, at some point or another, he touched, thousands, literally thousands of lives through that period of time. He's one of those really unique characters in our county and in our community who truly gave his life to serving the youth of our county. So without people like him, you don't have a community. You don't have the community that you have today. So anyway, thank you so much. I wish he could be here and I could have said that to his face, but hopefully he'll watch a recording. All right.
That's right.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yes. All right. Next is Commissioner Ron, who has a fun one. 100 years of baseball in Manatee County, and no surprise to see the yellow P on this guy's shirt showing up. All right.
Well, good morning. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Commissioners. It's a great day in Manatee County. This is a great proclamation for Manatee County, for our baseball that's been in Manatee County for 100 years. So let's read the proclamation. Proclamation, Board of County Commissioners, Manatee County, Florida. Whereas Major League Baseball came to Bradenton in 1923 when the St. Louis Cardinals held spring training here, whereas the Philadelphia Phillies and Boston Red Sox also held home spring training games in Bradenton during the 20s. And whereas the St. Louis Cardinals Hall of Famer Dizzy Dean played at City Park, later named McKechnie Field, in Bradenton for spring training in the 1930s. During his time here, he bought a gas station, which became the basis for the famed nickname, the Gas House Gang, which won the World Series in 1934. Whereas the Boston Braves held spring training in Bradenton starting in 1948 after a hiatus from baseball earlier in that decade, during which the baseball park served as a training field for our U.S. military during World War II. And whereas Lecom Park has hosted baseball games in Bradenton for more than 90 seasons, it is the oldest spring training baseball park in Major League Baseball. That's a great feat. That's a great honor. And in 2012, the ballpark went under a considerable renovation and is now widely considered spring training's finest venue in baseball. And whereas the Pittsburgh Pirates have called the Bradenton area their southern home since 1969, a period of which the Pirates have won 2 World Series championships and have featured numerous All-Stars such as Dave Parker, Barry Bonds, and Andrew McCutcheon, along with Hall of Fame greats Willie Stargell, Bill Mazeroski, who I played golf with before, great guy, and Roberto Clemente. And now, therefore, be it proclaimed by the Board of County Commissioners of Manatee County, Florida, that 2023 shall be known and designated and set aside as a celebration of 100 years of baseball in Manatee County. Adopted with a quorum present, voting this 14th day of February 1923, signed by our chairman and by our clerk of court. Thank you very much. The Pirates are here. They'd like to take a chant. They speak the word. Boom.
Commissioner, thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you. All right. Good morning. Thank you for having us. We appreciate it. Very excited to be here and to be celebrating 100 years of baseball in Bradenton and also 55 years of the Pirates here in Bradenton and Manatee County. Lecom Park is actually the 3rd oldest ballpark in which Major League games are played, followed only behind Wrigley Field and Fenway Park. So that's pretty cool right here in our backyard. The relationship that we have with the city, the county, and the community is a special one and one that we don't take for granted. And Lecom Park is a very special place with a lot of cool history, as you heard in the proclamation. Also, we'd like to thank Nick Azara from the CVB and Elliot, who's here today, who have helped us bring this milestone to life and really great partners with us. This will be a year-long celebration with a lot of different layers to it, and we're looking forward to our block party right here downtown on Main Street on Saturday, and spring training opening day kicking off on the following Saturday, the 25th. So I'm really excited to get the season started, and would like to introduce Jim Trudinich, also known as Jimmy T, who's our team historian for the Pirates down from Pittsburgh, who's been leading this effort for us. So, Jimmy, thank you.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for having us. Sorry I didn't wear my red for Valentine's Day, but thank you again. Like Craig said, I am Jim Trudinich, Jimmy T. The last name Trudinich is too hard to spell, too hard to pronounce, so I go by Jimmy T. But my first spring training was 1992. I've been with the ball club for 35 years, so I've been coming to Manatee County and City of Bradenton for 30 years now. Love it. We actually loved it so much, we built a house here 7 years ago. So got dual citizenship with my wife and so it's great. Dual citizenship. But it's great. And I'm diving into, I was the PR director for like 34 years. In the last year, I just became transition because I'm old. Transitioned to the historian role. And when Craig said last year that this is going to be the 100th year of baseball in Bradenton, I'm like, this seems like a pretty cool project to dive into. So I did. Found out that the Cardinals, the Phillies, the Red Sox, the Braves trained here before we did. But coming here in 1969, we've been here for 55 years. So we are a part of this community. And having 100 years of baseball, but 55 years of Pirates being here, we started up tomorrow, full bore with the pitchers and catchers, first workout, first game. We got the block party next Saturday. So I've been to the Fish Festival. I've been part of this community for 30 years. I love it. So nothing better than having 100 years of baseball in Bradenton, 55 years with the Pirates. So thank you for everything. Appreciate it. Proclamation. Pictures, please.
Yeah, Elliot, come on up, man.
Liked. Yes.
I thought you were standing there.
Yeah, that's okay. I'll be really quick. Jimmy T and I have known each other for 35 years. We worked together in Pittsburgh and had a lot of fun, especially those championship years. A little interesting tidbit, McKechnie Field, a.k.a. Lecom, is not only the oldest ballpark in the United States, but it was the last one that didn't have lights. So it was known as the Wrigley Field of Major League Baseball. So now it has the lights. It's really important that Bradenton has been part of the national pastime for the last 100 years. It's more important that the Pirates have been here since 1969. When they moved here, it was vital to the economy. Now it enhances our economy on a year-round basis. And we all talked about it at the workshop. The urban core is important to our future. And we're going to work with the city of Bradenton and the city of Palmetto in that corridor to partner to redevelop that area, to keep driving people in that geographic area for many years to come. So stay tuned. Great job, Jimmy T, on the history. It's a lot of homework, but it's really, really excited. And Craig, this young executive, you're going to see him grow and grow and grow. We just don't want you to leave Bradenton. We're really blessed that you're part of this community. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. I'm sure Commissioner Ballard is glad to hear you say all those things. That's her district.
Can't blame her.
Right?
She's lucky.
Commissioner Baugh, you're on the board.
Yeah, I'll be happy to have, Lecom Field in my district. I'd be loving that.
When you're tired of it.
No. It's not? It's not in her district.
It's in KBO's district.
No, mine, you're at 17th, mine comes down 13th. It's a couple blocks.
Hey,
from
wait,
you. Bishop
whoa.
Road, and we can annex it in if you like.
Guys, come back.
Yeah, don't go anywhere quite yet. We're just sorting out whose
Hey.
district you're in. You're in
Come on.
you're in Ballard's. You're at a corner, right? And you're in
We're
Ballard's district.
arguing
but like
about
2
whose
blocks.
district you're in. We all went
I'm
there.
happy to have you.
Yeah.
I didn't realize that I did. That's wonderful.
But I'll take you if she doesn't want you. It's okay. It's okay. I just want to say congratulations on 100 years. It's obvious that Manatee County, we love our baseball. And you guys do a great job at bringing it to us. And I get excited every year when it's almost time for spring training. So congratulations, job well done. Keep the history going. And you're not old. So thank you for everything that you do for Manatee County. Seriously, thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, gentlemen, thank you so much for coming down. Thank you for all that you do as far as contributing to our city, because the Pirates are great community partners for Manatee County and for the city of Bradenton, and we really appreciate everything that you do for us. So it's a true partnership. So
Let's play ball.
yeah, pitchers and catchers tomorrow. Let's play ball. All right. Thank you so much, gentlemen.
Appreciate it. Thank you. those M&Ms?
I think I will.
All right, that concludes, 4 really impactful proclamations. I like that. All right, so next is citizen comments for future agenda items. So items that are not on today's agenda but may appear on a future agenda. I do see some folks here who want to speak on 59th Street. It is on the consent agenda, so that'll be after future agenda items. We'll do consent, so that's the appropriate time to speak on 59th. But is there anyone who would like to come forward at this time for public comment to speak on a future agenda item? Not on today's agenda, may appear on one in the future. So we'll just sort of form a line at the podium there. And when you reach, oh, look how polite she's killing this guy. Go first. When you reach the podium, please state your first name, your last name, your county of residence, and you'll have 3 minutes to speak. Sir?
Good morning. My name is Thomas Derry Farrell. My county residence is Manatee. I'm the owner of Anna Maria Turtles LLC. We're a local small company that sells turtle soap artwork sea turtle themed soap artwork and educational items to spread the word about sea turtles and to support local and other Florida charities regarding sea turtles. We mainly do business at the Coquina Beach Market, and that's what I'm here to talk about. It's been about 6 months since Dr. Hope shut down the beach market, and he said he would replace it, but it seems he left before he could. In that time, we've missed out on the entire snowbird season. The vendors are missing out on sales revenue. You all are missing out on tax revenue. And the beachgoers and tourists are missing out on their favorite beach market. You know, they love this stuff. We all really love the beach market. And what I recommend or request from you is that you hold a vote to reinstate the Coquina Beach Market. I don't know how familiar you all are with it, but for the last 10 years, Nancy Ambrose ran this market, did a fantastic job. So that's pretty much the solution presented to you. Bring back Nancy. So please hold a vote to reinstate the Coquina Beach Market. That's my recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So first name, last name, county of residence, and you have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Joni Derry, and I'm a Manatee County resident. I wanted to say hello to Kevin, and George, and Vanessa, and James, and welcome the new members, Lee, and Jason, and Mike, and Amanda. I'm here to ask again to vote on reinstating the Coquina Beach Market. And Kevin, thank you for always voting for the Coquina Beach Market and the Manatee vendors. The beach market is important to the vendors, to artists, and small businesses that take part in it, as well as our community. It's an outlet for artists to fund their craft. Very small businesses rely on it for startup money. Some vendors even rely on it to buy their cancer meds. The Coquina Beach Market is important for tourism as well. The market draws locals as well as an international crowd. Bringing back the beach market should be a straightforward task. But for 6 months, the vendors have had to jump through hoops with multiple managers to no avail. Nancy Ambrose, the manager who started the market and had been running it ever since, still has 13 years left on her contract. This means you can get it done without finding someone new or figuring out a new contract. The Coquina Beach Market was a clean, family-friendly, orderly, and well-managed beach market. This market is good for the community. I encourage you to hold a vote and bring the Coquina Beach Market back. Thank you, and happy Valentine's Day.
Yes, ma'am, thank you. Ma'am, please say your first name, your last name, your county of residence, and you have 3 minutes to address the board on a future agenda item.
Yes, good morning. My name is Graciela Greenberg. I live in Bradenton. And today, in addition to Valentine's Day, is the anniversary of the Parkland shooting. So let's remember that. And welcome, Mr. Washington, as the new administrator. I read your impressive list of priorities for 2023, and for the most part, I was very pleased to see what you had there. But some of the priorities were problematic. Commissioner Satcher, you want to do national issues, such as abortion, guns. Well, that's not in your job description, okay? Commissioner Ballard, You want to get rid of diversity, equity, and inclusion in this county and investigate public programs that to make sure that they are not woke. And Mr. Rand, could you please explain what are woke ventures? Here is where the absurdity of doing away with diversity, equity, and inclusion gets very problematic. An organization is as good as its culture, and Manatee County government is an organization. It is everybody's responsibility from the top to the bottom of the organization to work together in order to understand the processes that impact the way we interact with each other. There is not a workplace or social encounter today that lacks diversity, except maybe a Ku Klux Klan meeting. Decades ago, social and legal reforms were put in place to reduce discrimination, the civil rights laws, and yet inequality continues to be a significant problem in our society. We are born and raised and carry biases from our family history, the biases against people who are not like us. As we mature and learn, read, travel, it becomes clear that our biases need to shift. If those biases are not addressed, they will affect our decision-making and our work and our relationships. We need to learn about each other so we can appreciate what makes us tick. When the commissioners decided to bring back the Confederate monument, a place that to Manatee, a place that suffered the indignity and the cruelty of Jim Crow, you showed your disregard for the community.
Thank you, ma'am. Next
Thank
speaker.
You. Please keep DEI in Manatee.
We're not going to
Thank
have, if you could disrupt the public meeting, I'll remove you from the chamber. Ma'am, please state your first name, your last name, your county of residence, and you have 3 minutes to speak on a future agenda item.
Andrew Griffin, Manatee County. Thank you, guys. Happy Valentine's Day. I won't be as insulting as my person prior to me. There are a couple things that I want to bring to the floor. Congratulations for acting county administrator, wonderful person. I've met you a few times. God bless you in this feat. But what you guys don't know is I was actually on the phone when we had the emergency meeting last week. I got in my car. I rushed all the way over here to have my few minutes to speak. And as soon as I pulled into the parking garage, our meeting was adjourned. So it was a little upsetting to me because we worked very hard as a county to instill phone calls here, so things like that didn't happen. And when there's emergency meetings, we can call in and speak. And I understand the pushback from the board, especially with people calling in from other counties or, other areas. So I thought maybe a reasonable solution to that would actually be to put a 10-person limit on the phones. So then we can have the phones, that's a half hour, I'm sure, out of your entire week. You guys can devote, at least an hour from, your Tuesday and Thursday meetings to people on the phone. Many of you guys know I'm traveling. I still want to be part of my government. And it's making it hard for me to be, and I'm sure I'm not alone. There's a lot of people in this county that want to be active in their county, but their jobs are preventing them from physically being here. I am able to physically be here when I'm in this state, but that's not all the time. So I would really like to ask for our phones back. That's my request today, just our phones. Happy Valentine's Day, show some love, and turn on the phones. God bless you.
Thank you, ma'am. Sir, please state your first name, your last name, your county of residence, and you have 3 minutes to speak on a future agenda item.
Good morning. My name is Jeremy Bika. I'm a resident of Bayshore Gardens, Commissioner Ron's district. I want to thank the County Commission for making the county buses free, which they voted on the day before Hurricane Ian arrived in Manatee County. After Hurricane Ian, my car was totaled, and I had the opportunity to ride the buses for a few months. Just got a replacement vehicle this weekend. Making the buses free significantly speeds up bus loading at bus stops, which is better both for bus riders and for the people in personal vehicles caught behind the buses. One frustration is that because Bus 99 is a shared route between Manatee and Sarasota counties, the Sarasota County-operated buses still charge $1.50 per ride, even when the rider is board in Manatee County. The Manatee County bus charges riders who board heading south, starting at the Sarasota-Bradenton International Airport, and heading north, ending at the stop before the airport. So you no longer need to carry dollars and coins to ride public buses in Manatee County, except if you get on the wrong 99 bus. So I urge the County Commission to continue working with the Sarasota County Commission to resolve this and make things smoother for the residents and visitors of Manatee County. Another frustration, the biggest one for me, is that there are a large number of missing buses. More specifically, this is caused because Manatee County does not have enough bus drivers. This leads to Route 3 only operating once per hour instead of every 30 minutes, which I discovered when I was heading to the VA clinic for an appointment. In general, Manatee County has been doing a poor job of advertising these schedule changes. I noticed that the bus route schedule was updated on the official site this week to reflect that change, but in reality, the change was made weeks ago. One night, I ended up walking home from the Sarasota airport because the last Bus 99 of the night that would get me home did not show up. I urge the County Commission to raise salaries for bus drivers. I believe there are enough qualified professional drivers here, but they are unwilling to do the work for the money they are being paid. On a different topic, today is the 5th anniversary of the deadliest high school shooting in American history, and I think it would be appropriate to delay the scheduled agenda item to request the county administrator to look into making Manatee County a gun sanctuary county. I think it would be appropriate to delay that to a future meeting instead of today. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Sir, please state your first name, your last name, your county of residence, and you have 3 minutes to speak on a future agenda item.
All right, thank you. Good morning. My name is Brian Glenn. I actually live in Hillsborough County. Don't hold that against me. Just moved here 6 months ago from Chicago. So I came because I know that at the beginning of the year, you guys are probably getting ready to start looking at water rates, and I know that there's been obviously some bad hurricanes that have come through here in the past. So I helped start an organization that's research-based out of Chicago. We're in the process of moving some folks down here. But we help governments figure out what to do in terms of charging for utilities and fines and fees. We're currently working with a large metropolitan area in the Pacific Northwest. We're partnered with the Government Finance Officers Association as well as the International City County Management Association to help bring some of these metropolitan areas right pricing. What we found is most water departments usually tend to price their rates ad hoc, meaning that you have costs that you need to be covered and you try to bag your way in and figure out what to add on to the current rate. But this isn't the most efficient way of doing business. Obviously, this eventually leads to writing off more unpaid debt or asking for state funds to be able to balance out some of the debt that's on your books. I don't know the state of your arrears. I have not had time to look through these things, but I will say that whether anyone realizes it or not, when you have a bill, it's classic economics, supply side economics. As price rises, so as you get ready to raise rates, that dictates that less people will be able to afford those rates. It's true whether we're talking about a car, whether we're talking about food, or we're talking about utility rates. And so all we're suggesting is that you come with a nuanced approach. That means segmenting your pricing, tiers, however you want to phrase it. That can include low income, that can include senior pricing, that can include a nominal rate for the rest of the public, and that gives you the liberty of being able to raise the normal rate while insulating those people who cannot afford it. We've seen this around the country. We've been studying this, and although we only have our first city client, I thought it would be appropriate, since I live here north of here, and we're going to be moving this way because our church is south of here in Lake Ranch, so we're moving this way. But at any rate, I just want to say that I'm going to be reaching out to your offices. I just became aware of this. I'm trying to get my bearings and figure out what's going on where. But I just thought it may be appropriate to come down because water shutoffs are usually the only lever that a county has to be able to encourage or incentivize payment. And we found that that's not the most effective tool. And if affordability is blocking people from paying, then you should be looking at how to segment your pricing in a better way. So at any rate, thank you so much.
Yeah, interesting. Thank you, sir. Sir, please state your first and last name, your county of residence, and you have 3 minutes to address us on a future agenda item.
Good morning. My name is Carl Lovett, Manatee County / Palmetto. I know several of y'all and have spoken to you directly or indirectly about Coquina Beach reinstatement. I was the first-time visitor here, so I didn't know what to expect, but since others spoke about it, I'm taking the opportunity to speak as well. I'm a U.S. Air Force Vietnam veteran, and I know I'm outnumbered by the Marines present today, but I stand for the Air Force. I'm a long-term vendor out at Coquina Beach until it was closed, and Nancy moved her market to Sarasota. So either people from here go to Sarasota or they don't have an outlet locally to attend the market here. I vendor military hats and shirts. There's a lot of veterans in this area, and they surely show up to visit my booth out at Coquina Beach, and other items as well, but my military hats, shirts, flags are my #1 item to offer to the tourists and the locals at her event. Hopefully y'all will reconsider opening it up, and thank you for your time. Appreciate it.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to come forward at this time to speak on a future agenda item? Okay, seeing no one, then we're going to close public comment at this time. I'll address quickly the market. I am working with staff to get the market, Coquina Beach Market, back up and going. There is a layout that's been done. A video was sent out to individual commissioners by staff. Unfortunately, I can't get like verbatim feedback, but I did get that the feedback was overwhelmingly positive. So that's good news, and so hopefully at our next meeting we can have it on an agenda to vote on. That's the plan as we sort of finalize things. Now, how from the day of the vote until the day of implementation, I'll try to iron that out in the next couple of weeks. Our next meeting is the 28th, so hopefully we can get that timeline ironed out between now and then. And then bus drivers also was brought up. We compete directly with the school district for bus drivers. So we have increased bus driver pay, but we don't out-advertise the school district for bus drivers because we are competing for the same pool of folks. Although our bus driver situation census is much higher than it was this time a year ago, and I think that's as a result of increased pay. So I don't believe we have routes not being run at this time as a result of a lack of staffing. We would like to add, another 5 bus drivers. That would be great, but we're not at a point where routes are not running at this time. Commissioner Baugh, you're next on the board, ma'am.
Oh, thank you. Several things. Number one, the beach market. I find it interesting that all of you are here today. What a coincidence. It's on our agenda for later today. I don't know how much y'all know about the ins and outs, but the bottom line is that we will have a discussion and figure out how we're going to move forward. I don't know if we'll vote today, but it's in the works. Okay, I can only say that, as the chairman just said. I do want to address a couple of other items, and one of them was one of the speakers that got up and kind of chastise us about woke and all this mess. You know what? We were voted in by the residents of Manatee County, the majority of residents of Manatee County. And we do our best to represent all, but sometimes that's not possible. This board probably, for me, I can tell you, and I think most of us would agree, we're not into the woke stuff, okay? So we don't want to hear about it. We don't want to be a part of it. We're trying to do what our residents, the majority of the residents, want for Manatee County. And that's our job, and that's what we're going to try to do. So I appreciate you coming in and saying what you did, but I can tell you now that insulting the commissioners and this board probably doesn't help. But I will say that, we try to do the best we can to represent all. However, there are some things we're just not going to do, period. The bus lines, I know the chairman brought that up, so I won't dwell on this, but you need to go to, where's the gentleman that spoke? Yes, you don't need to come up, but just go to Sarasota County, to one of their commission meetings and speak. It might be very helpful. We have a meeting with Sarasota County coming up, and we will be addressing that, but we can't make them. We have no jurisdiction over Sarasota County, unfortunately, but, if you go and you speak, maybe they'll reconsider. I don't know, but it would be helpful. Last thing I'll bring up is rate study, and then I think Amanda Ballard, Commissioner Ballard, is after me, and I think that's going to be interesting. The rate, you're talking about water rates, and I think there he is. Supposedly we have a rate study that's been done. We're all waiting to receive it. We haven't seen it. So hold on, see what's happening. I don't know, but this board's not going to do anything unless we have no choice. I can tell you that, because we don't believe in increasing taxes, and a rate increase is the same thing as a tax. So thank you for being with us today. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, ma'am. Commissioner Ballard.
So I briefly wanted to address Ms. Griffin's comment regarding the call-ins. I think that she's actually posited a really common sense solution. I do like the idea of people having the ability to call in. It does need to be limited in some way. We can't have hours and hours and hours of public comment from people who live elsewhere. But I do like the idea of expanding public access and ensuring that citizens who work have the ability to call in some form.
That's my point.
Also, for the beach market, I'm very excited to hear that things are moving toward opening it back up. I'm an artist myself. So I'm very friendly to your cause. I wish I had the time right now to have a little place at the market myself, but maybe one day. As for Ms. Greenberg, I couldn't disagree with you more fully. I think that I've stated my opinion pretty clearly on DEI initiatives within the county. I believe that the ideology is corrosive. I believe it's divisive. I do believe that we need to learn about one another. I believe that we need to respect one another's differences. However, I believe that the DEI ideology is corrosive and divisive, and I don't want that in our county. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Okay, we're going to move on then to.
Mr. Chair,
Your button not working, sir?
I tried to push it, but.
Commissioner Satcher.
I put it on 3 or 4 different agenda items so you'd see it. I appreciate you. To the gentleman that just was informative as far as the bus riding. First of all, I just want to thank you for taking your time to come down here and giving us that kind of behind the scenes of some of the issues you've had and some of the benefits of some of the decisions that have been made here on the board. I will say, credit where credit is due. Mr. Cruz brought up the initially the bus fares, and I was against it and getting rid of those fares, but there seemed to be some positive, outcomes from it as far as making things more efficient. And obviously it's not like we were actually paying for the bus out of the $1.50 rider fare anyway. So that's encouraging to me. So maybe good to be wrong, or at least partially wrong on something in that case. I also wanted to thank Mr. Glenn for coming and addressing, some of his work on water rates. I think that might be something that's worth looking into for staff and for the administration, just the services that his company might provide. In my mind, it's always good to have a fresh set of eyes. someone outside of the situation that can take a look at things. So I'm hopeful that we'll have continued conversations with him moving forward. With that, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, sir. Okay, we're going to move then into consent. So I guess we'll go ahead and just open up public comment, or you can entertain motions. Want to do motions on consent first? Let's go ahead and do motions. I'll speak briefly on item number 14 while we're getting the motion pulled up on the screen, which is the agreement for 75th Street West. It's the existing 4-lane section from the Cedar Hammock Creek Bridge south to Cortez Road, and that section is in dire need of repaving. I've been working on this for a while. We got $2 million to repave it, allocated, but then once it was looked into a little deeper, it was determined that the base of the road was flawed and had to be replaced as well. So we're going to end up, unfortunately, having to virtually dig the whole thing up and redo the base and then repave. So it was an additional $3 million for the base, which is what we're approving today. But that stretch of road is pothole city. I compare it to sort of Lockwood Ridge, Commissioner Ron, that you just got over, I think it was about $10 million to redo that, and it was a similar situation where the base has been ruined as well. So anyway, this is our version of Lockwood Ridge. I'm thankful to the board for approving the money, and I'm also thankful to Public Works for the work that they've put into what seemed like an easy repave job that turned out to be much more complicated. Commissioner Satcher, either you're testing your button or you'd like to speak.
That's left over from.
Okay. Your button is working on a delay today, I guess. So we do have a motion to approve consent by Commissioner Ballard and is seconded by Commissioner Baugh. We're going to open up consent, so if you're 59th Street, this is you, because 59th is on consent as well. So we're going to open up consent to public comment at this time. Is anyone from the public who would like to come forward to speak on today's consent agenda? Please come down and state your first name, your last name, your county of residence, and you have 3 minutes to speak on consent agenda items.
And thanks for switching us to consent.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, could we clarify which item that is on consent for the clerk's?
Yes, so if you're 59th Street, you're here to speak on item number 16.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Even if it's slightly off subject from that. General subject. Okay. Good morning, Commissioners and Mr. Clegg, and welcome, Mr. Washington. I am here again in opposition of the widening. Yes, Lori Cooper, Manatee County, sorry. I'm here again in opposition of the widening of all of 59th Street West from Cortez Road to Manatee Avenue to becoming 4 lanes plus turn lanes. We have learned that the county's priority in West Bradenton has now moved to the widening of the northern section of 75th Street. It's obvious that 75th Street is a true connector, mainly between Manatee Avenue, passing over Cortez Road, and then connecting to El Conquistador Parkway. But we continue to oppose the future widening of all of 59th Street. The CIP card produced by the Kimley Horn Project study for the 59th Street widening clearly states, and I quote, "The southern section from 21st Avenue to Cortez currently operates below the county's adopted level of service," unquote. So it's obvious that the southern section does need to be brought up to the county's adopted level of service. As you commissioners and county staff have repeatedly pointed out, you desire that section to be widened to 4 lanes to accommodate traffic, albeit future traffic, to Blake Hospital, Sugg Middle School, the various groupings of medical buildings, the YMCA, the Girls Club, the County Animal Services, and GT Bray Park. But the CIP card for the 59th Street widening project clearly also states, and again I quote, "The northern sections currently operate above the county's adopted level of service," unquote. This is the area that is nearly all residential. I point out to you that there are 30 homes on and along 59th that create the frontage of this heavy residential area north of about 17th Avenue up to Manatee Avenue. I have lived in this beautiful group of neighborhood homes for over 22 years, and we all treasure these neighborhoods. Would we appreciate new sidewalks, multi-use paths, responsible street and walkway lighting, and improved landscaping? Of course we would. But we also cannot imagine the transformation of our 2-lane neighborhood roadway into what would become a 4-lane highway. I ask that you commissioners and your project staff strongly consider the differences in the characteristics of 59th Street. There can be a win-win for the county, the businesses, the developers, and most importantly, the residents who have put you in charge of our quality of life here in West Bradenton. Thank you and happy Valentine's Day, everybody.
Thank you, ma'am. If you intend to speak on consent, if you want to go ahead and form a line at the podium that sort of expedites the process. Sir, please state your first name, your last name, your county of residence, and you have 3 minutes.
Larry Grossman, Bradenton, Florida. I'm a retired planner. In my profession, we usually plan with people before the project is designed because their input is essential since they're the most impacted by a proposed project. That was not the case with the planning of 59th Street. I would ask that the commission authorize their staff to work with a task force composed of citizens and interests, businesses, employees, the hospital, whoever would be interested, to work on some of the amending this plan, at least to look at some of the details, certainly, to look at pedestrian safety, lighting, streetscaping, with a theme of safety and beautification, which is not evident from the plans I've seen so far. I would ask, since you have this item about authorizing an acquisition team, that I don't know how any property owner could understand what the impact is going to be to their property unless they get an updated file, which I've requested many times and have not seen, of the acquisitions or the easement areas, the square footage, and upon getting that file, we need to stake the entire roadway to show the impact, to visually show the impact, so that people can understand how these easements will affect, and the widening will affect their properties. I don't know how you do any kind of negotiation in a state of ignorance. And I would ask that if this task force is created, we have a sunset date. It shouldn't last forever. But there's a lot of, a lot of detailing that needs to be looked at, which is not evident from this plan. So I thank you for your consideration of that request.
Thank you, sir.
Andrew Griffin, Manatee County. I remember when this road actually came up on our CIP, and I thought it was a great idea. Many of us that have lived here for our entire lives, we have always used 59th Street because at one time, 75th Street never connected. It never connected to 53rd. It went up to a dead end. So I know that they have opposition and beautification and some concerns, but I think this is absolutely one of the best things that we can do here in Manatee County. We've been deficient in our infrastructure for a really, really long time. This should have been done many years ago, and it hasn't. So we have to move the county forward. The bottom line is we're in Florida. We have a lot of residents moving into this county. We are sick and tired of the congestion. Unfortunately, there's a give and take in everything. And so this is one of those times where give and take is necessary, where we need the 4 lanes on 59th Street. Thank you, and God bless.
Thank you, ma'am. Is there anyone else who would like to come forward to speak on today's consent agenda? Okay. Seeing no one, we're going to close public comment at this time, and we will move forward with the vote. Were you able to pull consent up on the screen? We're ready. We should have a motion already, I believe, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Verbal. Okay, so we have a motion by Ballard to approve consent, seconded by Commissioner Baugh. We can hold our votes at this time. There are no commissioners on the board. Oh, my goodness. Okay. Okay, so consent is approved, Madam Clerk, by a vote of unanimously by a vote of 6-0, with Commissioner Cruz absent. And I thank you, Commissioners. There was a lot in District 3 there today. Some Holmes Beach sewer project that really needs some more money to keep moving along, and as well as some road projects in West Bradenton. So I thank you all for approving consent today. Okay, so we'll move on then to advertise public hearings, presentation upon request. But staff needs just a minute to get, they need to reset our program here. So we're going to take our 10-minute recess a little early, and we will return at 10:01. We're in recess. Okay, welcome back, everyone. There was a little confusion. I spoke, so there was a little confusion earlier. I spoke directly to the 59th Street folks who were here to speak, and there were some people who wanted to speak on Lorraine who misunderstood and thought that consent public comment was only for 59th, but it was not. It was for all consent items. So I want to give those citizens, they obviously drove down here, and want to give them an opportunity to speak. So at this time, I'm going to reopen public comment on consent only. So if you're here to speak on a consent item, and if you're here to speak on Lorraine, Commissioner Baugh, was that 38? Yes, Lorraine is item number
Yes, item
38,
38.
just for the clerk's records. So you don't have to state that. But come on up. You don't have to state that it's item 38. She knows. But state your first name, your last name, your county of residence, and you have 3 minutes to speak on a consent item.
Good morning, Commissioner. My name is Dialdin Saeed. I live in Manatee County. I am the Lorraine Road Lorraine North Property Owner Association Secretary. I just got joined by the chairman. He's here, Mr. Francois Woodbrow. And I just wanted to thank you, number one, for letting us speak and reconvene the comments. Before I start, I do have a petition that I would like to submit to the record, signed by 20 property owner. So,
If you'd hand that to the clerk, please.
So primarily is this item was added to the agenda really late, like 20 hours ago, and I have about 20 members that they wanted to attend. They wanted to speak, but they couldn't because it was just a little bit inconvenience. So we appreciate that the next time for Lorraine Road, just give us a heads up, and we appreciate your support, Commissioner Baugh, on this issue. There's a lot of concern about this project, and we know it's a critical project. The 20 property owners, between all of us, we have about over 100 acres on Lorraine Road, just to give you an idea. And we know it's critical, and we know that our county is growing, and there is progress, and we cannot stop progress. But we wanted to work with the county so that we can have a good project at the end of the day that will serve our concern and need, and then will serve what the county growth outlook for the whole county for the future. There's quite a few concern on number one, eminent domain. And I can tell you everyone in that road, up and down, between 70 all the way to 64, either got a letter or got a flyer or talked to an eminent domain attorney.
Oh, brother.
So and that's coming.
I see where you're going.
Yeah, and as a secretary of the association, Commissioner Baugh, that I wanted just to let you know that we're going to work with the county. We don't want to go through the litigation process. We really would like to work with the county. We're here, so please talk to us, okay? We wanted a project that just worked for us because we had a bad experience with another project that just recently built called Rangeland Parkway by SMR. That project really adversely impacted the drainage of at least 5 or 6 property owner on that road. And I spoke to Commissioner Baugh about this one, and I will send you an email to see how can we rectify that one. There is some other concern is, beside of course, the eminent domain is.
Can you finish, please?
Continue?
Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. There is some other concern is public safety. There is concern of access to properties. We've got 4 business owners, and the chairman here behind me is going to speak here, and I'll address you in a minute, that they wanted access to their properties. And there is the drainage issue, like I was saying earlier. In addition to that, just the noise concern too for the road, the 4-lane road, that at one point we need to do something about it. We're not asking for a berm or some high value item that they need to install, but something like vegetation that will work for us. In any case, we thank you for your time. We thank you for listening. Again, we're here. We want to work with the county. We don't have any hidden agenda. We don't have any political motivation on anything. We're resident. You are our commissioner, And again, please talk to us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker, please state your first and last name, your county of residence, and you have 3 minutes.
Hey, good morning. My name's George Wadunas. I'm a Manatee County resident, Lorraine Road resident. I'm here to talk about the Lorraine Road project. Thank you for your time. I don't understand how we can vote or pass this when there is no information given to us. I got a letter, certified letter 8 months ago stating that this was a proposed pond on the north end of adjoining my property. I thought, no big deal. That pond has now since changed, and now I'm being told that my whole property is going to be taken by the county because there was a development to the north of me that had a pond, and they were approved for 200 units, and now the property is no longer has a pond. My property is being taken, and now they're approved for 400 units. So don't get that. I don't like that I could pull into my driveway and the first thing that I see spray painted on my driveway is future pond by Manatee County, someone. Don't understand that. Future pond written in my driveway, spray painted. I don't understand how semi-trucks can pull into my property without any sort of knowledge from me or consent and 22 feet from my front door and put this boom up and start drilling 22 feet from my front door. And my Furbo thing is going nuts where my dog's, I'm like, what? So I leave my work and come home to find a semi-truck backed in with equipment and planners and people from all over the, no, I'm not like surveyors from all over. I don't understand it. I don't understand how this can happen.
Neither do I.
I've got stakes all over my property that say, this is for this, and this is for this, where they've come and dug holes without my permission. Now, I'm no John Dutton. I'm not anti, change, but holy smokes. This is the third time now. I was part of that 75th Street project with the original winding. That eminent domain has been an issue. I've been a Manatee County resident for 30 years. And that was only just my front yard that was taken the other 2 times. Now they're taking my whole property. I have 3 generations on that land. And I bought the property from Mr. Pope, who has roads after him. That's like an old family. So I'm all for the growth, but I don't want to move. If I was going to move and sell my land for a profit, I would have done it 2 years ago when everybody was sending me letters saying, hey, developer. I'm like, no, I'm good. Manatee County resident, don't want to move. And final, the Savannah project that's just to the south of me was promised by the developer that they were going to build this huge retaining wall. Never happened. I'm staring at 8 houses.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you for your
I
time.
only cut you off because the Savannah project's not on consent. Ma'am, please state your first name, your last name, your county of residence, and do your best to keep it at 3 minutes.
My name is Evelyn Almodovar. I'm a Manatee County resident. I'm also a business owner, lived in the county for about 10 years, and I do a lot of community organizing. Today I'm here as my role of the chair of the Manatee County Democratic Party, and I have a statement from the party regarding item 44 on the agenda.
So that's not a consent item, though, so you'll have to wait until that item is called.
Will do. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Okay, I'm sure we need to go straight to Commissioner
Wait, he's got
Oh,
one
I'm
more.
sorry, sir. First name, last name, county of residence, and you have 3 minutes.
Francois Brunwebo, Manatee County. I'm not really ready because I just found out about this today. I have been checking the agenda every day, and Lorraine Road was not on it till yesterday. I'm all for the expansion of Lorraine Road. I own Mariposa Nursery, which is a rather larger
There are many times.
business on Lorraine Road. And in regards to what other people have said, I also don't understand how all this has moved to this point with no consultation from anybody that lives on Lorraine Road. There are over 100 property owners. None of us have been contacted by the county. Nobody's been asked us our opinion, what we would like as well, but we need. But my main concern right now is we have two accesses to our business. And from what I understand, only one of them has been granted a right-of-way from both the north and the south of Lorraine. The other one apparently I don't have access from both sides. And that's the one that we use for all our semis, our deliveries. There's no way we can operate if we don't have access to our property from both the north and the south. There's no way we can operate. We have 40 families that work full-time, and we would have to close. I just don't see how we could. We need, so I'm speaking for myself now and for our company. I have to have access to both my entrances from both the north and the south. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Is there anyone else who would like to come forward at this time to speak on a consent agenda item? Okay, seeing no one, then we're going to close public comment, and we will go to Commissioner Baugh, who is on the board.
Yeah. Thank you for being here today. I didn't know that y'all were here, so I apologize. We wouldn't have closed comments before had we known. Here goes this cough that I told you that I have. Several things. I don't know anything about why you would be receiving letters from eminent domain attorneys. They have nothing to do with the county. Nothing. Okay? So shame on them if they're sending out letters. The other thing is the access to the property. We have several staff members in here right now, and Lee Washington is I'm losing my voice now. He is the acting administrator right now. So, to my knowledge, I don't believe that we would go on property that we don't own to do any surveying. So I'm not sure, and you can rest assured I'm going to be looking into it. I'd like to know if we've been on your property. I want to know why, and why they didn't get permission from you at first to be on your property. That is not something that we should just do. So I don't know how or why or where this happened, but I will be looking into it. Third of all, and this is what I tried to tell you before, I knew about the group, obviously, but I didn't come to the meeting because I didn't have anything that I could share with you. Because, in all honesty, they had come to me once before with the project, and when I saw it, I said no. In fact, it was on this board in a meeting, and I'm the one that stopped it from moving forward then. And getting it, where they could start looking into it on a serious basis. I stopped it because I didn't know what it was. So that being said, they did bring one forward. I looked at it. I said, fine, take it forward. Go ahead. We'll vote for it. When we vote for it, all that is to allow them to start looking into what is feasible. It's not giving us the right to start, buying your property and so forth. We're not at that point yet. And I can assure you, being your commissioner, we will not be at that point without a meeting with the public. And at that meeting, whatever the alignment is that they've come up with, it will be on charts for you to see, and we will have staff members there to explain everything to you. It's not done in the dark. I won't have that. Okay, that's not how I operate in my district. Well, that's not how the county operates, period. So that will not be happening. So now that we have an alignment that they want to look at, we can start that process. So they will be putting everything together, and you're going to hear that we are having a meeting, as I said, with the residents. And I will be there along with many staff people to go over what they're looking to do. We're not looking to upset you or to lose your business, or, we don't want people to lose their property. And I can assure you, if that is there, I know there are some properties that they'll probably have to take at least part of. I know that there's a couple of parcels of land that SMR owns that they will be looking at taking the full parcels. And the reason is because I don't want any businesses or homes being affected unless we don't have an absolute choice. And particularly when we haven't had any property meetings with the residents on it. Do I believe that Lorraine Road needs to be 4-laned? Yes. Because you're now seeing traffic from Sarasota, coming up Lorraine Road as well. So it's just going to get worse. You're going to see more development on Lorraine Road in Manatee County, but also from, the Sarasota side. So it's just going to get worse. So we do have to find a solution that's amicable to everybody to try and make it easier for everyone in their travels, not just with congestion, but more so, what's more importantly, is the safety of driving on the road. I can assure you I'm very familiar with your business. I have, most of what's in my yard was planted from your nursery. I'm very familiar. So, the goal is not to hurt your business in any way. I can assure you that is not an option for me, not to hurt any business. I understand. I mean, I'm all for small business. We, over 90% of the businesses in America are 100 employees or less. So I'm not looking to harm a business. I'm not looking for us to harm a resident. I am looking for us to try to work together to find a solution that is amicable, that makes the road safer, easier to travel, et cetera. Okay, so this is the first step. We will be setting up a meeting. I see Clark Davis back there looking at me like, oh boy. So we will be setting up a meeting with the residents. I'm not sure when that might be yet, but Clark, maybe you can come up and fill me in on that to help here real quick, please. Then I'll give it back to you, Mr. Chair.
Good morning. Thank you. For the record, Clark Davis, Deputy Director of Public Works Traffic Management. I think Commissioner Boss stated it well. We're at a stage where we've done, say, a conceptual design. What it does is it helps tentatively identify pond sites in a right-of-way envelope. It helps us going forward with the final design and an acquisition plan for later. So a lot of decisions still have to be made as we work through final design that'll address some of these issues of the exact pond locations and driveways. There will be a public meeting. I was trying to find it on my calendar, and I don't see it yet. So I assume that it will be in April or later because I didn't see it coming up. And it could be. I was trying to find the rest of February, and I feel like I'm getting a text message here. Maybe somebody's about to tell me. But anyway, there should be one coming up. All of the big six will have these public meetings. We've had two to date, one coming up this Saturday.
Not on Lorraine Road.
Upper Manatee and Lena. Yeah, the other projects.
Right.
We have not had our first meeting for Lorraine yet, but it is upcoming, and it'll be noted on the website when it's scheduled.
Okay. Clark, and this might not be your bailiwick here, that what I'm about to say, but we would not arbitrarily just go on someone's property without giving them notice or anything of that nature, would we? Please tell me no.
To my knowledge, we would not.
Thank you.
There is some stuff that gets done during early design involving survey and geotech, so we'll need to look into that to confirm that whether or not it was someone involved with the
I
county
want you to, if you would, sir, please check into that and fill me in as soon as you can on that, please.
All right.
Clark, do you have a third party doing the surveying on that? I mean, our county survey team isn't doing the big six surveys, are they?
To my knowledge, we always contract the survey services for the capital project.
Okay, that's what I thought. Okay, thanks, Clark. Very, very good, thank you. Right now, that's all I can tell you because there really isn't any more to tell you at this point. They've come up with an alignment for us to start looking at, for us to meet with you on, get your input. That's where we are. There is no, for sure doing any eminent domain. Shame on the attorneys that have contacted you on this. That's really not nice. You can't come back up to speak, I'm sorry, but you can send me an email or call me and we'll get together, okay? So I thank you for being here.
Maybe have your aide come down and make contact with them in the chamber.
I don't see her in here. Hold on a minute.
They watch it upstairs. Commissioner Satcher, I'm going to be a little long-winded, so I'm going to go to you next, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Clark, I actually had a question for you as well. Not to get too much into another commissioner's district, but I made that drive a lot of times. And there's not major development, I mean, there is. But anyway, My point is, there's already ponds along the side on east and west of Lorraine. Are there regulations that would keep us from, rather than taking a brand-new person's entire property for a pond, rather than do that, take a pond that's already there and then expand that pond? Because they look like, I won't call any of the properties I was looking at on my iPhone, but it looks like there's a lot of them there, and a lot of them have plenty of space around them where we might not have to disturb, might not have to take an entire person's house and still be able to take care of the water. Is that an option?
Being hyper literal, yes, it's an option, but it's something the engineers designing the road need to take a look at, and the hydrology to make sure that, that it complements the flow of the water from the designed road. Sometimes those are designed fairly tightly for the specific development, so we'd end up taking land to expand the pond or something like that. But we have in the past, when we've worked with developers early on, designed stormwater ponds to commingle with development ponds. And so it is something that I'm sure they will consider. Whether or not it's feasible here or not is something they determine during that design.
Thank you, Clark. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Satcher, I learned from Clark and Scott a lot about these ponds, because we're dealing with a built-out section of town in West Bradenton where we're doing 2 big road projects. We have minimal changes in elevation in Florida, and so I'm like, well, why don't we just use that one? Or that's a huge piece at Bray. Why can't we just put all the ponds at Bray? Well, because there's a slight pitch, and so it slopes this, so because of the way it slopes, we have to put a pond between here and here, and then we have to put another pond between here and here, because you can't pump the water. It's just going to have to. So anyway, that's basically, I think, what he was getting into. I felt the same way as you previously. I'm like, well, 59th, we don't have to take any property. We'll put it all at Bray. But there's a creek that runs down through the middle of 59th, and so from one side it flows one way, and the other side it flows the other way. So you get into those things. I'm going to jump into communication real quick, Mr. Washington. Your predecessor and I had conversations about not just the Big 6 projects, but communications in general, and so I just want to speak to the board and to you about communications. The communication coming out of this county is not centralized. We have IPOs in different departments who, and Ogden is in this department, he does a good job. However, he's been thrown 6 major road projects, and what's happening here is the same thing that happened to 59th Street. Eminent domain attorneys are constantly watching for advertised road projects, and municipalities, counties all over the place, and the state. And as soon as one gets advertised, they make public records requests of the county for anything involving, say, Lorraine. And Clark is a smart guy, and he has a team of people around him, and they sit around, as they should, and they come up with, well, we could do it this way, and we could do it that way, and they come up with there are 26 different ways you could do 59th Street, right? And so they come up with all these different ways. And then public records requests are made by the eminent domain attorneys. They take every single doodle that has been made by an engineer, and they look at each property owner and they give them the most worst case scenario that could possibly happen, none of which has been even presented to this board or voted on by this board. And then they proceed to use fear tactics to stir up emotions in property owners and get them to sign on with them for eminent domain representation. As Commissioner Baugh said, we have not voted on these. This is the first alignment we're voting on, and all we're doing is sort of narrowing the scope a little bit for the engineers. But they're going to come back to us multiple times. You're going to have public meetings with your commissioner and engineers and project managers who will all be there. We are far from knowing exactly what's going to happen in my district on 59th and 75th, or in your district on Lorraine. So it's a long process, and there is public input, public feedback, and public dialogue along the way. When I speak to communications, it's not just on, I don't want to pick on Ogden, right? It's not just public works. No. Commissioners, I think we need to come up with, or we need to ask the administrator to come up with a plan to have a communications director in the county. All the, generally speaking, all the IPOs would report to that person. Even things like 311, right? No one communicates with the public probably more than 311. They should be having briefings with the communications director. And there's a lot of internal knowledge. I know Mr. Reinschuttle at one point wanted to outsource it, and I liked the idea for a little bit, but there's just so much internal knowledge that goes on here that's needed. I think it needs to be to come from within. You know, Elliot is here, right? I mean, how often is he putting out press releases from his end about events and things that are taking place in the county? But all of that, I think it needs to be centralized, especially when big projects like the Big Six come forward, so that communications can be out in front of these things, because they should, residents, it's infuriating. I know exactly how you're feeling, Commissioner Bob, because this happened to me with 59th.
Did,
Right,
exactly
it's
the same
infuriating.
thing.
You know, your residents come in raging mad because they heard from an attorney before they heard from us. And I had all these, we're going to do a public meeting and da-da-da, and I thought this is, we're going to have all this great public engagement, and we are, but they come in pissed, and rightfully so, because the first person they heard from was an attorney. So we need to get out in front of the Big Six is just one example, because everyone ends up a loser in this specific situation. The taxpayer and the residents, they're upset.
And
We
the
look like,
county.
we look foolish up here and we're angry. Staff gets stuck in the middle and they're not, it's not Clark's job to, he designs the road. That's his job and he's doing it. It just puts everyone in a bad spot, and communication is everything. Mary Ann Barnaby and I had a long conversation about this not long ago, and she said, in the absence of fact, rumor is king. And that's
Right.
exactly what happened to me, with 59th, and it's happening to you now. So, I would like for just add that to your small plate in your spare time, sir. But yeah, we should come up with some kind of a plan to centralize and have a communications department and or at least a division, I guess, and a communications director. I think that's the way to go. Anyway, I hope the board is supportive of that idea. Commissioner Ball.
Yeah, just to finish this up, I am so sorry that you have gone through what you have. He's right about the eminent domain attorneys, and we have been through that before, where people have come forward and we didn't know what they were talking about because we weren't trying to take any property. But the letters were already sent. So I apologize for that, and I'm going to ask Clark, and I see Charlie Bishop in the back, who's basically in charge right now of Public Works. And I'm going to ask that whomever is doing the surveying or whatever, they don't go on private property without giving notice to the property owner. That is just rude. None of that should be done. So, nor should we. It makes us look like the big monster in the room. Look what they're doing. They're forcing their way on us, So that should not be happening. And I can't say for sure who it was that did it, but he certainly had someone on his property. So, it should not be county related at this point. Okay, thank you. Thanks, Clark. I appreciate it. Thank you guys for being here. You've got my cards. Please contact me. I know you have my email anyway. Let's get together. As soon as I have a date for the meeting, I will send it to you and let you know. I think Charlie is already working on that, and Ogden, whose name you've heard mentioned. And we'll get this started. But I am there to represent you. That is my job. But I can't represent you if I don't know exactly what they're looking at doing. So now we have an idea, okay? Let's get to work. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Does anyone have an issue with the Mr. Washington working on a plan for sort of revamping our communications?
You know what?
I think
Commissioner
it's an
Ballard?
excellent idea.
Okay. Okay, and social media obviously would
Yeah.
fall in there too. That's kind of a gimme I failed to mention.
Can I
Yes,
make a
ma'am.
statement on that? I appreciate your comment, and I think it's very, very good because, the way it's been set up in the past is not working. And it's not the blame of any, the majority of people that are involved in communication. But, I just had a situation for a press release that was a disaster. We need to get things moving and set up properly so that we keep the citizens and the commissioners involved. And 311 is a big part, and I know that they've kind of been hindered as well on what they can do and how they can do it. So we need to get better organized. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Commissioner Satcher.
Mr. Chair, would you like a motion to that?
No, I think he's got that, because if we do a motion, then we have to get kind of specific about the direction, and I'd kind of like to see what he brings back. I think Mr. Washington should talk to our communications folks, and, Commissioner Bearden is sort of a expert on this kind of stuff, so I'm sure he'll want to talk to him as well. Mr. Washington?
Fair enough.
Mr. Chair, we're already in the process of revamping several things, along with marketing, but communication being one of those things that we're definitely taking a look at. So we'll be able to bring some models to you, and you guys can decide as a body what you like to have.
Perfect. Thank you, sir. Okay, then, we're going to move on, and now that we're done with citizen comment on consent. That was only a half hour. So we're going to move on then to number 43. You've been waiting very patiently, sir. I appreciate it. I'm sorry, number 40. I apologize. It's number 40, which is adoption of ordinance 23-48, no through commercial vehicles, Whitfield Avenue, from Lockwood Ridge Road to University Parkway. It's presentation upon request. Would anyone like to request a presentation? Commissioner Ron, would you like to make a comment?
Yes, I'd like to make a comment, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much. This has long been needed on this road on Whitfield Avenue. Excuse me. Whitfield Avenue, as we all know, is basically a residential road that runs through Palm Air, which is a big section of Manatee County on University Parkway to all the way to Lockwood Ridge. The issue is that this road is traversed by golf carts, bicyclists, walkers, and we do not have enough room on that road for these 18-wheelers, which I do not believe the road meets the standard for the U.S. Department of Transportation's semi-tractor trailers and other vehicles going on this type of road. So this has been presented today to help protect the citizens that are using Whitfield Avenue through the University Parkway to Lockwood Ridge Road. And thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Baugh.
Thank you. I fully support what Commissioner Ron has brought forward. I will tell you that Whitfield Avenue at Palmer had been in my district until the redistricting last year. And I tried to get this done, actually, and I was told no, that we couldn't do it. So I'm really excited to see this coming forward today. And it just shows that things are kind of turning here in the county a little bit. You know, we're actually listening to commissioners and the needs of the citizens a little bit more than what we've done in the past. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. I believe Commissioner Baugh taped a $20 bill to his request, and so that oftentimes helps. I don't have anyone else on the board. No one's requested a presentation, so we'll open this item up to public comment. Is there anyone from the public who'd like to come forward to speak on item number 40, which is no through commercial vehicles on Whitfield from Lockwood Ridge to University? Okay, seeing no one, we're going to close public comment at this time. Madam Clerk, there's been a motion to approve by Commissioner Baugh, and it was seconded by Commissioner Satcher.
Sorry, Mike.
We can cast our votes at this time. And Madam Clerk, it passes unanimously by a vote of 6-0 with,
Thank you very much.
Hallelujah.
with Commissioner Cruz absent. Thank you, sir. We're going to move on to, and thank you, Commissioner Ron. We are moving on then to regular agenda, which is LMAC, which is Natural Resources. Mr. Hunsaker is here to present. This is Environmental Lands Management Advisory Board appointments. And what we're going to try to do is we're going to get, I don't know where Q went, but she was going to, oh, there she is. So she's going to pull the matrix up for us on the screen. I'm going to get my scratch pad out here. There we go. So the matrix is up. Charlie will sort of walk us through each of these seats. And as we do, we're going to just do this verbally. We're not going to vote on the computer monitors because we've had success with that in the past. Okay. Mr. Hunsaker.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. As you mentioned, we're here to introduce to you the request for appointments to fill 5 vacancies on the Environmental Lands Management Advisory Committee, your advisory committee for the Environmental Lands Program. And with me today is Deborah Worth, who is the Environmental Lands Program Manager for working for you and for our community. The vacancies are aligned with various seats and role positions within the 17-member committee. And they're here on your sheet. And I think you, as following the protocols you have before, you take each one in order and move through the list. I might add, you see Scott Toussaint appearing in 2 locations simply because he is eligible to fill either seat should you choose to do so. I also want to make a point, as the agenda was being prepared and brought forward, the member under Banking, Finance, and Real Estate, Joe Liggett-Murphy, has withdrawn her application. So she's no longer on that. She feels there was a conflict with her current employer and wanted to respectfully withdraw. from her request.
That's too bad.
For others, we are open for your nominations, and I believe Florida Engineering Society is first up, and that's rather straightforward because they normally will provide a candidate from their organization for your consideration.
Okay.
And this was the candidate.
So just for formalities, we're on seat one, or item one, he's listed as items. So for item one, we're entertaining motions, or nominations, I apologize. Nominations.
Do they have to be a member of the Florida Engineering Society? Is that?
No, not necessarily, but it is, if it's a member who has a professional registration with Florida as an engineer.
Do you have to be registered with them? I need somebody to just nominate the guy. That's, okay.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, sir.
I'll make a motion to nominate Scott Childress for seat one. Are we going to call them seats? So we're going to do?
Yeah.
Seat one or item one for the Florida Engineering Society vacancy.
Okay, so we have a nomination for Scott Childress. Entertaining motions to close nominations.
So moved.
Motion to close by Commissioner Baugh. Mr. Clegg, how do you want to do this? Do you want me to do public comment all at once? What do you want to do here?
You don't have to do it on each and every one. If you want to, why don't you just call for public comment now on
Okay.
any of the nominations?
All right, so we're going to open up the item number 41, the appointment to the LMAC Board, Advisory Board. We're going to open that up to public comment now. So if you'd like to comment on any of the appointments or anyone in the matrix for the LMAC Board, now is the time for public comment. Okay, seeing no one, we're going to close public comment at this time, and we will hold the vote on Mr. Childress for seat number one, which is the Florida Engineering Society. Ma'am? We need a second for Childress.
So moved.
Commissioner... Oh, no, I have Commissioner Ron made the motion.
I made the motion.
Commissioner Ron made the motion, and Commissioner Baugh seconded. And now we'll hold the vote for Mr. Childress. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? All right, Mr. Childress is appointed unanimously. Seat number two, Education and Active Outdoor Sports.
Can I ask what that is?
Commissioner,
What is that?
Mr. Hunsaker?
Education and active outdoor sports. What is that?
That's intended to capsulize applicants who have demonstrated their participation in organized athletics or organized sports, to tie in that attribute as we go through environmental lands and their availability for outdoor recreation, camping and things like that.
So you like hunting,
Yes.
Fishing,
Yes.
all these sort of things count as outdoor
Yes.
sports? Okay.
Archery.
Not chess and checkers.
Archery in this case.
Archery,
Scott
okay.
was leading the Manatee Archery Club.
Interesting. Okay. So we're entertaining motions or nominations for seat number two, which is Education and Active Outdoor Sports. Anyone like to make a nomination?
Nominate Scott.
All right, we seem to like the name Scott. If your name's Scott, you're doing well today. Okay.
Second.
So a motion by Commissioner Baugh, seconded by Commissioner Bearden for Scott Tussing. Is it Tussing?
Tusing.
Tusing.
Used to be at the city of Bradenton.
Tusing. He used to work for the city of Bradenton, and he's good with a bow and arrow. That's what I know about him so far. And he's also interested in serving his community on this board. So Mr. Tusing is nominated. Are there any other nominations? We'll entertain motions to close nominations.
So moved.
So we have a motion by Commissioner Ron to close nominations. That is seconded by Commissioner Ballard. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Okay, so Mr. Tusing is appointed to seat number two, Education and Active Outdoor Sports. We'll then move on to number three, which is School Board of Manatee County. Oh, sorry, Mr.
Yes.
Hunsaker.
Well, and for clarification, this need only be an employee of the school system, the public school system.
Okay, thank you. So number three is School System Employee of Manatee County. We'll entertain nominations at this time.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a nomination.
Yes, sir.
I'd like to nominate Keith McMahon for seat number three, School Board of Manatee County.
All right. We have a nomination for Keith McMahon and a second. Are there any other nominations? Okay, we'll entertain motions to close nominations. Motion by Commissioner Ballard to close nominations, seconded by Commissioner Baugh. All in favor of closing nominations? Please say aye. Aye. All opposed? All right, Madam Clerk, Keith McMahon is appointed as the school district representative unanimously by a vote of 6-0. We'll then move on to number 4, which is banking, finance, or real estate. Oh, sorry, Mr. Hunsaker, I keep doing your job for you. I apologize.
That's quite fine. That's quite all right. And you're very effective at doing it. That's the seat that, again, asks for those who are familiar with the land transactions, the real estate industry, and can advise other board members for, that level of expertise. And we
Okay.
find it helpful. Thank
So
you.
we'll entertain nominations.
Nominate.
Nominate Barry Grooms.
Barry Grooms, okay, he's popular.
Popular.
So we have a nomination by Commissioner Baugh for Barry Grooms.
Barry Grooms.
Any other nominations? Okay, we'll entertain motions to close nominations.
Move to close.
Okay, motion by Satcher to close. Mr. Ron, or Commissioner Ron, why do I keep calling him Mr.? Commissioner Ron, would you like to second that?
Yes, I did.
Okay, so
Such respect.
moving to close by Commissioner Satcher, seconded by Commissioner Ron. All in favor of closing nominations, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Madam Clerk, Mr. Grooms is appointed unanimously. Number 5, oh,
Mr. Chair. Oh, does Charlie need to speak?
he's going to introduce the next seat.
Go ahead, Charlie.
Oh, well, again, this next seat is focused on participation in an environmental organization or group, possibly the most broad category we have.
Sure.
Enabling people of interest to apply, and again, to provide good counsel to you as board members.
All right, we're entertaining motions.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion.
Sir?
I'd like to nominate Chris Conley.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Ron to nominate Chris Conley, seconded by Commissioner Baugh. He played football for me. He and I share the same birthday. Fun fact. Okay, and his name is spelled with an E. I would mention that, as I see the misspelling on there. Are there any other nominations?
Move to close.
Okay, motion to close nominations by Commissioner Satcher, seconded by Commissioner Baugh. All in favor of closing nominations, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? All right, Mr. Conley is appointed unanimously by a vote of 6-0. Yes, so congratulations
Nice
to
appointments.
Mr. Childress, Mr. Tusing, McMahon, Grooms, and Conley. And that is our list today. You and I spoke the other day. Did you want to add anything else about other seats on the board? Or have any suggestions?
Yes, well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. We are evaluating the ordinance. We are evaluating your ordinance to assure that as sitting commissioners, you have the opportunity to, particularly for those district appointments, have the opportunity to move recommendations and nominations for consideration of the board that align with your wishes and align with your terms of office, so that those members can serve at the pleasure of your appointment.
Okay, so, yeah, so we have 3 new commissioners who did not choose. Everybody gets to pick a person for this board, each commissioner on your own. And then there are 3 of you up here who have not had that opportunity, but there is someone serving in the seat. So Charlie recommended this terms that, the commissioners pick coincides with the term of the commissioner who picked them, but also that the commissioner could change who is in that seat at any time. So they serve at your pleasure.
That's a great idea.
Yeah.
Okay, and you're working with the county attorney's office on that?
Yes,
and you-
yes, we are.
And you'll
we
bring it to
spoke-
us as soon as it's ready?
That's right. We spoke yesterday, and we're prepared to move forward.
Awesome. Everybody okay with that?
I'm fine with that.
Perfect. Okay, thank you so much, Charlie. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
You have a great day, sir, and enjoy your new board.
Yes.
Okay, we'll then move on to item number 42, which is execution of a cooperative funding agreement, number 23CF0004061, between Swiftmud and Manatee County for toilet rebate project, Phase 15. This is the one. Do we need a presentation on this one?
I don't think so.
Okay. The bottom line is, this is basically paying people to buy specific toilets. Okay. It's the reason it's not on consent is because it's paying people to buy specific toilets with taxpayer dollars. I feel it is the epitome of social engineering. I don't think it's a good use of tax dollars. People should have freedom of choice to buy whichever. And toilets will be sold, on their merit and not with government assistance, in my opinion. But the board is free to vote however they wish, but as chair, if this was approved on consent, I would have had to have voted for consent, and I would have to sign the item as well. And I don't support it, so I'm not going to vote for it, and I'm also not going to sign it, so the vice chair will have to sign this one if it does pass. No, ma'am, you can vote however you choose. You've been sent by the people. So we'll open up. Is there any further discussion on On the toilets, have I?
Social
have I-
engineering
okay.
of toilets, I love it.
I feel it is social engineering. So then we will open this item up to public comment. There is a motion by Commissioner Ron to approve, and it's been seconded by Commissioner Bearden, and we will open up item number 42 for public comment. Ma'am, please state your first and last name, your county of residence. You have 3 minutes to speak on the execution of cooperative funding agreement for toilet projects.
Andrew Griffin, Manatee County. I don't really want to step my foot into the, but I would like to see this say roof on it. I don't know if you guys know I'm missing a roof, but I'd love for the county to help pay for it. I'm not sure so much about my toilets, but I digress. That's my comment. I kind of agree with you, Commissioner Van Ostenbridge. I'm not sure if I really agree with government supporting toilet installations. Thank you. But if you do, consider it. Consider roofs next. Just saying.
Yes, ma'am. I'm sure there's a long list of household needs that people have. Is there anyone else who would like to come forward to speak on item number 42, the toilet funding? Okay. We will then close public comment on item number 42. We have a motion to approve by Ron, seconded by Bearden, and we can cast our votes now as there's no one on the board. We've held public comment. Okay. Well, the item fails. Madam Clerk, it fails by a vote of 3 to 3, lacking a majority of the board. The item fails. Yes, ma'am. So in opposition were Van Ostenbridge, Satcher, and Baugh.
Well, I hope you all don't get new toilets.
I just bought one, thank you.
We didn't get your rebate.
Paid for it.
Okay. So that takes care of item number 42. We will then move into, it reminded me of a Seinfeld episode of the no-flow shower heads, right? That doesn't sound good. So
You don't need a shower head anyway.
I shower. It's just,
okay.
it wouldn't have affected my hairdo like it
about your
did.
hair.
Yeah, no, the humidity is killing my volume. Okay, so number 43 is discussion on false alarm ordinances, which is brought forward by Commissioner Baugh. Ma'am?
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I brought this forward because I had a resident that owns a business, and no, it was not my husband, call because the way it's been done on our ordinance, if you have a false alarm, then you end up paying almost forever, if every year. So anyway, I started looking into it, and the false alarm ordinance was actually done in 2004. So back in 22, I know that the attorney for the sheriff contacted the county about making some changes to it. So I just wanted permission. I have all the information from the sheriff's office that they'd like to see changed. I would like to change it so that, if you have a false alarm in 1 year, yes, you pay a fee, but after that, you start over again. It's not held against you for 10 or 15 or 20 years. So I would like to present all this to the attorney to have his office look into updating our alarm ordinance and working with the sheriff's office to do so as well. That is my motion, sir.
Okay, so we have a motion by Commissioner Baugh to permit her to work with the county attorney's office to,
Sheriff.
where are we here? To modify the false alarm ordinance. Does that sound right?
You had a
Ms.
hard
Commissioner
time with
Baugh?
that, didn't you?
I got it. Does that sound right to everyone?
Mr. Chairman, if I
Sir.
could we add to that and to schedule and advertise an ordinance?
Yes.
So that we don't have to come back for a separate motion to do that?
Do you have that, Madam Clerk?
Yes. Oh, sorry. That's part of my motion.
Okay, so, we need to change this a little bit. So the motion was made by Commissioner Baugh verbally, so I need you to reset this on the screen. And then just put put Baugh as the motioner and Satcher as the seconder, because he
You got Satcher.
slipped in there and made the motion real quick. You're good. Usually you're the last one to slip in on something, so this time you're ahead, so
know.
we're impressed.
I'm shocked.
Okay, so then, Madam Clerk, we have a motion to approve by Commissioner Baugh, seconded by Commissioner Satcher. We'll open it up to public comment at this time. Is there anyone from the public who would like to come forward to speak on the modification of our false alarm ordinance? Okay, seeing no one, we'll close public comment, and Commissioners, we can cast our votes now. Okay, Madam Clerk, it passes unanimously by a vote of 6-0 with Commissioner Cruz absent. We'll then move on to item number 44, which is Manatee County as a gun sanctuary county. This is an item that was placed on the agenda by Commissioner
that's why they're
Bearden.
here.
So we'll turn the floor over to him, sir.
Full force.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to appoint the county attorney to start the paperwork to establish Manatee County as a gun sanctuary county.
What does that mean?
After doing a little bit of research, I recognize that the majority of the counties in the state of Florida are gun sanctuary county. And it had me scratching my head saying, why isn't Manatee County a gun sanctuary county? Knowing the fact that we probably, I would like to say, have the most conservative board in the state of Florida at this point in time. And so, with that being said, with y'all's approval, I think this is a great thing that we all could do. And I know that there was a lot of constituents at the time when I was running, and Commissioner Ballard and Commissioner Ron, that we had a lot of constituents that essentially wanted us to establish Manatee County as a gun sanctuary county. You know, our sister counties include Indian River County, Flagler County, Baker County, DeSoto County, Columbia County, Franklin County, Highlands County, and that's just a few. There's many, many more. So I think that it's necessary that we join the ranks. And with all the gun regulation that's going on right now, this would be a good opportunity to send a message to Joe Biden that his unconstitutional policies will not be tolerated here in Manatee County, and he could take his policies and stick it where the sun don't shine.
Oh.
And I'm not here, I didn't get elected to be politically correct. I'm here to do what the people elected me to do, and that is to protect our God-given rights, and that's what I continue to plan to do. So I would love y'all's support on that.
Thank you, sir. The speaking order is Ron and Ballard. Commissioner Ron.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First off, we received a lot of emails on this, on wanting to create an ordinance to be a gun sanctuary county or a Second Amendment sanctuary county. And basically, we have a majority of counties in state of Florida that Commissioner Bearden referred to that are sanctuary counties. Basically, a sanctuary county is counties that are located, that have established laws and resolutions that prohibit or impede enforcement of gun control measures that are considered contrary to the Second Amendment. And that's what Manatee County needs to be. That's the basis of it. It doesn't create any more violence. It doesn't create any more guns. It doesn't create any more crimes with guns or anything like that. It just creates that we will not impede our ability or infringe our ability on what the Second Amendment stands for in Manatee County. And I will vote for this ordinance, or to instruct the county attorney to move forward with an ordinance. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Can we have a motion?
Thank you, sir. I still have folks on the board, but they'll get one on. There you go. It's on your screen now. So
No?
the motions are made by Bearden, seconded by Ron. We have Ballard and Satcher on the board. Commissioner Ballard.
So I just wanted to echo a little bit of what Commissioner Ron stated. This, if this gun sanctuary or Second Amendment sanctuary ordinance moves forward, it is not creating any new right to own a gun. It's not creating any more guns. It's not increasing the likelihood of violence in Manatee County. What it's doing is saying that if there are state or federal laws that are contrary to the Second Amendment, that in the event that those things occur or are put into place, that Manatee County will not be a county that enforces those things against the Second Amendment rights of our citizens. So I think that that's an important thing. It is something that I will vote for if it goes forward. But I do just want to kind of allay some fears that some people might have about what this ordinance would actually do if it moves forward.
Thank you, ma'am. Commissioner Satcher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to thank Commissioner Bearden for bringing this up. I'm glad that we're moving forward on this. Obviously, I am concerned that when you see national politicians that continuously come up with the wrong solution to pretend like good people, law-abiding Americans, setting themselves up to be able to defend themselves from bad people, that taking something away from the law-abiding is the answer to the problem. I think that while it may be counterintuitive, the actual solution is to allow the good people to arm themselves and to be dangerous when needed to be. And a little bit of just personal background on this. My hometown, kind of my generation, a lot of my generation grew up with divorced parents, so I had two hometowns, and but one of them was well beyond this, starting in 1982. It wasn't just a gun sanctuary city. They actually had an ordinance that every head of household had to maintain a gun in their home. And of course, there were exemptions, and part of it was mostly symbolic, but the crime rate in Kennesaw, Georgia, fell to basically nil. There were no murders.
Always.
There was no violent crime to speak of after that point, because every person that meant someone harm had to make a serious calculation whether they wanted to go into someone's home knowing that if that person was a law-abiding citizen, they owned a gun. So I'm glad that we're making this move. It's high time, and I think it's a good thing for Manatee County, good thing for the state, good thing for the nation. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, sir. Baugh, Van Ostenbridge, and Bearden. Commissioner Baugh.
Well, I'm definitely going to support this motion. I was very excited when I saw that Commissioner Bearden had put it on our agenda. You know, the bottom line is, this is the most conservative board that I believe Manatee County government's ever had. And we were all recently, all of us were elected by our peers in a 2-year term. For 2 years. I mean, we all got up here within the last 2 years. And it's because we all ran on conservative attitudes. I mean, we are conservatives. So I think that it shows where this county is heading. I think that we're starting to show that the way this government is run is going to be different than it's been before. It is exciting at this point, and Mr. Washington, no one has said this to you this morning, but we've all been thinking it. We're excited to have you up here on the dais with us. I've been fortunate to work with you now for 11 years. And, I know with your background, and we've talked, and we have a lot in common. And, I think we're heading in the right direction. So for me, it's a no-brainer. I'm going to support the motion. And, there's no secret that I think our legislators are going to be voting on constitutional carry in this session. So we need to show the nation that Florida is definitely a free state, and we're not going to tolerate it.
Right.
And, someone spoke this morning about Parkland, and as horrible as that was, I remember it well. And I was actually up in Tallahassee when the Senate had their trial about the sheriff. I sit there and listen to the whole thing, and I will tell you, had one person been in that school, it could have been stopped. So, it's sad that, people have the wrong impression. The majority of people that do carry are good people, good, solid citizens who want to help and protect our state and our country. So I'm excited that that's where I feel like we're going. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, ma'am. I'm next on the board here. So Commissioner Bearden, I've learned a little more about it and listening to people talk here today. Agree with what Commissioner Ballard had to say. My question is, would you be willing to change the verbiage in this from a gun sanctuary county to a Second Amendment sanctuary county? I think it is essentially the same thing, but I think that it leaves some people confused about exactly what it means. But the Second Amendment has verbiage to it.
That's fine.
Right? Okay,
Yeah,
so the Second Amendment has verbiage to it, and I'm a supporter of the Second Amendment, and don't get me wrong, I think in ways the Second Amendment has already been violated because it does clearly state that the right to bear arms shall not be infringed upon, and I think the government has already crossed that line, in my opinion. But so if you want to create a sanctuary for one of the amendments to this country that we feel is under attack by the federal government, I certainly support that. Commissioner Bearden, you're next.
Yeah, and I just want to add another thing to this. Obviously I see the direction of where this is headed, and that being said, I want to encourage any gun manufacturer in the United States of America to take advantage of a tax abatement that we have here in Manatee County that would essentially create more jobs, good paying jobs. And this is just good all around. It'll create economic growth possibly, and puts that extra measure in there to ensure that our citizens' Second Amendment rights will always be protected no matter what.
Yes, sir. That's well said. We actually met with some of the guys from the manufacturing industry when we were in Tallahassee. I'm sure you were there, I believe, and I know Commissioner Ball was there. It was an interesting conversation, and they came here to do a proclamation. But we are, of course, trying to. I'm glad you brought that up because we are trying to diversify our job sector here. We're very heavily dependent on construction and tourism and healthcare. So manufacturing is an area we'd love to broaden our economic impact. Anyway, so yeah, by all means. We're going to go to public comment now. There's no other commissioners
Chairman,
on the board.
I'm sorry, I've been trying to get into this thing, and it hates me.
Mr. Clegg, would you like to make a comment, sir?
Just a couple of quick remarks.
Sure.
To the board. So these are policy statements that other counties have done, and they are done by resolution, not by ordinance. I just wanted the board to understand that. And I did ask Commissioner Bearden if he wanted us to do more work than our initial research, because we have looked at it, that he bring this to the board and get authorization, which has been the county attorney's practice. So I just want the board to understand a resolution is going to come back to you, not an ordinance. That's all, sir.
Thank you, sir. All right, so we'll open up public comment at this time. First person on the list is Evelyn. Evelyn, I'm not sure how to pronounce your last name, so I'll let you do that when you reach the podium. So, but please state your first and last name, your county of residence, and you'll have 3 minutes to speak on item number 44.
It's Evelyn Almodovar, Manatee County resident. I'm here on my second attempt to read a statement from the Manatee County Democratic Party. Today marks 5 years since the gunman opened fire on students and staff at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School in Parkland, Florida, leaving 17 people dead. Since then, laws that keep the citizens of Florida and residents of Manatee County safe from gun-related injuries has been put in place and supported by both Republicans, Democrats, and Independents. Responsible gun ownership that includes universal background checks is widely supported in our community. Additional measures in the state of Florida, such as red flags laws, have prevented mass shootings. Just months ago, in October of last year, a mass shooting was prevented in Fort Lauderdale thanks to Florida red flag laws. Gun sanctuary resolutions, as adopted by other counties, declare local jurisdictions that will prohibit and sometimes impede the enforcement of such federal and state laws that they, the county, decide are necessary or unconstitutional. Creating a gun sanctuary county puts us in danger, including those who are suffering of mental health disorders and those who are at higher risk of harming themselves or others. Every year, an average of 1,700 people in Florida die by gun suicide, and 160 are wounded by gun suicide attempts. That ranks Florida as 29th highest in the nation, according to the data from the CDC. But the focus on Manatee County and the numbers are even more alarming. A New York University report finds that Bradenton leading the nation in gun suicide deaths among cities with populations over 50,000. And consider this, in the state of Florida, 67% of women are killed by intimate partners with a gun. Now think about that gun sanctuary, how it puts our first responders in unnecessary risk responding to these calls. The Manatee County Democratic Party calls to the Board of County Commissioner to stop political posturing. These efforts are only distracting from doing the serious work that should be attended to, such as helping Manatee County workers obtain affordable housing and enhancing county infrastructure. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Dr. Karen Hosack Curlin? Dr. Curlin? Do we have a Karen here? Okay, the Karen's left. All right, then we're going to move on to folks who did not sign up. Ma'am, first and last name,
Are
county
you
of
trying to say I
residence.
didn't do something right? No. Andrew Griffin, Manatee County. I did want to say something. I did not actually know this was on the agenda until we were talking about it. In talking about Parkland, and I just want to bring up to everybody, there was a lot of knee-jerk reactions that happened with Parkland. And those knee-jerk reactions that happened with Parkland has put our students on campuses from colleges down to elementary schools. They're basically sitting ducks in a place they can't even exit. Doors are locked, windows are locked. Any crazed maniac can go in there and do whatever they want. We've discussed, arming some of the teachers with certificates and things of that nature. But at the end of the day, I am a constitutionalist. It's our fundamental right to bear arms here in this country. I'm a gun owner. I'm a concealed weapons permit owner as well. And I think this is the right thing to do to set a message. Guns don't kill people. Guns don't unalive people. People do that. People pick up that gun and make the decision, not the gun. And I'm sick and tired of feeling like even here. I mean, we do have officers here. We have a metal detector out here. But what happens if they get through there? We're all sitting ducks. No good guys with guns. Nobody. So I'm sorry. I think good people, I've always said this, good trumps evil. And no, you can't legislate yourself out of evil, period. So God bless you guys. Keep fighting the good fight.
Yes, ma'am, thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to come forward for public comment on this item? Okay, seeing no one, we'll close public comment. You brought up schools. That's not our, that's not our area of governance. But I do know that I've spoken to Chairman Choate about a program that teachers could go through that would allow their staff and faculty to carry, concealed, obviously. So I think that's probably something that's coming forward before the end of his chairmanship. Okay. We have a motion to approve by Commissioner Bearden and a second by Commissioner Ron. We've held public comment. There is no one else on the board to speak at this time, so we'll hold the vote. No coughing during the voting, please.
Sorry.
Okay. The vote passes unanimously by a vote of 6-0 with Commissioner Cruz absent, Madam Clerk. Ma'am.
And was that with the change to the Second Amendment sanctuary county or leaving it as a gun sanctuary county? Thank you for the clarification.
Yes. Mr. Clay, you can handle that regardless. Okay. Thank you, sir. Okay. So then we are then to item number 45, and it's 11:11. Commissioners, you want to just start some of these now and likely have to come back after lunch to conclude them? We're good with that?
Sure.
Okay. And I was thinking of having a special meeting just for this, but Mr. Bishop said, oh, no, you're ripping through agendas. He said, just add it on, and he was right, 11:11, and we're already here. So, Mr. Washington, this is listed as your item, prospective county projects, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Over the last 7 days since the transition, in conversations with all of you, we wanted to ensure that there are certain items that have been worked on, been spending tax dollars and manpower hours on certain projects that we may or may not have the full board approval on. So there are a list of things that you'll see on your screen today that we want to go by bullet point by bullet point. We have staff members in the audience who will come and speak to each item to try to get as much feedback as we can from the board today, but also identify the medium in which you'd like to have more of a conversation about these items so that we have a true direction from the board on all of these. Any questions before I get started, sir?
No, sir.
Okay, first up, Elliot. We're going to talk about the CVB, status of convention center renovations and expansion, and going from there, sir.
Good morning. Tom Yarger's with me as well. I'm actually going to let Tom go ahead and give a update as he's been working with Foley Bryant. And I'll just say we're really close to giving the county administrator an update. And then we can come up with a plan to come through the TDC and bring it to the Board of County Commissioners very soon, because obviously the Marriott Hotel is in construction and should be open this time next year. But I'll let Tom give you an update where we're at on the designs with Foley Bryant.
Commissioners, Tom Yarger with Property Management. And right now, the convention center, we're under design and programming. We're not to 30% plans yet. We have some rough cost estimates. So we're working on value engineering and things like that. But basically, the project is for approximately 15,000 square feet of ballroom and pre-function space, and about 15,000 additional square feet of renovation and one-for-one replacement of ceiling tiles and flooring and things, so that we can kind of complement the hotel that's going next door. The facility upgrades, parking lot, we're also going to redo that. We have to do some work on the stormwater ponds. We have a covered connection to the hotel. And again, we're in the programming portion of it, what it's going to look like and things. We don't have all that nailed down yet. And it's our intent that as we get to 30% plans and have a rendering and things, you know, that a lot more, a better handle on how much it's going to cost, we'll bring that to you.
Okay, so for either of you, a couple things. One, as we go through these items, I think it's important that the board hear the GMP as it stands now, even if it's estimated. I know you haven't sent it out for one, but you said you have cost estimates. We at least need to hear cost estimates so we have a general idea when we reach the end of this list where we are.
Okay, at this point, we're, like I said, in the value engineering stage, and we are right about the $38 million.
38,
Yeah.
Okay. What does the parking situation look like? Will there be enough surface parking, or is your 38 million include a parking deck?
We are not including the parking deck in the 38 million.
Okay, and parking decks aren't cheap. Does it look, are we going to be able to have, or will we have enough surface parking?
I'll let
Your opinion,
Elliot
I know this
speak
is
to
your
that, but
humble
I'm-
opinion and your.
Yeah, I believe we do.
Okay.
We're gonna renovate and redo the parking area. It's as everybody who's been out there, it's awkward to drive through.
Yeah.
So we're gonna straighten that area out. We're gonna try to get some more parking. We lost a little bit with the 7th Street extension. So we're trying to make up that, and the reconfiguring of the ponds, so get as much parking as we can. On the eastern side, the western side, where the loading dock and all those things, that's going to be not so much a renovation as it is just a restoration at this point, because if we do decide to do a parking deck, that's likely where it would go. So if we do a bunch of work there, it would be work that we would have to redo. So
Okay.
that's the thought.
Sort of in the spirit of why we're having this presentation done, I don't think I'm getting out on a skinny limb here speaking for the board, saying that you should really do everything you can to make the project fit with surface parking, because I don't know what the appetite is going to be for a parking deck, with this board. So I think the board's supportive of the project, but we're gonna have to reel some things in. But at any rate, have you replaced the AC out there yet? Yes, okay. He nodded behind you.
Okay.
He knows, he works in the building, so that works.
Thanks,
I just know that was not
Yes,
cheap.
during 2020, a lot of the board meetings were over the convention center.
Right.
We were replacing a lot of air handlers at that point and
Okay.
chillers. So we're pretty far along with that. Just in reference, total transparency on the parking, I was tasked to look at any kind of grant opportunity that was out there that could help augment the cost of parking deck, parking garage on that west side. As you all have seen, 7th Street Extension is in construction. That compromises about 75 parking spots, but they did realign the parking, so when we refinish that northeast parking lot, we'll get back some of that 75 parking spot loss. In most cases, we have enough. It's like a mass assembly, concert, graduation, where you don't have enough of parking. And honestly, that's a subjective opinion. That's probably 8 times a year. So we're scouring around where we can do off-site parking if the board doesn't have an appetite for elevated parking.
No, I appreciate you bringing that, you mentioning that, because that helps us evaluate the cost of a deck, which would be substantial, and then understanding it would be used 8 times, let's say 10 times a year, right? So if it's used not even once a month, that does help us. Commissioner Cruz has joined us, and I just want to do a test real quick and make sure that he's able to communicate with us. Are you there, Commissioner Cruz? This is why we test. Commissioner Cruz, can you hear us?
Yeah, sorry, I was in an elevator.
Okay. Your volume is extremely low, but we hear you. So we'll work on that.
You hear me now?
A little better. It's still pretty low. I think it might be on our end that we need to turn up the volume. Okay, so we're going to go to Commissioner Bosch. He's next on the speaking order.
Guys, I'm at a loss, okay? 38 million? That is like, I'm not even going to say what it was before, but it's increased tremendously. So you're talking about a plan that now I have no idea what we're doing. And plus the other plan that we had did have a parking garage, and y'all had talked about having a rooftop, lounge and all this stuff. Now we don't, that doesn't even include parking. So I'm at a loss as to how it went almost double what we had talked about before. I mean, what is it? I mean, you're asking us to talk about a project that I don't think these board members even know what we're talking about, really. I mean, help me here.
Okay.
It's really gone up.
Commissioner, there were a lot of questions there. Where should I
I
start?
know, I don't know where to start, I'm sorry, but there is a lot of questions.
Yeah, so if you're talking about the cost of construction, I know you've heard it 100 times, the cost of construction has gone up
Not that much.
substantially. It's not that much.
No.
But we have also an area that is confined by the parking and the ponds. So we have to drive piles, shift ponds. There's a lot of kitchen work that has to be done. I mean, that's expensive equipment. We're trying to do a ballroom. I mean, it's just expensive. We're doing the best we can to try to cut it down.
And I know that you're wonderful at your job. I'm not finding fault with you at all. Please don't think that. But what I am saying is, I think this is a project that each individual commissioner needs to be briefed on this privately. And do you have any sort of conceptual plan to kind of give us an idea of what you're looking at now? And, I mean, it sounds like the project's really changed quite a bit from what it once was.
We do have a conceptual.
Yeah.
It's very conceptual, and it's just a floor plan, and we don't have a rendering or anything right now. So, but we can sit down and talk with you about the
Yeah,
floor
I think-
plan.
yeah, that's a lot
And
of
we'll bring
money.
the draft GMP with us. It's an order of magnitude estimate, and we can go through it line by line if we need to, so you can see where the high spots are.
Yeah, I think that would really be beneficial to not just the new commissioners, but us old ones as well, because that is truly, Elliot, you knocked me over on that one. All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, so item 1A is 38 million. We're ready for 1B.
I think the other two are pretty simple. The ball hockey, there's ball hockey in our community now. They use the deck hockey rink that the Lightning put in at Lakewood Ranch Park several years ago. Yes, so it's ball hockey like some of us played as kids. It started in early '21, and today they have almost 200 kids playing ball hockey. So I've kept in touch with the gentleman, Bradley Gustafson, in charge, and the Lightning want to provide more grant dollars, about $20,000, to enhance that deck hockey rink. And he asked, just 2 weeks ago, me and Molly, who you'll see, about $130,000 that he's requesting from the county that would enhance that deck hockey rink to allow more kids to play ball hockey, more adult play, et cetera. And it would give us the amenities to be able to bring in out-of-town ball hockey tournaments. Actually, when we were in Pittsburgh on our sister city meetings, we met the national ball hockey guy. It's a national sport, and so there's opportunities there. So I'm going to catch up with the county administrator, let him know that discussion that I had, so we can bring that back to you. It's really exciting to be able to kind of diversify the types of sports that our kids and adults can play in this county.
Elliot, so ball hockey, what is the number?
From the county side, $130,000 is what he, the gentleman in charge of the league, has estimated. Has not been vetted out by Tom Yarger's team yet.
Okay. Commissioner Baugh.
Yeah, just out of curiosity, I'm sorry. When did all this start?
Early 2021, the ball hockey league started. And as of today, they're almost at 200 kids playing ball hockey. And they'll graduate to blade hockey, ice hockey. So, of course...
Are we going to talk about that today? I've been trying to get information, and I don't seem to know anything about it.
Talk about...
The ice hockey. That's what I thought you were talking about at first, but obviously it's not.
No, we're not going to talk about that today.
Okay, well, maybe you can fill me in later.
Yes,
That
absolutely.
would be nice.
Yes, absolutely.
I don't know anything about it
I don't know anything
either.
about ice hockey. Okay.
Thank you.
So, any other questions on 1B, ball hockey, Lakewood Ranch, 130,000? Okay.
Yeah, I raised, Kevin, I raised
Sir.
my hand.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Yeah, this is something I brought to Lee a couple weeks ago. They've been reaching out to me.
Oh, well.
I look at this as just, and I'm not 100% sure what this list is, because I thought this was a list of things we've already discussed that Lee wanted to see if we wanted to continue on. We have not discussed this previously as a board, so it just happened to be on the list. But I always look for opportunities where we can help the most number of people with the least number of dollars. I went out and met with them, saw their facility, talked to them about what they need, what they can grow to. And so from a dollar standpoint, it looked to me like a very high return for a very low cost to expand something not only for the citizens of Manatee County and the kids, but also to expand more of our sports tourism, which we're doing extremely well with. And the more tournaments and more diverse tournaments we can bring in, the better off we're going to be to keep promoting Manatee County as a sports capital and a sports mecca for the state of Florida. So this is something that is relatively recent in conversation. I think it's only been, as Elliot said, about 2 weeks. But I thought it was exciting in terms of the dollars requested versus the gain we can make, coupled with the fact that the Tampa Bay Lightning are contributing to this. So it's effectively a public-private partnership with an organization that we've already been seeing some benefits from, and we'd like to see some more benefits from. So that's pretty much the extent of this list, this line item.
Thank you, sir. Any other comments on 1B? Okay. We'll go to 1C, the Braden River Soccer Club requests.
I had met with Molly and Marcus over sports and leisure services. They had informed me that there's a new gentleman that has taken over the Braden River Soccer Club. So we're reaching out to him. Actually, we have a date set. I told Commissioner Cruz, because he brought it up to me last week, and how we can better work together and serve Braden River Soccer Club like we do the Lakewood Ranch Chargers. So we'll probably be meeting with him. It's on my calendar.
Can you give us like a general idea of what the requests are?
We
don't know.
I don't think he had any requests on his end. I requested to meet him to see how we can help them grow their leagues. A lot of these big leagues help us bring out-of-town soccer tournaments.
Sure.
I'm not sure of the dialogue that Marcus has had with them.
Okay. And I don't think the frustration is like with ball hockey, it's 130 grand.
No.
I don't think the frustration is the price tag or bringing in tournaments. We know that generates economic activity. We want to do that. The frustration with the board up here is that we have a non-disparagement clause. So I'll just say,
Be careful.
it hasn't been brought to us by the person who was responsibility it is to bring these things to us, and that's not you,
No, no, I
or
understand.
whomever else is sitting in the audience.
Yeah, it
either.
was my idea to initiate a meeting with Braden River Soccer Club. We interact with them for many, many years.
That's
I
your
want to
job.
get to know the new
Yeah.
guy that's in charge.
Sure.
And how we can better serve them. No agenda item, it's just communicating.
Yeah, exactly. That's customer service on your end.
Yep.
That's doing the right thing.
Yep.
Okay. So we'll move on to number
got a
two.
question
Oh, I'm
for
sorry, Commissioner Baugh.
Elliot, I would really appreciate being in the loop on that type of thing too,
Yep.
since it's in my district.
Yes, ma'am.
I mean, I realize Commissioner Cruz, he's at large, but, I represent the citizens in that area, so I need to know what's going on, and the whole board should be informed. So thank you for bringing this forward now. I appreciate it, but please set up a meeting with me. I
Yes,
want
I
to know
sure will.
more.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
And Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Satcher.
Yeah,
Oh,
my
I'm sorry. You got to
apologies.
push your button, sir.
My apologies.
We're strict about that.
It's new.
Commissioner
Well, I mean,
Satcher.
it's Commissioner Satcher.
Commissioner Satcher, then Mr. Washington.
Who are you?
So I don't necessarily know any of the background of the request and the new things with Braden River Soccer. I just know that overall, as a parent, in the county, I hear a lot about them, a lot of other parents. None of my kids play there, but I do know a lot of parents that do, and they just have nothing but great things to say about this organization and making a big impact. A lot of kids play, and so I'm hopeful that we can work something that is mutually beneficial for them and for the kids that play. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Washington.
Just a request, Mr. Chair, is since we have a time crunch with Commissioner Cruz, if we could just jump to number 4 right quick. Those are two topics, or at least one of those topics he'd like to have input on, and then we can move to the list if that's okay with the board.
Yes, sir. I think that's a very good idea. So let's.
Chair, I think I'm good, right?
Yes.
Yes,
you
sir.
are.
I think you are. Thanks, Elliot. Number 4, then, which we'll just bring up Mr. Bishop to introduce.
Hey, good afternoon, Chair. Charlie Bishop, Deputy County Administrator, Director of Property Management. We were directed to work with a nonprofit, Tunnel to Towers, finding a home for them to have a presence here in Manatee County to support the homeless veterans. During that endeavor, we located the property at 66, currently housing Utilities, their headquarters. We've been working with this group to potentially surplus that property to them. In the meantime, find a new home for the Utilities headquarters at an alternate location.
Okay. So no one's on the board, so I'm going to ask questions. Okay. So multiple.
Sorry,
Commissioner Cruz, go ahead, sir.
Sorry, I keep raising my hand, but I don't know if that's working well. This is something that came up last May while we were in Washington, D.C., and I met with the chair of Veteran Affairs, then met with his staff. They put us in touch with a handful of people to inquire about our veteran homelessness initiative. At first, it was about the jail itself, how to use vouchers. It kind of morphed into a much bigger thing. So what we've been doing here is with both Tunnel to Towers and U.S. Vets to create what I think, based on their proposal, is just an amazing opportunity for our veterans and for the county as a whole. Charlie and Lee have really run with this and pushed it pretty far down. They probably have a better handle on where it stands today because we're getting to a point where it may start becoming quasi-judicial. So I pulled myself out of it, let them do what they're doing. But I think once it gets to a point where it can be discussed on a board, it's a pretty amazing project. And I fully support what Lee and Charlie are doing with this group. It's an amazing, well-funded group that will kind of take the ball and run with it themselves and create what should be a world-class, newsworthy opportunity to help our veterans, both in transitional stage, permanent stage, and wraparound service stage for everybody, all of our veterans in Manatee County.
Thank you, sir. So the speaking order is Washington, Satcher, Van Ostenbridge. Mr. Washington.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As Commissioner Cruz had stated, myself, Charlie Bishop, and I, and a few others have been working on this for quite some time. I have an opportunity to speak with these folks who are doing amazing works throughout the country with this type of a model. We have identified an alternative site for our veterans initiative that we had hoped to have across the street, and they were very interested in bringing this particular model of not only transitional housing, but permanent housing for veterans here in Manatee County to include wraparound services in mental health, job training, along with some additional workforce development, homeless prevention, but also to include a permanent component of that being in the form of comfort homes, or we call them tiny homes. So we've gotten pretty far with their letter of intent for this particular piece of property. We've even drafted somewhat of a deed. But going forward, having to find a location for utilities is pretty much where we find ourselves today. Is figuring out what the board's appetite is as far as budget pieces to ensure that we can find the appropriate home for utilities and continue to move on this initiative.
Thank you, sir. So this was in my district until the line was drawn at Cortez Road, and now it's in Commissioner Ron's district, but it greatly impacts my district. It disproportionately impacts District 3 over District 4 because there's really not much to the south of the property. All of the population is to the north, which is District 3. And I did meet with Commissioner Cruz and the Chairman of Veterans Affairs. Well, actually, first this started in Tallahassee. When we went up to the very end of our Tallahassee trip last year, we went up to the 19th out of 21 floors or whatever it was, and we had a meeting with those Veterans Affairs guys when we were talking about putting a facility on top of the existing courthouse, the old jail, if you will. And it was a great meeting, and it sort of sparked some energy with all of us, and we all saw, the board at that time saw a lot of potential. Then Cruz and I met with the Veterans Affairs chairman, and that went well. He was pretty positive about it, and he said, I'd connect you with more people, blah, 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 and apparently it seems Commissioner Cruz has taken the ball and run with it, which kudos to him. My concerns with the project are, one, who's ultimately responsible for, it's money, right? Okay, so who's ultimately responsible for operating this in the operating budget of the facility? What would those costs look like? I have no idea. What is the total capital outlay requirement on our behalf, meaning the county's behalf? I have no idea. Obviously, the value of the land plus, the whatever we have to put in financially for improvements to the land. Then there comes the issue of moving utilities. Obviously, the existing utilities building was built as a utilities facility, right, as an administration facility, not for the needs of this project. So my concern then is what is the cost to retrofit that facility? Who's going to be burdened by that cost? Then the question is, what do we then do with utilities? And I know Mr. Washington and I had a conversation about some of this stuff, but the board needs to hear all of it. And if we're relocating utilities, yes, there's, he's right in some of the things he told me that people don't go to utilities. Customers don't go to utilities anymore. They don't see customers. You don't drop off your utility bill there anymore. And a lot of people work from home that are with utilities, so they might need a much smaller space. And all that's good news, but there is still a cost. Where would utilities go? What would the cost be? And where is that cost? Where's the financial burden coming from? Is it coming from the county to relocate utilities? Or is utilities, which is an enterprise fund, going to have to foot the cost for relocating their admin? And if they are, we're being told that we need to increase utility, and I know this is a kind of a drop in the bucket in the utilities budget, I get it. Right, but we're being told we need to increase utility rates, and we're doing everything we can to, shrink the CIP at utilities to, immediate needs, right? We have lots of sewers that have to be replaced. We're having to move utilities lines because of these big 6 road projects, which I know has created a substantial burden to utilities, but we're going to build the roads. So those things we know are going to happen. And we have, a lot of leaky sewers, particularly on the west side of town and in Commissioner Ron's district as well, which are close to the coast. So yes, we want to address those things. Those are, immediate needs. But is this, should utilities have to take on this burden of relocating, and because there is going to be a financial burden there, and it seems like that's likely going to be bore by utilities. It is rare that this happens, but I'm going to remember a comment made by Commissioner Servia, former Commissioner Servia, when she said she was concerned. I know, but I'm going to go there, give credit where credit's due. She had a concern about it's a similar concern a lot of us share with, when you're well-intended and you have a good heart and you want to help people, oftentimes, Sarasota's not offering the same homeless services that we are, and so and so our good intentions tend to be taken advantage of, and I don't want to see that with this. It's one of a kind facility for the state of Florida. Does that mean that we are going to attract non-residents and transient type folks of which, and I just had a conversation with the sheriff this weekend because of some homeless issues in my district, and he explained to me his guys are on it because the folks they've been interacting with, that specifically Joy has been dealing with, have not been locals. They've not the usual crowd that she's dealing with all the time. There's been an influx of legitimate transients coming into the county in the past 60 days, and so they're trying to get a grasp on who these folks are and where they've migrated from. So this is a concern with this as well. Listen, I think everyone on this board has good intentions when it comes to veterans and the homeless, and especially when you put the two, categories together. But we do have to make sure that that the citizens of the county are not taken advantage of along the way. And of course, what would this is essentially going to impact District 3 over District 4. So what would the impact be to District 3? Is this the best location? That is a prime commercial piece, and Mr. Washington said he needs 4 or 5 acres, maybe 6 acres, but certainly there are other, should we look at other potential properties that are near a transit line that are maybe closer to the urban core where there's more businesses, where you can get to downtown, where you can head up and down 41 and get to the airport, the seaport, everything along that corridor, which is jobs, is what I'm meaning by that, jobs and services. There's a lot to do here, and I'm thinking, personally, I think we need to press the pause button on this, and we need to have a workshop, and the board needs to discuss it more holistically. I've thrown a lot at you, and
Is that a motion? Or you can't-
no, ma'am, I'm not making motions. So Ballard and Washington are on the board. Commissioner Ballard, do you want to hear from Mr. Washington first before you speak, or are you ready to
No,
go now?
I just have a couple of little comments. Honestly, Chair Van Ostenbridge, you addressed almost everything that I am concerned about and interested in addressing myself. I am concerned about the total cost. We also we have a significant homelessness problem that is not limited to just veterans. And I do think that we need to address that problem as a whole. I know that we have a workshop coming up on that. But I agree with Chair Van Ostenbridge. So that's all I'll say. I don't need to beat a dead horse.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Washington, and then Commissioner Satcher.
Just a quick comment, Commissioner, you mentioned as far as the cost for the county related to what has to be done. Currently, and I'll let Charlie speak to anything else as far as prepping the piece of property to convey, but the organizations themselves are just needing a home. They would operate this endeavor entirely on their own with the relationships that they've built, not only with the state of Florida, but the Department of Veteran Affairs and private entities to bring in all of these services to be successful, to include writing in the language of our contract with them to ensure that we as a county have a presence on site with its own community and veteran services staff.
So we would essentially relocate our veteran services division to this site?
An employee or two, not the entire operation, no, sir.
Why not just move the whole operation?
There's a little bit more that goes on at
Okay.
Veteran Services, just the homeless piece.
Well, I'm just thinking their offices could all be on this site, is what I was thinking, but no worries.
We can definitely discuss it in the
Something to
work
look at,
session,
okay.
yes.
Commissioner Satcher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think, first of all, this is an awfully big project that's going here, and to hear about it all at once is interesting. But I will, I don't know if Commissioner Cruz is still on, but, for those of us that were elected or that our term started in 2020, let me put it this way. I don't think that we need to scrap everything that we've got going here, because we made some pretty strong votes and some pretty strong statements. I think it would be absolutely very wise to put up some guardrails and some direction, and to take care, especially of some of your concerns, as far as is this going to become some sort of destination? And I don't think that that is something that we would, want to undertake or should undertake. But if there is a way that we can keep our initial commitment, which I doubt, has changed, then it might be at least, we should, maybe a pause, but I hate to just, we had a lot of votes and we went pretty far down the road across the street. Or we made a lot of progress talking about things down the street, and then this has gone in a new direction. I think I'm separating the two issues of how far this project has gone without any direct input from the board. That is a different issue. But the overall issue of, I do hope that we can at least find a way to, more than symbolically, deliver on some of our earlier commitments. I think it would be a good thing and for all of us. But obviously, I understand the guardrails that you mentioned and think that those things would be important. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Baugh.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think this item particularly is one that we all agreed we wanted to do. But somehow or the other, it's kind of, I think, grown wings of its own and kind of gotten out of hand. But I think this item is probably another one that each commissioner needs to be briefed individually because, I'm sorry? I know. Yeah. Well, yes, but I think before we go into a workshop, I think all commissioners kind of need to know where we are so that we're prepared for that workshop. Because I still haven't heard, I know we put 15 million aside when we were talking about the jail. And I noticed the other day that on the figures that we were given, it had decreased down to 8, but then we had 8 million over here for something else. And so I kind of wondered then, I thought, well, okay, things have really changed here and I don't know what's happening. But I still haven't heard where, and I don't want to know right now, please. But, we have a utilities department, and I think it's very interesting that we're hearing this now with everything else that has transpired with utilities. So I don't know where maybe it's been looked at that they could go. I'm certain, well, yeah, it's a good point, but I wasn't going to go there. I'm trying to behave. But this is hitting the board with a lot that we knew nothing about, the majority of us. And I understand Commissioner Cruz has been involved. Well, that's great, but the rest of us haven't. So maybe we could just get some individual briefings, Charlie, if that's okay, because I think we need to be brought up to date. And I don't think it's probably something that we necessarily want to get into heavily here up on the dais. I think it's something we just all individually need to find out about, if you don't mind, sir. Thank you.
Yeah, I kind of feel bad for Evan because
I do
the
too.
big six is thrown on him. Oh, hey, move all this stuff around. We're not
Yeah,
paying for it.
poor
and
Evan.
then, move your whole admin.
And I think
we're not,
it-
you got to pay for that too. It's like all this stuff sort of gets dumped on him. And
I
then he
think
comes to
that's
us to
why
ask
we're
for,
seeing a lot of what we're seeing
right, he comes to
now,
ask for
too.
a rate increase and we jump
Yeah.
down his throat over it. Okay, Commissioner Ron.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As a veteran, I appreciate this big time. I know Director Washington, or Administrator Washington, and Commissioner Bearden feel the same way, that we need this type of housing. We need this type of, for our homeless veterans and their families also. This is in my district, and I didn't even know about this. So, what I'd like to do is, I'm going to be for whatever we can do for veterans, homeless veterans and veteran housing. My district has a tremendous lot of homelessness in it, so this is something that's needed. But, Charlie, if you can get with me, we can make an appointment to get together. I would love to hear about this. I really would. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Commissioner Baugh and Mr. Washington.
Yeah, I just want to add to what Commissioner Ron said. He's absolutely correct. And I think every commissioner on this board would agree that we want to help the veterans. Obviously, that's how all this started. Mike, I think it was before you were on the board when this initially started. But, we all want to do what we can. So it's not that we don't want to, but we've just got to get brought up to date and figure out, whoa, Nelly, whoa, Nelly. So, just set up the meetings and let us all know where we have progressed to so that we're all on the same page, I think. Thank you.
Okay, so, Mr. Washington. Sir.
Thank you.
And I'm on
Commissioner.
whenever you have a chance, Kevin.
Thank you, Commissioners. We will surely, take all of your guidance from this meeting today on all these items to ensure that we get with your aides to establish meetings to brief you on all these things a little deeper. As I mentioned in the onset, is that we wanted to bring these things to you because obviously we've been spending a lot of staff time and some tax dollars, and we want to ensure that the board is on board with the direction in which we've been moving. So with that, thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Cruz.
Yeah, and I'm just going to point out here what a lot of people just said relative to the concerns, and I hear what you're saying. First off, due to sunshine, I can't really talk to you about things. That's the discretion of the previous administration on how they were going to brief each person and update people on things that are going on within this county. So, that's not on my end. But, I heard a lot of things talking about cost. Well, we budgeted $15 million, and we went up to Tallahassee, and we were told, and we knew it was going to be way more than $15 million, and we were going to have to go out and find additional funds for it. We knew we were going to have to operate that ourselves, which we are not experts in operating wraparound services ourselves. We knew if we built out the judicial center, it could attract other people. Not that I'm entirely against attracting homeless veterans to facilitate, housing and providing services to veterans, regardless of where they live today. They still represented and protected our overall country. So to say this sounds like it may be expensive, well, it was expensive on a previous plan that we had. To say it could attract people if we build out a homeless center for the veterans, it was going to attract them regardless. So I don't see how this proposal is any different than the one that this entire board on a 7-0 vote numerous times has supported moving forward with helping our homeless and our near homeless veterans in Manatee County and elsewhere. This is just a different option, which I believe is going to be more cost effective. It's going to have more professional services, and it's going to take the burden off of our county because we're going to have professional organizations that are well capitalized and do this throughout the entire country to provide the best service for all the veterans in Manatee County. So I saw this as a net positive. All of the negatives you said are not unfounded, but all of those negatives applied when we were talking about the judicial center, which we allocated $15 million of ARPA funds towards. So I think it's a matter of which option. The concerns that I hear are seemingly implying, do we want to have any option? And I do not believe that's the direction this board wants to go, is pulling back on our attempts at helping our homeless veterans. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Baugh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Commissioner Cruz, it has nothing to do with, not wanting to do something or anything along that line. I don't think the board has changed its mind on wanting to have a home for veterans. We definitely want to do that. However, perhaps you've known all of the background. The rest of us have not. And you mentioned you couldn't say anything because of sunshine, but we've had several commission meetings where that could have been brought up and discussed under commissioner comments. So please forgive us that those of us that aren't aware, we only want to get educated so that we can make decisions based on facts that we are aware of. We have a responsibility to do that. And I know that you've done it because you know the background, but the rest of us do not. So it's not a matter of not wanting to do something, and I think that was rude. But, we do want to move forward. But we have no idea what we're talking about with utilities. We have no idea where we're talking about putting them. We have no idea what the cost is on any of that. So how can you expect us to do anything? We don't know what you know. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
To be fair, Commissioner Rowe, I'm not expecting you to do anything. I'm not even 100% sure what this agenda item is as a whole. This sounds like an opportunity where we have a new acting county administrator who just wanted to take a temperature of a board to ensure that he was using his time wisely to move projects forward that this board is interested in. This is a random line item in a 14-line item discussion to just take the temperature if this board as a whole is interested in moving veteran housing as a priority forward. And it sounds like from you and from everyone else, that is in fact the case. Whether that option is across the street or out by Cortez, he just wants direction. Mr. Washington just wants to know if that's something he should keep using time on. And he's just presenting that there is an alternative option. It's an option that's been going down the road for quite some time now. That doesn't mean that's going to be voted on for approval by the board, but until we get to a point of knowing if Tunnel to Towers and US Vets wants to come here, if they have the right facilities and we can provide the right services for them in order to build those facilities, then there's not a whole lot for them to talk about. This is an exploratory process that Lee and Charlie have been going down with them, and they put this on this agenda item. I did not.
Thank you, Commissioner Cruz. I think we all understand where you're coming from. We do agree with you, sir. It is something we want to do, but we need to know the facts. Thank you.
Okay, so thank you both. I should have been more clear in explaining this agenda item because it is just like 4 words on the agenda, but obviously there's a lot to it. Deputy Administrator Bishop on day 1, so Tuesday of last week after the emergency meeting, immediately opened up to Mr. Washington and I and said that there were an extensive number of projects that the previous administrator had essentially, gone down the rabbit hole on or expanded beyond what the board originally had voted on, and that there was a lot that had not been presented to this board, and that it was a concern of his. I was glad that he did. Mr. Washington was glad that he did as well, and so Mr. Washington started to put together a list of items that staff, he sort of went through every department, either items that had not been presented to the board at all that needed to be in front of the board ASAP before those projects, either money was spent or more money was spent on the projects without board knowledge. And then there were also projects that were existing projects which had sort of blossomed, like for instance, the convention center, animal services building. There's a few things on here that had started to really grow beyond the scope of what the board had originally, or certainly well beyond the financial understanding of what the board was thinking was happening with those projects. So that's why this list is here, and I thank Mr. Bishop for bringing it to our attention immediately, and I thank our administrator for providing this list within a pretty short order. I mean, he went around from department to department and assembled a list in pretty short order. There are some other things on here that he wants to bring to us as well that he'll probably do individually. So that's the purpose of this list, and that's why we're going through this. And so I want to ensure that staff know we're not angry at you. We're frustrated that we didn't know these things. But the whole purpose of doing this is because staff came to us right away and said, "Hey, there's things going on you don't know about." And so that's why we're going through the list. So our frustrations are not at staff by any means. We're just frustrated at a lack of knowledge and that we're having to sit here and do this. But we do need to. It's important. Mr. Clegg.
Mr. Chairman, I would just add to that. I did not know this list was going.
I think you just turned it off instead of on.
Not know this list was going to be this long. And when there's a change in management, I think it's a good idea to have this in front of the board so that all of the commissioners have the same information. That's really the point, I think, and so that everybody understands what's on the schedule right now that staff has been tasked with handling. And some commissioners may know more than others about individual things because they received communication that others did not. I hope that no one on the board will find fault with anyone else on the board or with staff for that. We just need to figure out what's in front of the county right now, and it's going to take some time and effort to work through these. I've been doing capital projects since I was in my 20s, and some of these are really big and difficult items. Others are not. Others can be handled a little more easily, but it's sort of a triage of figuring out, okay, what's in front of the organization, and it is an informational exercise, and I hope that helps the discussion, sir.
It does, and I mean, I think Elliot's items, he's the only one that's really gone all the way through. His were perfect. I mean, he brought us something huge like the convention center, and then small stuff like $130,000 for ball hockey, and then, hey, Braden River Soccer Club reached out to me. I don't even know what they want yet, but so that was really perfect. That's what we were looking for. Mr. Washington.
Very briefly, Mr. Chair, when the board's finished, I'd like to also move an item around. I'm not sure exactly when you wanted to break for lunch, but as you see, the list is rather long, and some of these are pretty much, pretty detailed items.
I'm ready to recess for lunch now, is what I was thinking. What was it that you wanted to hit?
2A, FPL projects. We have
I was going to come to that. I know Deb is here. I was going to come to that right after lunch.
Okay.
how long do we anticipate? 5 minutes. Let's go ahead and, okay, so before we go to Dev, we're comfortable with essentially getting some individual briefings from Mr. Washington and Mr. Bishop, and then having a workshop at a later date on item number 4. Does anybody have 4A? 4A? Does that sound okay to everyone? And what was the total dollar figure as of now? I know we're ballparking, but I'm making a list.
We're around $10 million initially, but we have not come to a conclusion on what the current value of the existing utility property is.
So we're at 10 million right now. Does that include moving
That includes the potential purchase of a new facility and the renovation costs for that facility.
for utilities?
For utilities.
Okay, so
Again,
Tunnel to Towers, 10 million now,
it does not account for the current value of the property that the utilities is
plus
residing in.
the property. Okay, all right, thank you, sir. Thank you. Mrs. Iglesias, we're then going to go to number 2A, which is FPL projects and discussions. She says 5 minutes. That should be interesting.
So just to introduce Dev, and this item is not just for development services, it touches utilities and other departments as well, and so there's a list of things that Dev has and talk about generally.
Thank you. I know I stand between you and lunch, so I will be quick. Just to start out, I want to say that all the projects I'm bringing before you today, I'm sorry, yes, Devaney Iglesias with Florida Power and Light.
And she's a Manatee County resident.
And I'm a Manatee County resident. Again, just appreciate being before you. All the projects I'm bringing to you, and it's not a lot, they're all very much in the exploratory phase. The first project I'll mention has had the public, staff, this commission and prior commissions very much, it's been an idea that's floated around for a long time, and if it comes to fruition, I just want to give full credit to Charlie Hunsicker, but we're talking about Rails to Trails. As you all know, there's land that is available that would potentially be able to fully build out that idea that has been floating around for a long time. So what has held it up until this point is that FPL has never formally seen a design plan from your staff, an idea that we can take back to our folks and basically work through. So I'm happy to say we're making headway. Basically, your staff has the direction right now to put together that design and bring it to FPL. Once we have received it, we'll basically just talk with staff on what we see working or not working, what the overall viability will be, and then that would end up coming before you all. The next project is one that was developed as a result of discussions that we've had, not just with staff here, but with staff in counties and municipalities in our service territory, and it deals with lighting. Through our unregulated subsidiary, FPL ES, which is FPL Energy Services, we are now positioned to be able to acquire all county lighting facilities and be responsible for their maintenance if the commission chooses, and this is something that would be beneficial. We've been working with Chad, Aaron, and Charlie. They've all been extremely helpful in navigating the potential of what this would look like. As of now, our team has just had a couple meetings. We've completed an audit of all county lighting, and we're going to present final numbers to your staff. If we haven't done it already, it'll be in the next week or so. The next project pertains to water, which is a subject I know many of us are paying very close attention to in Florida. Right now, our team is exploring alternatives for incremental wholesale drinking water supply for Manatee County residents. It's a very complex project, again, in its infancy, that requires significant environmental studies to be conducted and considered before we could even move forward. So my team has been working really closely with your utility staff, with Evan and Kevin, and the rest of your utilities team to just vet what this opportunity would potentially look like. In order for us to move forward, our team has been given the direction by your staff to take a first stab at a draft agreement, which basically just means that we're willing to work together to vet this out, but that we are not bound to one another in any way.
Dev, can I stop you right there real quick, because that's important before we go on. She's talking about, in your district, Parish Lake, which is the lake at the FPL facility. There's potential for us to acquire drinking water for Manatee County.
Little Manatee River.
Little Manatee River.
Which feeds into our plant.
Correct, that feeds into it. Hillsborough County will gladly jump all over this if we do not. So I would like us to now say, does anyone have an issue with telling Evan to, by all means, pursue this, and lock it up as
And
quickly
again,
as he
right
can?
now, we're just we're just conducting the studies to
You're
even
dancing the dance,
explore.
we understand. But I would like our utilities to be able to go get this one. Commissioner Baugh?
I just have a question on that. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe you can help me here. I know several years ago, the board did a resolution, Mr. Clake, I think you're aware of this, where I think part of the Little Manatee River, I think it was the Little Manatee River, is protected. Are you familiar with that? We worked with Hillsborough on it. Do you remember?
Yeah, I don't remember what we called it. It was federal designation for a protected waterway. I don't think that would affect the project that we're talking about. And there have been some negotiations and back and forth with a draft agreement, but we worked on one maybe 6 or 8 months ago, but then I guess it went into a
And I
sort of an
think it also
analysis
was
stage.
dealing with looking at a different form of getting that water. So again, we're just vetting alternatives, and right now just want to see. Right now, we're in a point to just put together an agreement that says we'll work together to look at what the opportunities are, but we're not bound to one another.
Great idea.
Does anybody have an issue with Mr. Washington and Evan sort of getting after this?
What,
Commissioner Satcher?
what would it take for that agreement to also include being bound to one another?
I think first we need to figure out what the viability is, and if this is something that the dollars have to be right on both ends for both parties. So I think once we get to a point where we think this is definitely viable, all of that will come before you all to basically make the decision.
Our utilities and our county attorney, that's their job. So that's why we hire good people.
So, not to be repetitive, two different issues. It is, wish I had heard more about this earlier on, but as far as how smart,
that's why we're here.
Why it's a good idea to work together with FPL for more drinking water for our community, that sounds like a good plan. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, sir. Mr. County Attorney?
There's some capital investment involved, Commissioner Satcher, in order to turn that into a facility that can produce water that can be put in our utility system. So a big part of the discussion is who makes the capital investment and how do you monetize that and recoup it. So that's why it's going to take a little longer to make it a binding agreement.
Yep. As you all know, in addition to the Little Manatee River, we also just have a lot of land that's out there. So there's the potential of that facility
For
being
well
built on
points as
that
well?
land. Yep.
Okay. Okay.
Excellent.
So the very last thing that I'll just mention is we have a lot of hardening projects, general hardening projects that you all are aware of. I just want to offer to you all, I know that you all have been receiving questions and concerns from residents, so have a lot of our municipal electeds regarding what our process is for hardening and being selected for an underground project or anything like that. So this is not one that your folks are working on. I'm just going to throw out there that if you want me to be available and my staff to be available at a council of government, I can never say that the right way. But if you want us available at one of those future meetings to present on where we are on our hardening track within the county, I'm more than happy to do that. So just let me know and who I would need to work with to get that scheduled, and we'll do that.
Yeah, Mr. Washington, can we get that added to a council of governments agenda? Okay.
I don't know if it was 5 minutes. I tried.
That's okay. I'll touch real quickly on, Satcher and Baugh are on the board. I'm sorry, Commissioner Satcher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mine's just real quick. When you mentioned the trails, I've heard talk of two different trail projects, one being mostly to the east, kind of basically Lakewood Ranch to Parish, and that involved FPL. And then I've also spoken about, the Parish 301, the track there that heads down to Palmetto. Are we talking about both of those or just one or the other? And if one or the other, which one?
So staff will have more information for you. What I can tell you is that a design is being prepared that will be given to us. I'm not sure what your staff has included thus far. I just know that it's been in the process, and we, for a very long time, talked about wanting to do this project, and every time your staff approached FPL, we said we can't tell you for sure whether or not we would be able to do this if we haven't received any kind of conceptual plan of what it would potentially look like. And that's where the holdup was. And then in the last couple years, your staff has received the direction to at least put together that draft design so that we can start making headway.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Commissioner Baugh?
No.
You took yourself off. All right, then I'm the last one on the board. So Mrs. Iglesias briefly touched on something that I know I've heard Commissioner Ron talk about. I've talked about as well. he says we were like a dark county. I can't remember exactly how you worded it, but it's street lighting. And I've had a meeting with Mrs. Iglesias and Charlie Bishop and utilities as well, because in West Bradenton particularly, I've like literally like scoured. I tried to do it online, but you can't really tell where the street lights are. So I've essentially like scoured the district looking for neighborhoods, but also connectors that don't have street lighting. And we do need to have a further discussion as a board about when you're in a neighborhood, the street lighting is paid for by the residents within the neighborhood. There's a small, tax that's added to their assessment. That's the word I'm looking for. That's added to their bill. But when we're dealing with arterials, connectors, thoroughfares, things like that, the county typically picks that up, right? And so Commissioner Ron has this in his district, Ballard in hers. Well, the city covers a lot of hers, but there are unincorporated areas in her district that are not lit. And then I have them in mine.
I have it in mind too,
So every district, right, is going to be impacted by this. So we need to have a larger discussion as a board about, because there's nothing set in stone. There's no ordinance as to where the bill gets picked up by the county and where it's picked up by the residents. It's just been hodgepodge in the past. But we do need at some point, and I don't mind adding it to the agenda for the 28th if we want to, just to have a discussion and a vote on that. But we do need to have some direction. FPL, it sounds like, is willing to, essentially, they're going to pick up the cost of were you going to pick up the initial cost of the fixtures or just the maintenance?
So it would be us coming in, acquiring the lighting,
Existing fixtures.
replacing, and maintenance. So there
Okay,
would be
so
a capital
you would not be
cost.
paying for the initial,
No.
new fixtures. Okay.
Bummer.
So they'll take over maintenance. The reason they're wanting to take over maintenance, of course, is they're trying to encourage us to have more lighting because they make money off the electric. I get it. That's okay. That's life. Everybody wants to make money. But it does help us to an extent, right? And it does encourage us to do more lighting. So
It
Commissioner
also
Ron,
helps when you guys get angry customers asking about lighting, you can always now just point the finger at
Yeah, I
FPL
said,
to
you know,
fix.
I like that.
call Dev. Yeah. Commissioner Ron, I know you want to talk about this subject as well, sir.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, about 90% of Manatee County is dark, as we call it. One quick question, though. Can we get to a workshop item or something on special lighting districts that might help us understand where we need to be at and where those lighting districts can be formed to help with the cost of some districts might need more lighting, others might need less. But I think the conversation about special lighting districts might be worthwhile. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Dev, for coming down here. Appreciate it.
You all.
Thank you.
Very
Seeing you.
great presentation. Okay, so it's 12:10. If no issues, we'll recess until 1:30 for lunch. All right, this meeting's in recess. Okay, welcome back, everyone. We are continuing through our final agenda item, which is a long one, in today's regular meeting. I will go back to Mr. Washington, as I don't have in front of me the agenda item at the moment. I mean, obviously, I know what the agenda item is, but it was a long one, and I don't remember where we were in that item.
Correct.
So I need to pull it up on the screen, please.
Yeah, I have it here in front of me as well.
And actually, if someone could get the board, there it is. So board brief and direction needed. So if somebody could get 7 hard copies of that, probably 9 hard copies, one for the administrator and the county attorney as well.
Okay.
That would be great.
That'd be awesome.
So we have completed 1A through C. We have completed number 2A. You want to jump out to the beach and do that next?
Yeah, we did 4A.
We did 4A, that's true, which was a big one.
We didn't do the daycare, did we?
No, we just, yeah,
No,
we
but
wanted
let's-
to just go to tunnels.
Okay,
because
yeah, let's go ahead and get back in order here, and we'll start with number 3. We'll start with 3A, which is the market. It was sort of a hot topic in future agenda items, so, Mr. Bishop.
Thank you, sir. Charlie Bishop, Deputy County Administrator. Earlier, I think late last week or early Monday, I can't forget the day, I sent each one of you individually a recap of the beach market. There was a video attached that showed you the progression that we've made with construction for a new site that was selected. And with it, Molly White behind me, the Deputy Director of Sports and Leisure, put together a very loose-based business case to kind of show you what potentially could be made if the county ran it. I'm not proposing that. I did reach out to Jake Erickson to see if our current vendor, UPS, could actually pick up that task. Unfortunately, per the contract, it specifically states Coquina concession and Manatee concession, and so that contract would not be applicable on this particular case. We did come to the board we did come to the acting county administrator with a request to tap into the beach excess funds for approximately 170 to allow us to take funds. We do need to run electric to that site, and we do need, using Tom Yarger's expertise, to put a couple bridges in place. We have made it ADA compliant. We did put some true grid down, a hardened surface, and we did remove some trees. Fortunately, Hurricane Ian also took some out that just happened to be it helped us our cause, but we did take some more out. So we're looking for direction on how to proceed with the beach market.
So
That's a good one.
this is something I would like to get the beach market up and going, Commissioners. I'm not married to a specific how. I have some preferences, but it's more important to me that we get the beach market up and going. Does anyone have an issue with the 175 coming out of, that's essentially concession money, correct? Beach concession money.
If I may ask.
Let's dialogue,
a
please.
question.
Let's get this over
And
with.
I just don't know. I know that money had been already previously taken out, and I know a lot of work's been done. So what's the 175 for again, Charlie?
Yes, ma'am. So we have, I didn't preference, we have got our permits through DEP and working with the city. There's no electric at this current site. This is potentially a long run to bring electric, because if we were going to utilize the beach market for not only day and nighttime events, which was presented to us, we were going to string lights and also bring power, which would help the vendors. And so a majority of it's bringing power. Also, the construction, I believe, Tom's behind me, he could quote me, I believe we needed 80 or 85,000 to build a couple bridges, small pedestrian bridges, because the site that was selected does have a kind of a swale going through it, and this is to utilize the entire space.
If I may.
Please.
I'm just curious, because I don't know. Is there, by chance, do y'all have a map that shows where the new location is and, so forth? Because obviously, I don't know.
Oh, you got emailed a video
Ad or
on it.
anything. I haven't
Did you not
seen
see
it.
that?
No.
There's a video that Carmine made that's interactive, like he goes through the whole little thing.
Okay,
and-
well, good.
Yeah.
But no, I'm sorry, I've not seen it.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am, it was attached, again, to each one of you, an email. It was attached. And
From Carmen?
From Carmine.
Yeah,
sorry.
it's not attached, there's a link.
It was from me, it had a link on it.
Okay, I'm just curious where it was, because I know where it used to be, but I know it's been totally moved, so I didn't know. I
And
just
there-
thought maybe you might have a map of it.
No, I'm sorry, I wasn't prepared for that. The rationale to move it was, again, we met with the city of Bradenton Beach, with their public works director, with their police chief. There's a big need for parking out there, obviously, and so the old location was going to be utilized for overflow parking. Hence, that's why the new location was moved.
So we
Definitely do need.
yeah, we added parking at
Yeah.
the very south
By
end.
the way, I don't have it. I got emails from
Commissioner
you.
Bott, at the very south end of Coquina is where Longboat Pass is. And so the area, that's where they decided to put the market because you can't swim there anyway. So it doesn't interfere with beachgoers down there at that south end. So that way it's like, that's like the market end, the beach is over here where the beachgoers are, it's all in the video. And then the field area could be used for overflow parking, which we did discuss as a board, making the field overflow parking. So we killed that
we did.
idea when we did that. So that's why they moved it to the south end.
Well, I have no info. I mean, it doesn't matter to me. I was just curious.
Okay.
Obviously, I don't have it. All right.
I guess the question is, the 175,
If allowed, I can forward the video to David Moorhead, and he could show it up on the screen.
oh, perfect, let's do that.
I'm doing it.
Okay.
Oh,
let's do
Lee's
that.
doing that right now.
So the 175 out of concession money, does anyone have an issue with that? I do not. Okay, then,
Did y'all get it?
and David, just sort of wave at me when you're ready. So then, the next point would be the issue of, do we want to put this out to bid? What would the timeline be if we were to put this out to bid for managing the market?
I spoke to Jake Erickson. He could quickly put together an RFP, minimum 30 days for advertisement, get the selection committee, award the membership. We're probably looking at least 2-3 months minimum. By that time, that would give us the opportunity to finish the construction also, which, again,
Need that long anyway?
I need to bring the budget amendment back to the board. Thank you. And bring the budget amendment back to the board, I believe.
How much income are we talking?
Charlie, what kind of income are we talking?
Molly, you want to speak to that?
At the current site, there's 80 spots, and if it was at full, Molly White, Deputy Director of Sports and Leisure Services. At the new location, there's 80 locations, or 80 spots that are set up for 10 by 10 tents. So if it was run 2 days a week throughout the year, 52 weeks for the year, and a couple of special events, it came out to about $440,000 if it was fully vended.
Fully occupied, right?
Yeah, fully occupied.
Question, the schedule of Wednesday and Sunday. Sunday would be the Sunset Market?
Originally, we were going to go back to what it was in the beginning, which was Sundays and Wednesdays from 10 to 4, but we're open to any direction.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of that. The last thing we need is to add, I don't know if, I'm sure none of you has been out there on a Sunday or on a weekend. Maybe you have, but we don't need to draw more activity to that location on a weekend. That's the last thing we want to do. I'm going to strongly encourage either Sunday be the Sunset Market or we do 2 weekdays.
Sure.
I don't know if you have if you had a plan B for scheduling or not.
Open for direction. Our main goal was to get it back up and running for the residents and the guests. Yeah.
And since we're 2 months out anyway, I guess we don't necessarily have to make that decision
Yeah.
right now. Okay, David has the video ready, so we're going to go ahead and play the video.
Oh, good, thank you.
Mr. Washington, do you want to speak, you want to speak before or after? After, okay, go ahead, David.
What's going on. So the site that
You got to turn the volume way up.
proposed and
Start over.
prepared is right in here.
By the way, I've asked the deputies, I thought that this would be, actually talk to Mr. Ryan Shuttle about it, but Carmine makes these videos kind of frequently. They're great ways to communicate with us without him having to make 7 phone calls or do 7 briefings. If it's like a specific project, it's sort of interactive. He always asks for your feedback, you reply and provide feedback. So I thought this was a great way for him to interact or to communicate with us. Go ahead, David.
With this, from the beginning, I want to let you know where we're at and what's going on. So the site that was proposed and prepared is right in here. We also created a 32 parking space parking lot over here for vendor parking. But this is the area we're referring to. I'll show you some more pictures. We took out 2 Australian pines approved by the city and by the EP. And in our recent hurricane compromised and took down 6 other trees. So a total of 8 trees came out of the site. We came in and we graded the entire site and prepped it. We came in and added True Grid. It's an ADA compliant material and very user friendly. And we added some areas off of the trail and within the site itself. And this was also approved through an exemption through DEP and the city. We also added in some delineation markers within the True Grid, identifying spaces for tents, so it can be easily identified when they set up, and then also areas for the ADA. So this is looking west into the Gulf of Mexico, and I just want to give you an idea of what it may look like. This is not the scale, but these are the tents, and these are all the spaces lined up here. We have 4 light poles that will be going in, and this is the design, and this is all True Grid material, so it's ADA accessible. This is looking north, and this is a little swale here. I'll show you an example of what it may look like. We're talking about putting 2 bridges in, and they will be designed and constructed by our construction services team. And this is the layout for the market. The True Grid material and walks will run in between the tents. This is one last look. Again, this is looking north. And this is all the True Grid material in here. And this is kind of what it would be set up with. There would be a total of 4. The 4th one you can't see, but it would be over here. All turtle-friendly lighting and everything approved through permitting. So that's what it'll look like. And again, you can see the delineation markers. But that's an idea. So just to recap, we'd be pulling electric from the south restroom and probably about 1,300 feet, I believe, to get power down here. We would install 4 light poles, illuminate them. Then we, from this panel, we would put some kind of electric box here, depending on what our next step is. The Sports and Leisure Department is actually asking you for some advice on what the next step is. Well, the site is ready to go. We're ready to install some electric. We're ready to build and construct and install the bridges. A memo has been out asking for some beach excess funds. So that's where we're at, and we're just looking for some direction. So if you can just let us know, and then we can get started on whatever you need. Thank you.
So anyway, hopefully everybody likes the video thing here for keeping us up to speed on stuff. Because I mean, imagine if those had been done, we wouldn't be going through this list right now if we'd been receiving these all the way along, you know?
Yeah, I think it's a fantastic idea. I think it should be utilized a lot more. That way we all know that we're all getting the same information, the
Exactly.
same briefing. There's no question as to whether, one person gets a 5-minute briefing, the other person, goes into
Right.
major detail. So I love the idea.
And of course, email back feedback.
Right, and I think it's easier probably on staff as well, because they don't have to make 7 separate calls.
Okay, Mr. Washington and Commissioner Baugh.
Yes, Mr. Chair, just wanted to touch base. You had talked about the hours and things like that. I do believe that we have enough time to build that into whatever process that we choose to get it out on the street to ensure that the vendor applications can identify those specific dates that works best. And then, of course, the board makes its input and decisions on how they like to move forward. So I think we have enough time to make that happen.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Baugh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just looked back, Amanda sent it to me, so I got it from her. I did not receive it, so if you could make sure, check with Carmine, because it's a great idea, getting the videos, if I get them. So just, if you would just make sure he's got the right email. Maybe it's the spelling of the name or something. But at any rate, looks good. I mean, do we already have the canopies? Are we supplying those, or?
No, ma'am. It was a conceptual. We've got a little feedback from the vendors. They prefer to use their own tents. They have their logos. Some are different sizes besides the 10 by 10. It was suggested we could provide that to make it uniform, but that decision hasn't been made.
All right, and do we know, or who's going to run this? I guess it's been decided that the county's going to do it, is that?
No, we just discussing putting it out to bid.
All right, that's what I was wondering, because, I know that there's quite a bit of money that could be made, by doing it, so that's why I'm asking. I don't think the county should do it per se, because it's a small business, and we don't want to take a business away from another entrepreneur, but it's a good idea. Thank you.
I think as long as the county is getting, as long, put it this way, the county is taxpayers, and I think as long as the taxpayers are receiving, just compensation for what is a taxpayer asset, the property, I don't think it really matters. I guess it doesn't matter, you want someone competent, but you know what I mean? As long as the taxpayers are being compensated, it doesn't matter if the private sector doesn't, right?
Well,
Commissioner,
it does to me, but I'm just one commissioner.
Commissioner Satcher.
It doesn't matter. Let it go.
I was going to throw out there just for consideration, this is just a first blush idea, but you have, at our parks where you have baseball fields, you have concession stands. And those, they're not run by the county.
Nope.
They're run by those, the Little League teams or whatever nonprofit, has some interest in there or in that area. So I wonder if we could kind of set up a hybrid where we could allow some nonprofits to come in maybe 3 months apiece. Something like that. Just a thought. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Bearden.
So that video is awesome, as a lot of the commissioners stated. I think that's the direction and the path and the future of getting, the word out about where the process is with a lot of these projects. As far as the beach market goes in regards to compensation to the county, obviously we're going to talk about that, but I don't know if we're going into a leasing route or a percentage route. Is that something that we spoke about?
We have not gotten to that point. That was, yeah, we haven't gotten there yet. I would like to come to it's in my district, and I'd like to get this up and going as soon as possible. So I kind of don't care if it's leasing or percentage, or if it's the county runs it, or if a private sector runs it. I just want to see it up and running.
Got it.
At this point.
I would too.
Okay. Commissioner Satcher?
Maybe the best way to get to that goal, to get it up and running, might be us to go ahead and go forward with it with the understanding that it's on a temporary basis. So as far as the running of things, and then it also would have a little bit of momentum going. Whoever we bring in, however we set it up, they can see how we want things done, and they can be free to improve if they run it by our people, but it shouldn't go below that level that they set, and it might get going faster for you.
Mr. Washington?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Really what we're looking for is direction. Is it okay that we move forward with the 175? But also because of the construction time, giving us an opportunity to put together the RFP package, writing up everything that's been discussed this afternoon so that when we get it back, we can actually outline the best hours to operate, a mechanism where the county can be made whole, where the taxpayers be made whole with any compensation back from the vendor, and then the board can decide and award that in a way that they approve.
Commissioner Bearden?
One idea to throw out there in the meantime, just to get it up and going, to see if the Chamber of Commerce would take it on. Until we find a good vendor to be able to take this over. Just an idea.
Yeah, the island has its own chamber.
Oh, well, maybe it's the island chamber.
Separate. I don't know that they have any staffing really, other than, I think, just 2 people.
Just in the meantime.
Yeah.
We already give them X amount every.
If it's going to take Mr. Bishop 2 months to get this constructed anyway, why don't we just go ahead and put it out to bid?
Okay.
Right? Because he thinks it'll take 2 months to procure that, correct?
Correct.
So the two are going to coincide, the readiness of the site and, the selection of a vendor or a manager.
What are we, obviously it's taking like you say, 2 months to get it up and going, but what is it that's taking that long? We're just looking at some tents to pop up, right? And
He's got to run electric 1,300 feet, and he doesn't have any money to do it yet.
Got it.
Permitting.
Okay.
Right.
Got it.
Got to build the bridges.
Okay.
Please get permits.
Do we need two bridges? Could we, I mean, we seem to be in the money-saving mode here. We're in a fat trimming business today. You know, Tom, could we deal with one bridge?
We can certainly deal with one bridge. We'll just
All right.
locate it centrally. We were just trying to make it as easy to access
I
as we
gotcha.
possibly could.
Okay.
And we can put one in, and if we decide we want another one, we can put another one in
True
later
story.
on.
Okay, so
So if we-
50% bridge savings today.
So if we put one in, will that cut down the time from 2
One
months
versus
to?
two.
No, Tom, his guys throw a bridge together pretty quick. It's
Okay.
permitting is your
So,
trouble, yeah.
Yeah, it's Tom Yarger with Property Management. It's the 2 months is two things. It's going to take me that long to build a bridge and get it out there and everything else, but also the procurement time to get the RFQ put together and advertised for 30 days. And then you have a selection committee that meets and they shortlist and then they interview and then they choose one and then we enter negotiations. So 2 months might be
Pushing it.
yes.
Commissioner Ballard.
So looking at the conceptual, I think that it looks fantastic with the uniform tents. What would be the cost for that versus people bringing in their own tents, which could be much less attractive?
That's something we'll have to bring back to you
Okay.
because, you know, we might get a deal if we buy a bunch of them.
Right.
Everybody's going to want different logos on there, or we're going to add logos. There's a lot of things to talk through.
Yeah, I mean, the whole point of the market is it's super eclectic and, you
Hey,
know,
yeah.
artsy and whatever, so they all like to do their own tent. The uniformity doesn't really fit in with the artsy crowd.
I hear you, but
Speaking to the jewelry designer next to me.
I'm not going to say a word.
Okay, so as far as direction, can we, do you need a motion, Mr. Clegg, for the 175?
That's got to come back to the board with a budget amendment, so I don't think you need to take action on that today. That, I assume, is going to come back on a consent agenda as a budget amendment
28th.
resolution. All right.
Correct.
Are we okay with giving, does anyone object to giving staff direction to bring us the 175 as a budget amendment later?
no.
Okay, Commissioner Satcher? Okay. Well, you just look like you were going
Don't
to
seem
say
like it's
something.
fun.
Yeah.
No, I was just thinking about our coquina, whatever the parking, if they could change the scope, but that's too complicated.
Then, we went from two bridges to one. We're okay with that?
Mhm.
Okay.
Direction to put it out for bid.
Oh, yes, and so you want motion for that? Okay, so we'll entertain a motion to direct staff to start the bidding process to, for the Coquina Beach Market Management, it's Coquina Beach Market. We have a
Second.
motion by Commissioner Ron, seconded by Commissioner Bearden. We'll open up to public comment. Is there anyone from the public who would like to come forward to speak on advertising a bid for the management of the Coquina Beach Market? Seeing no one, will close public comment, and we'll do a voice vote at this time. Oh, Commissioner Ballard is on the board.
Sorry. Does the budget change with the single bridge versus the two? And do we know by what extent, or are we just,
How much is a bridge?
About $45,000.
Oh, my God.
You just say 50 grand.
amazing, I
Well
love
done.
it.
Well done today.
It's a large bridge. It has to reach from bank to bank and then some to
And you have
get
to
the
be
right slope for
ADA
ADA
accessible,
and,
right.
and that's, so
Right.
each bridge is 60 feet wide.
60 feet wide?
6 feet in length, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Okay.
I was gonna,
They're 8 feet in,
I was like,
8
you're
feet in
covering
width.
the whole swale. Okay.
Sorry about that.
Tom, you tell Tom to build a bridge.
He's
He builds a
gonna build a
bridge now. Okay. Yeah, why don't you build the Ford Hammer while you're at it? Okay, so we have a motion and a second. We've held public comment. There's no one else on the board. We'll go ahead and vote on the advertising the procurement. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Okay, Madam Clerk, that passes unanimously by a vote of 6-0 with Commissioner Cruz absent. Do you need any other direction on the market? Okay, sooner the better with the market, folks. Thank you. Dream Oaks is number 3B.
Again, Charlie Bishop, Deputy County Administrator. With me is Charles Metter, and I've been working closely with Mr. Clegg on this action. So Dream Oaks is a nonprofit that came to us with the vision to utilize the former Manatee County Youth Ranch, Sheriff's Youth Ranch, which is behind Rye Road, Rye Park off of Rye Road. They are a nonprofit who needs the space to help those individual juveniles and children with special needs, ADA issues. And so when the Florida Youth Ranch was removed from the equation, they came in and has been working with us. I believe we've already presented to the board a right of entry, and Charles can help me with this, with the terms, a 5-year term. I believe the board adopted or approved $1 million out of the ARP funding, because there's a lot of upgrades to these facilities, buildings, pools, and such that need to partake for them to utilize it. They're looking to utilize these grounds sometime in the summer as quickly as possible. Did I leave anything out?
I can speak to that. Good afternoon, Commissioners. Charles Metter, Property Acquisition Division Manager. In regards to the right of entry, on January 14th of this year, the board executed a right of entry with the Foundation for Dreams. That's good for a period of 1 year. Essentially, what that right of entry does is provide early access to the site, which is about 24 acres. Our division is working on a long-term agreement. It's still in draft mode, and we're working on that with the Foundation for Dreams. And the initial proposal is something along the lines of 10 years with a 10-year renewal, and there will be no rent for that period of time. But we have not sent that license agreement to the county attorney's office yet for review.
Sounds like a pretty good deal for you there.
Yeah, that's a good
Mr. Bishop, I didn't hear, and maybe, I think you said it, but I missed it. Dream Oaks, what is the price tag for that?
Again, I believe, again, I thought the board, and maybe Sheila can help me.
We had a vote on this at some point. I know that.
Yeah, we gave them, or are going to give them $1 million out of the ARP funding.
1 million ARP.
Mm-hmm. There are and has been initial improvements to that facilities. Hurricane Ian hit it quite extensively. We did get some FEMA relief for a roof on one of the structures.
Okay.
The facilities, and again, I know we potentially may be in litigation. I think I need to be careful on the conditions of the facilities. They did need some TLC. There were some trees down, pool repairs, some other issues with the current facilities that we initiated, county initiated, to try to bring them up to par. I stopped all of that. I had our structural maintenance and repair team in there for quite a few months to try to do what I could do in-house. We've not brought any CMAR, no GMP, no contractors been there. It's been internal staff.
Okay. Commissioners, what do you want to do? Do you want to push the pause button on this?
Yes.
That's District 1, District 2?
I was, so I don't know exactly the background of what happened with the youth ranch.
They sort of went out of business and stopped using the thing, so we took it back.
didn't use it.
Dream Oaks needed a new facility.
And
Dr. Hope's essentially worked out a deal with them, but now there's $1 million price tag.
Right. At one time, the youth ranch was really doing some wonderful things for a lot of kids in Manatee County. I hate that no longer exists. I also,
Nothing to do with us.
I understand. I hear you. Yeah, $1 million price tag does not sound, sounds quite expensive for improvements. I just need more information.
Do you want to push the pause button
I
as
do.
well?
Yes, I need more information.
Commissioner Ball, you're on the board. I was just going to go around.
Well, I mean, I think we have a lot of questions, and so, I mean, I think that Dream Oaks is probably a great thing, but, we have a lot of questions. I mean, this is not, I think what's bothering me at this point, and I'm sorry, but it's dawning on me that the price tags are, the price is just going up and up and up, and we're just sitting here looking at you going, oh yeah, let's go, yes, we can do this, we can do this. My concern is, how much money with all these projects, I mean, y'all must know really where we're coming from. Sheila, do you have any info on that? I mean, where are we with all these projects? And monies that have been committed. I think that's what's scaring me. I mean, if it wasn't too bad, I wouldn't mind trying to move forward to help on this, but I don't know where we are.
And Commissioner, I agree, and that's, I think, why Mr. Bishop brought it to Mr. Washington and I, and why I immediately said it needs to come to this board, because a lot of these projects have ballooned. And there are some that the board didn't know about at all, which is essentially is why we're here.
I know, but that's
so-
my concern is I don't know how much money we're really totally going to be talking about.
My intention was to go through the list and then bring Sheila up at the conclusion.
All right, go ahead, sorry.
Okay, I know, it's a lot to swallow. I
It's
get
a
it.
lot to swallow.
I get it. That's why we're here. Yes, sir.
One more thing to add, there is a bone of contention here with Dream Oaks. Dream Oaks has continually asked for sole source, basically sole use of the property. The county has been pushing back on that because, again, it's county property. We felt the need for other nonprofits and/or county use. So that has not been settled.
Yeah.
Right,
that's-
because, and just a couple of examples, I can tell you that, we could have put people there after Hurricane Ian, people, during the storm, after the storm, that needed to be housed after the storm as well, workers during the storm. I can tell you Bayside Church, for instance, doing camps and things, Christian retreat camps, that could have utilized it when Dream Oaks was not. Just as some examples off the top of my head. Yeah, so.
Have a signed agreement with them yet.
We do not, and that's his point was regarding the agreement, is he's pushing back on that. So the board supports you in that. We want to be able to use it as well.
Yeah.
District 4 on Dream Oaks, sir.
Pause.
District 5.
Pause.
Okay, District 6.
Pause.
Can we pause all this?
7's not here. I didn't say, we'll go ahead, let's just put the pause button on this and let's work on these others and sort of come back to Dream Oaks. I don't think it's a high priority at the moment. Unfortunately for them, I'm sorry, but
For them it is, I think.
I know.
They're, the boys, the Boy Scout camp, I can't think of the name of it.
Flying Eagle, that's where they are now.
I believe they're being asked to exit that, so there's going to be a need for that services that you're trying to provide.
Oh, my
So-
goodness gracious.
Why don't we have Commissioner Cruz and Jeb Muelock are very close friends, and Eddie started Dream Oaks. Why don't we ask Commissioner Cruz to reach out to Jeb and bring us some kind of a compromise decision? You know what I mean? Something that's not $1 million and that helps them perhaps in the short term, if it can happen. Commissioner Satcher and Mr. Washington.
So thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to, I guess I will give some of the background with it being in my district, as you mentioned. So the sheriff's ranch, there was a law passed that made it where they couldn't, do their normal business operations. During, I think maybe the year before COVID, Bayside had used, were trying to do something worthwhile, and so they had Bayside had their college use it as basically dorms. I had a member of their board that you introduced me to give me a call, early days of being a commissioner, said, hey, we're, looking at this. I wonder if there's any way we could just buy this outright or work on a long-term lease. This was someone from Bayside. Early days of the former administrator, I mentioned it to him, and then the next thing I knew, it was completely whatever, and we took something away from two different organizations and then gave it to, or in the process of giving it to a third here a year and a half later. So that's the kind of thing, can't necessarily tell you offline, so I'll tell you here.
Okay. Mr. Clegg and then Commissioner Ballard.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, my only thought would be it is unusual to be talking about this much investment with a nonprofit for a site like this without the board having the opportunity to hear directly from the nonprofit what they do and what they propose to do with the property. So one suggestion would be that it come back to you for that discussion. Obviously, that wasn't what you were queuing up today because we're going through a lot of things, but you do see that normally when you're talking about something of this significance, that they come before the board and say, here's what we want to do and here's why we're asking for this kind of investment.
So why don't we have Mr. Washington get with Commissioner Cruz and Dream Oaks and bring them in here to present to us so that we can hear the bigger picture and go over, and Charlie, if you could help them come up with a, their wish list, our wish list, and a reality somewhere in the middle would probably be a good idea.
We'll help them with the video.
There you go. Are we okay with that? Commissioner Ballard?
Yeah, so I just wanted to to say that I am aware, I'm aware of the statute that caused the youth ranch to change operations. However, I was under the impression that, that the youth ranch, that they very much wanted to continue utilizing the property. And
We're litigating
I'm-
that. I'm sorry, Commissioner Bell. We're in the,
Understood.
yeah, we're still
Understood.
litigating that. We're going
I-
into mediation next month.
understood. I will, yes, okay. So,
Okay. So we feel like we have good direction on the youth ranch, okay, or I'm sorry, on Dream Oaks. Okay. Parking garage, is that, because this is the world we're in now, is that the parking garage here for this building or the beach? Because I plan to bring the beach to us on the 28th. And I wasn't really looking for support for a parking garage, but I was going to come to us on the 28th to vote on supporting Representative Robinson's bill.
Yeah.
Okay.
We can do that today.
Well, I was gonna give it careful thought and advertise it on an agenda. No, we're gonna advertise it on an agenda, and do it properly. Receive the emails and all that. So, let's do Coquina Trail first, and then we'll do the parking garage. And I know this, this is one that I found out about yesterday, so it was added sort of last minute. Do you want to explain it?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
All right, so, feels like it's the property management show here, but property management oversees the beaches
Well,
minus.
CIP is gonna be you. I mean, it's all your stuff.
So the Coquina Trail is the responsibility of property management. Lisa Click, one of my supervisors, works for Carmine, is out there on a daily basis maintaining the beaches minus the raking of the beaches. That's natural resources.
Sure.
So we maintain them. This is a heavily used trail. Actually, the gentleman behind me put that trail in 15-plus years ago. It was on a limited budget. There were no root barriers put in. There were no Australian pines taken out because of the tree issue. That trail has been severely damaged on multiple occasions between storms, water, and the tree roots. We've had numerous trips and falls. I probably put about $40,000 a year in or plus just to cut sections out or repair it along the way. It's a mile and a half? Mile and a half long. And we have punted this for multiple years, not believing that the TDC could fund it, not having the general fund fund it. It was suggested that the ARP would fund it. We put it on the ARP list. I'm here today because Chad went out with Woodruff, who's there on site, doing the beach parking lot. We've worked a GMP in the range of $1.8 million to pull that existing trail out. We've got the permits in place. Pull the existing trail out, put the root barriers down in place, which should have been done 15-plus years ago. It's not meandering the trail in a different direction. It's not widening the trail. There will be some trees taken out, but it's permission to move forward with that GMP so we can get this behind us.
Okay, so this is in my district, and it came up in my CIP briefing yesterday for my district. I'm always, we all fight for our districts and try to get, needed projects in our districts, but we also each have to be cognizant of taxpayer dollars in the county as a whole and, be realistic about our districts and what our district's needs are. The trail is heavily used, so it starts in Bradenton Beach, if you turn and head south, as soon as all the beach parking starts, right, even though it's just like single row, it starts right there and it runs all the way down to the southern tip at Longboat Pass. People bike, they jog, pushing strollers, whatnot. It is utilized. I'm not arguing that it's not utilized. However, it's $1.8 million. And right, I know, just $1.8 million. I sort of had the feeling that, $1 million here, $1 million there. Sooner or later, we're talking about real money. So I asked him to pull it and put it on here for discussion. So Commissioner Ball, you're on the board. Let's discuss.
Well, I got a question. Would this not qualify for TDC funds? I don't understand why it wouldn't. Tourists will use it.
Yeah.
It's literally utilized like 90% by
Right.
tourists.
Elliot knows better than I. I believe we've asked for that in the past. I thought it was denied, but I can't swear to that.
Mr. Clegg?
I think we need to explore.
Yeah.
Looking at me once. I'll have to look at it, but normally they are, I don't know where is it located exactly?
It's located within our park, Coquina Beach. It starts at the entrance, go ahead, Tom,
Yeah,
explain it.
that's tourist tax
Yeah,
eligible.
it starts at Fifth Street South and then runs southward all the way to the bridge crossover onto Longboat Key.
Access the beach from the trail?
You can access the beach from the trail, you can access the ADA ramps from the trail, you can, it meanders through the area that is wooded before you get to the beach.
There is Attorney General opinion on that. That's a tourist tax eligible project.
It is. There you go.
It is.
Okay.
Problem solved.
Okay, so I'm going to ask two things then. One, let's make that a TDC item, and two, though, only because we have this list that is, we're trying to get our hands around, or our arms around, more like. Let's just pause it for now, and then let's come back to the board with it later, once we have our full grasp of TDC funds, because we have a convention center that's now $38 million, right?
Well,
We're gonna vote to support Representative Robinson's bill for a parking garage at the public beach as well. We have no idea what that's gonna cost. So before we go I know it's just $1.8 million. I don't know in what universe I ever thought I would say that. But the millions start to add up eventually. So is there a sense of urgency on this thing? I mean, can it wait a few more months?
The only sense of urgency would be Woodruff is on site wrapping up the Coquina Beach parking lot. There'd be a remobilization fee potentially.
They're also on site doing sewer down at, Fifth Street South anyway.
Costs could go up. I mean, yes, everything could wait.
Costs can always go up.
Yes, sir.
But they can also go down to zero if we don't do it. So, Commissioner Ballard.
My only other question is, you had mentioned trips and falls, safety concerns. How severe is that concern at this point? Of course, of course.
Oh. Anybody has a right to sue the county. We do go out there with caution tape. We do go out there with orange spray paint. Again, I mentioned earlier, I spend roughly $40,000 a year fixing those. I'll continue to do that.
Okay.
Thanks, Charlie.
All right, so we're going to press pause on that, and you and I'll circle back up on that, and you'll get the TDC money. You'll go after the TDC money in the meantime. Okay, you guys want to tackle the parking garage, or I have Sarah here. You want to get her out of the way?
Sure.
I'm sure she's ready. Yes. Sarah Brown, if you want to come down, I'm sure Charlie would like to, get out of the way
Intro. Okay.
of dodging bullets for the moment. So we're going to go to number 5A,
Let's start with Tom.
and poor Tom has to start.
It's okay. So this is a new building to be constructed at Bishop Animal Hospital. It is probably somewhere in the neighborhood of $17 million. I'll get that out of the way. It's going to house 100 kennels. It's about 15,000 square feet. So it's a large facility, has an educational aspect. It does not have a vet. We have a vet in the building that's there now. But there's an old building that's there. There was parts of it were built in 1952, and then some other parts were built in, I think, the mid-70s. So we have to take most of that down, in fact, all of that down, and we're going to try to save some of the brick that's commemorative because it's part of the old original building. So it needs to have a lift station. It's when you build dog kennels and cat kennels, you have special types of ventilation. There's a lot of plumbing that's involved because every cell has access to, I say cell, every kennel has access to a drain and a hose bib. So you've got water and plumbing that are a factor. We have fire sprinklers that are a factor. It has to be hardened, or it's scheduled to be hardened so that we don't have to move the animals out and back again in case of a hurricane. So there's a lot of moving parts.
Okay.
How many million is this? 17?
Sarah.
I'm sorry.
Sarah.
Okay.
So while we're still wrapping our heads around the money, let me say that the previous board allocated $8 million for an animal shelter out east. We then moved $2 million to Bishop for improvements, because what we were gifted at Bishop was primarily an animal hospital and a bunch of cat condos, but only like 30 kennels. Is that right?
For Sarah Brown,
Dogs, for
Division
dogs.
Chief for Animal Services. For the dogs, there's 53.
53 kennels. But we have 85, which can be divided in half, basically, out at Palmetto. So that's 53 is not enough. So we need more kennels, fine. If we want to close Palmetto. If you don't want to close Palmetto, we just carry on. But if we want to close Palmetto, we're going to have to increase the capacity of Bishop because it's not even the capacity we have now. So, right, so there's that. So 2 million was moved over for improvements to Bishop. Then it was determined that the existing building wasn't going to, they were going to rehab the old building. There's a new building and an old building. They're going to rehab the old one, and that was going to help us. Well, that's not going to work. So we ended up voting to move an additional 4 million to Bishop. So currently there is 6 million in a pot for Bishop. And there's still another 2 million sitting in the East County shelter. So just right off the top, we're looking at 17 million. We can move 2 million from East County into Bishop and have 8 million, and then hopefully direct Sarah to come up and tell her that what I'm hoping is we'll do is say the building has to fit the budget. Like, you have 8 million. Unless you want to take that away, give her nothing, you could do that and just keep Palmetto. Otherwise, we got to tell her she's going to have to come up with an $8 million building. Unless you want to put more money into it.
I think that is the right solution at this point.
I mean, I'm not seeing more money coming into play here. I'm being honest with you, Sarah, and you know, we want to build, you know, we want to get you out of Palmetto, right? I mean,
we would like to be moving out of Palmetto. It's
a dump.
It is the money pit. We know that. We've spent
Yes.
hundreds of thousands of dollars band-aiding that building over and over again. The plumbing is, even though we fixed the plumbing a couple of years ago, we have plumbing out there just about every day.
Yeah.
So it is, the infrastructure's failing, the building's failing. I think everybody knows that. If you haven't been out there, I'm happy to give you a tour of it. I'd rather give you a tour of Bishop. It's much more exciting to see. You know, of course, we're going to go with the direction of the board, and we're going to do whatever we can to make that work. You know, the county is growing, though, and I would only ask that potentially we would have the ability to add on in the future if that is necessary.
if it's not hardened, I'm just going to be blunt. If it's not hardened, what does that mean? I mean, listen, I love animals. I got a dog from you, okay? So I love animals. But I have to look out for people.
That's exactly what I was thinking.
You mean, what does hardening mean, or what?
Oh, I know what hardening means.
Okay.
I mean, what does
So
it mean to Sarah when a storm comes if we don't harden it? Because Palmetto is not hardened, right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, no, Palmetto is definitely not hardened. The windows are, nothing else is, and we have to move animals out.
Is Bishop
Bishop's a
facility?
Cat 3 building, so it is
Okay.
it a hardened building? It is safe for the animals to reside there. They did during Hurricane Ian.
Tom, we're dropping the price, what, 30, 40% if we don't harden this thing? Oh, please say more.
Close, maybe 25%.
It's okay, so we got a 25% cut if we don't harden it.
Well, it's, yeah, because that changes a lot of things. We don't have to have generator power, those kinds of things.
Right. I mean, I live right by Bishop. We're high and dry. You know, there's not a flooding concern right there. It's one of the highest parts of Bradenton. It's right by Blake. It's, I know the area well. Bray is very high and dry as well. Anyway, so we could not harden this thing to save 25%, and we could send them back to the drawing board to say, come up with an $8 million building with as many kennels as you can. Commissioner Baugh.
Yeah, Sarah, you're absolutely right. You need to get out of Palmetto, okay? Totally agree. That building needs to just be flattened, okay? But at the same time, I'm sure that you're hearing how this board is seeing millions of dollars right now that we didn't realize we were going to be looking at spending. And I don't know where it's all going to come from, so it's kind of overwhelming for us right now.
Oh, of course, I've been here all day watching.
Yeah, so it's a great day. It's a great day in Manatee County. As our chairman always tells us, it's a great day. So I think, you know, I see your need for more kennels. You have 8 million. And I think that right now for this commissioner, we need to figure out a solution for the 8 million. Because I don't know that we can really, I mean, all jokes aside, I don't know that we can afford to give you more because of all this other stuff. So it's kind of overwhelming right now, but I do know that you need to get out of Palmetto. That needs to happen. And we need to just flatten that building, and then in time, we need to keep that property and start over again one day. But, you know, for now, I mean, I don't see how we could add to it, to be honest, at this point, with everything we're looking at. And I know you need more kennels. That's probably your biggest your biggest need, so.
Functioning kennels is
Yeah.
always going to be our first and foremost, the biggest need that we have.
Right.
Yeah,
So-
pretty basic.
I'm here, I mean, I want to help, but I don't know how we can do more than that right now.
You have
I really don't.
7.9, make it happen.
Make it happen, Sarah, you got it, I know you do.
We'll make miracles happen.
Every day.
Thank you.
Commissioner Ballard?
So I obviously, I think I already said, I think that 8 million is the number that I'm going to feel comfortable with. Just from a logistics standpoint, having a non-hardened building at this point, how often are you having to move the animals out? What does that mean for your operations? Do you have to move the animals out?
We do. Well, the best case scenario is always before a storm. We're good at moving animals after the storm because people love that call to action. And unfortunately, people don't care prior to. So anytime there's a storm, meaning hurricane, we have to move them out. Palmetto floods when it rains for 5 minutes. So it's a continuing issue that we have. Kennels will flood continuously throughout the year at the facility.
Yeah, she has summer rainstorms, thunderstorms, and the place floods out.
Yeah.
Wow.
Pretty
multiple
bad.
times a summer. But the cost of, I mean, what's 25% of $17 million quick versus moving all these animals to the gym at Bray or wherever they end up getting moved to when a hurricane
I agree with you. I agree with you completely. I mean, I understand that I'm sure it's very stressful to move the dogs, once or twice a year in the event that we have a bad storm, but at the same time
It would be like once every 5 years. It wouldn't even be once or twice a year.
Hopefully.
Okay.
Yeah.
It is hard on the operations, but we work for public safety. That's what we do.
Amen.
That's a good point.
Yeah. Commissioner
Got a good
Bearden.
EOC, too.
So, what is it, having to move those animals, right? What do you think it costs us to move those animals every year?
Every year?
Well, it would depend on how many animals we have in the facility. We would put our officers out to transport the animals. What we did during Ian was bring them over to Bishop.
Okay, so if everything was centrally located, we could definitely, that would be essentially cutting costs.
Oh, 100%. One of our biggest, probably one of our biggest costs right now is having the staff so split up. Officers transport probably 30 plus times a week from each facility to another. Also with staff allocations, it's much easier if we are all on one property. People call out, you can help each other out. When we're across the bridge, there's no way to help each other out. So it's certainly going to be, we had talked about before, are you going to need more staffing? Well, I mean, I'm always going to say I'm going to need more staffing.
Correct.
But realistically, I can't say that I do, because if we are all on one property, we're going to save money because we're going to be able to work as a team.
Gotcha. And regarding kennels, what would be a perfect number for you to have kennels, let's just say, evaluated in the next 10 years? Like, in the next 10 years, what would be a perfect number of kennels for you to have at your facility?
For adoptions?
For adoptions or whatever?
Oh, here's the problem with Bishop that we have right now. There's only 53 kennels, and we are mandated by law to pick up strays and to house strays for lost and found, hoping that people are going to come get their pets. So with the population growing, people are going to lose their pets, unfortunately, and they're going to have to be housed. Do I think someday that is going to have to expand a little bit at the intake facility that's already pre-existing? It probably will. I think the less, if you have too many adoption kennels, you're going to overwhelm. So I wouldn't say add more, because it's like when you put too much inventory on a shelf, people get overwhelmed and they don't know what to look at.
Correct.
So I'd say around that 100 kennel number is a good number for the adoption side.
And how many do you have now?
In
50?
Palmetto?
You said, not, yeah, I mean.
In
if
Palmetto,
were
we
to
have,
move-
for dog adoptions right now, we have 80.
Okay.
And at Bishop right now, we have 53.
Okay,
need to double your capacity for adoptions at Bishop.
Bishop. Okay.
So in her census fluctuates, Commissioner Bearden, with like the economy, for instance. When the economy is good, people can afford dogs, they have them, they're in a house. When the economy tanks, sometimes they have to sell their house, go into an apartment where they don't allow them to have certain breeds. They just can't afford to keep feeding 3 dogs, so they get rid of
Correct.
2. And so when the economy's down, her numbers go way up.
Correct, and that's one of the things, I actually had a meeting with Sarah a couple weeks ago, and just want to bring the attention to the board since we're talking about this right now. But I believe that if we enhanced our marketing capabilities, we can move a whole lot more dogs, or pets in general, Because there's a lot of people out east that I've spoke with Sarah that don't even know that we have an animal shelter out here.
I totally agree. I mean, yes, I totally agree. I talked to Hopes previously about
don't
getting
ever
her
say his
some, and
name
Hans, I'm sure you met Hans, getting them, not even that much. I mean, how much is it really to have a
1,000 a month, maybe 3,000.
1,000 a month, right? 500 a month, 1,000. Even if it's 500 as a pilot, give her and Hans like a $500 a month to go on social media and do ads.
Correct.
And they'd be everywhere. And if they targeted specifically Parish, where all the families are, right, and the ranch, of course. But yeah, if you targeted Parish where the families are located, it's a bedroom community.
we could move
She could saturate Facebook and IG with.
I mean, because if you think for every day that we have these pets at that shelter, it's cost them some money, food, shots, whatever else it may be. And if we can increase the amount of number of people that are seeing what we have, I think we can decrease, we'll save more money in the end.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, and I
Hopefully
will
make-
have that
hopefully
cost
breaking
savings
that down
number
makes-
for you. I don't have it today because it's not what we're talking about today, but I'm glad you brought that up. I think it's going to be great. Our length of stay has dramatically decreased, and we're going to continue to keep pushing that. And I think marketing's part of the key. You know, we had talked about the other things too, but
Sarah,
it's not what today's about.
Could you email us all, though, something kind of basic about what it costs you per day to have and I know there's tons, they could come in with injuries and,
Sure.
and how, there's a lot to it, but
Yeah.
could you email us some kind of basic info on
Absolutely.
that?
Yep.
Okay, I appreciate that. Mr. Washington.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Sarah, if you could do me a favor, because we're talking about, reducing the budget to some degree and asking you to build this out, if we can also add in those figures the longevity that we will get out of these improvements, how long will kennels last and all the other equipment, so we have a better understanding. I mean, we can attack this at a later date of trying to find other dollars, but it would be nice to know how long whatever we're trying to put in place is going to last us.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
So since currently, Charlie, we have 6 million in the Bishop pot, correct? Why don't we go ahead and entertain, why don't we do a motion to move the remaining 2 million from East County into Bishop so that there is then, the 8 million is there, which we're just sort of shuffling it from the right hand to the left hand, but why don't we go through the motion to do that, quite figuratively and literally, so that 8 million is there, and then I think the direction from the board is, full steam ahead, go ahead and, work on your $8 million building, and come back, bring us back something. Does that sound okay to you guys? Okay.
Two things, sir.
Yes, sir.
One, we can't go into a lot of detail because we're in the silent mode right now, but this project is on the street. We do have a selection committee that is getting ready to select a vendor because the architect portion of it's been on the street. So this is perfect timing that we're going to bring our architect in where we can start developing the plans.
Okay,
So-
when you come up with an $8 million facility,
We'll be back.
I would either, certainly send us one of those fancy Carmine emails, and probably come back to us as well.
And second, sir, I understand the hardening portion. I would recommend spending the $50,000 to put the double throw disconnect on. What that allows us to do is during a storm, the post-storm, when the power's out, it allows us to roll a generator up, hit a switch, and we're on generator power.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You just want like a pigtail.
We want a pigtail. It's very important to us to be post-storm ready, and she will definitely need that after a storm.
I don't think, is that an issue with anybody? Okay, although, and as a plus, when I met with, my street light meeting with, Mrs. Iglesias, we discussed hardening, which she's gonna come to the the Council of Governments with, but we discussed specifically 59th. Cortez Road is hardened, and it's the main line that runs west. And then it comes off, it splits off of, I've learned more about this than I thought I'd ever know. It splits off of Cortez. We're going to bury the lines when we do 59th Street. So it will be hardened down Cortez and it'll be hardened down 59th to get to Blake, that's the trauma center. And you're across the street. And then City of Bradenton purchased the old Red Cross building on 59th Street because it's hardened and it's been sitting there forever. So Gene bought it for like pennies on the dollar. So they're going to make it their EOC is what they're going to do with it. And it's, again, high and dry there, so he wants to be able to stage equipment there when storms come, and our folks can go there, the island cities can go there. So it's going to be hardened for that reason as well. So you'll virtually be hardened all the way to your facility when 59th is done. I know it's like the worst project in the world, yet it has all these great benefits. Sarcasm, sorry, but it is a good project, it's a great project. Okay, so we have a motion by Commissioner Ballard. My understanding is that her motion is to move $2 million from the East County Animal Shelter to the Bishop Animal Shelter. Is that good enough for you, Mr. Clegg? Yes, sir. Okay, and it has been seconded by Commissioner Bearden. We'll open this to public comment. Is there anyone from the public who would like to come forward at this time to speak on reallocating $2 million from the East County Animal Shelter to, which will leave that with zero, to be clear, to the Bishop Shelter facility, which will put that funding at $8 million? Okay, seeing no one coming forward, we'll close public comment at this time. There's no one on the board for comments. We'll hold our vote.
And, should we talk to Sheila and make sure that everything is correct on all that?
Yeah,
that
Madam-
the money's there for that?
Yes, ma'am. Madam Clerk, the vote passes unanimously by a vote of 6-0 with Commissioner Cruz absent. Madam CFO, would you mind stepping up to the microphone real quick? We just want to verify that our numbers are correct, that there was 2 million in the East County and there was 6 in Bishop, and now we have 8 all in Bishop.
That is correct. It is correct. However, as of today, you have appropriated $4 million. The other 2 is coming in '24. The other 2 is projected to come in '25. For the East County.
Yeah, it's allocated, it just hasn't, the funding hasn't fallen yet.
Yes, sir. And it's all infrastructure sales tax, except the $2 million that we had left in the East County Animal Shelter was coming out of contributions, so I would have to divert the funding into infrastructure sales tax.
Well, but I thought there was a total of 10 million for the East County, that 8 million was IST and 2 million
Was contributions.
contributions.
That's the part we left in the project that's in.
So there was
East.
already 8 million in Bishop?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Okay.
But 4 of them are coming in '24 and '25, 2 every year.
That's fine. So then, Mr. Clegg, how do you want me to do this? Because the contributions are not going to exist. That's fake money. So, well, I mean, it took, in like 2 years, they raised like 200 grand, and they're supposed to, and like 150 of it came from one source.
Sheila, what is the right way to get where they want to go in terms of moving them?
I think we're already there.
Are we okay with the motion that they passed? Is that going to work for you? Because obviously you want to bring this back and formalize it at some point.
Yes,
budget
I would have
amendment.
to come back to you with the funding availability and in which year do you want us to make it happen. I will definitely look at the funding on the infrastructure sales tax and bring it back to you.
That's fine. Why don't you do that and get with
Yes, sir.
Mr. Bishop and Ms. Brown as well? And so that way, we know how what the construction timeline is, and that we can make all that work. And
Will do.
bring it to us in a nice, neat package with a bow on top.
But there's, Mr. Chairman, there's always a lot of detail when the board gives general direction on something like
Right.
this.
That's what we're doing.
It's anticipated that she's going to have to put together the details, and there's some statutory requirements for how you budget it and how you reflect it on your books. So, it's expected that's going to come back to you at some point.
Yes, sir.
For that detail.
Okay.
Which is why I was fine with the original motion.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Sarah. Okay, so that takes care of 5A. I guess, I keep trying to use my mouse on the wrong screen. We did tunnel to towers.
Parking garage.
Yeah, that's hanging there, isn't it? Okay, let's tackle the parking garage, Mr. Bishop.
Rip the Band-Aid off.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Brace yourselves.
Yep. Race for impact, as Sheila likes to say. Yeah. So the parking garage, as you recall, during the collapse of the condominium in Miami, we had ongoing issues with our current parking garage. For those that can remember, at one time we closed the garage, I believe, Tom can help me, '08, for several months while we put several $100,000 into that current parking garage to get some more lifespan out of it. After the collapse of the condominium in Miami, I instructed Tom to get another structural analysis of our current parking garage. Unfortunately, the results came back and they were very negative. We could, Tom, help me if I say anything wrong, we could expend about $15 million to get some more use out of it, but that was a limited resource. Remember, this garage was built in 1985, so we're coming upon 40 years of existence of this garage next to the river. It constantly shows rebar, we constantly have spalls with the concrete, and we're constantly putting money into it. So, we did go out for an RFP for a design firm. Foley Bryant was selected. We're in negotiations right now to get that contract finalized so we can get into the design process. Part of the scope that we did was to give them several different scenarios. We haven't pinned down any scenario, as the board would give us that direction. One scenario was to replace the existing garage in kind. One scenario was to utilize the current footprint of the Merrill Lynch building so we can enhance the size of the garage. Another, we're in a lease agreement with the Hampton Inn, that's our property for that parking lot. We'd have to work with them and the county attorney to make that happen, and/or incorporate the buyback of the GTE Records building so that we would have a very large footprint. Also, Tom is working with the city to see how high we can go, because currently we're only 8 floors and we all know that we need more. Also, could we incorporate any type of office space in the first floor, the second floor, the top floor, the 8th floor, whatever floor it could be, but utilize that footprint for office space and/or parking. And so again, we're just hired the architect now.
So without including any office space, of course, it depends on the footprint. Before we get too far down the rabbit hole here, because I'm just trying to run an effective meeting. We have a lot going on here. Do we want to just have a workshop on this parking garage, like sooner than later?
Yes.
Okay. Can you give us a time frame on the life expectancy of the existing garage?
We have about 2 years.
Okay. Well, that's not like, we have to have the workshop at the end of the month or anything.
It was recommended that we have 2 years and we could do some type of repairs that could extend that.
Okay.
What do we have, do you mind if?
Go ahead, Commissioner.
What do we have as, do we have any, let's just say, if we can't come to a decision, do we have a backup parking lot that we would be able to utilize to shuttle people back and forth? And not just that, maybe utilize some parking spots that are closer to the building for maybe, I don't know, people that need, to be here at this building all the time?
Yes, sir. Currently, we're in discussion with the city. We do utilize their parking garage behind the Judicial Center at this time. We have not reached an agreement to utilize the other parking garage that's closer to City Hall, but those are options. Currently, we also own what we call the old City Hall property, which is located on Wares Creek. It's a fairly large parking lot, and we have discussed the idea of a shuttle service. Park there, bring the employees here. Of course, work from home, staggered hours. We've put all that together as a potential plan.
Have we talked to City Hall in regards to possibly extending that parking garage and doing some type of partnership with them on that? No?
They're not going to do that.
Probably not.
Because they're selling City Hall, and there's going to be any parking that can be expanded, that is going to be expanded there, goes to that project. But the mayor said that basically they could give us 100 spaces during the day at the existing lot while we're under construction. As Charlie said, we could shell that Wares Creek property, just put, crushed shell over it.
Yeah.
And we could put parking there. And then in addition to that, a lot of the vehicles that are up there are fleet vehicles. I mean, we could park them at the convention center in the meantime or somewhere. We could put them in McKechnie. Like, there's places we could put those.
Yeah.
So
The
it's not the
issue's-
end of the world.
The issue is going to be the Main Street vendors. We do allow a permit for them to park in our parking garage.
Right.
And so they're going to have to find places too, which I work with them. I think the one thing I'd like to share with you is what the initial price tag would be. Yeah, we've earmarked $30 million towards the project.
Okay.
But again, we haven't even got off the ground yet with any drawings or footprint. 30
Yeah.
million, what was the initial?
Yeah, the 30 million was just to get us started.
Yes, sir.
So there is,
Probably going to be 60 now.
probably, I'm sure, quite literally, probably double that. But Mr. Washington, you want in on this?
Not really, but I really don't. But I think it's important, though, because regardless of which direction we go with the parking garage, and being respectful for what the board has voiced as far as working from home for staff, that is a big part to play in whatever decision we make right now. Because getting a true assessment of how many people we have coming to the building will allow us to build into the models, bringing back to the board where we need to go. So if it's okay with the board, I'm going to move forward doing a survey of how many people we have currently coming into the building and what that model looks like of pushing as many as we can into a virtual environment, whether it be a staggered or full-time, and then bring it back to the board for its opinion.
Okay. Mr. Clegg?
I am curious, is there an estimate for how long it will take to complete an in-kind replacement?
It's in the 36-month range.
That's why I was concerned about 2 years. It's very tight. Because you're talking about being beyond the useful life of the current facility, according to the engineers.
There are some things that we could do
Liability. I
that,
mean,
yeah,
we either got to put money into it to patch that or replace it. And if you put money into it, it's good money after bad. So it sounds like we'll be down to the wire very quickly on it.
it's going to come close, yes.
Yeah, okay.
Okay. For direction, no one else is on the board, so for direction, how do we feel about directing Mr. Washington to go ahead and conduct his survey, go in on information gathering, period, and bring us what he can find as far as information to a workshop? Does that sound okay? I mean, there's a lot of things out there.
Motion for that?
I mean, we're just kind of just nodding our heads and giving him direction. I don't really know if we need a motion. There's a lot of things out there. Like, I can tell you, I know that the mayor and the city were interested in putting City Hall on top of it, but with this kind of time frame, that's out. I mean, there's no way they can do 5 years.
Not gonna pay for that too.
Well, no, they would, that's the whole point of sharing it with them, would be that we'd make them pay for some of it.
And in the new parking garage, I mean, during the weekends, would we be charging people to park there? Or in
Charlie,
general?
have we been charging people to, the first
I know
3
that
floors are
stuff is
available
out
now for
there.
public parking.
Currently, we do have kiosks for the first 3 floors until you get to the gate.
Okay, that's right. Okay, so there you go. I mean, and more public parking is needed, so the footprint is definitely something we look at. I know that the players are wanting to know what to do with that old GTE building sooner than later. So, we're gonna have to at least decide what kind of footprint, because we could put the antenna that's there, that can go on top of the garage easily. That's not a problem. But the old Wells Fargo building on Manatee Avenue, I would think certainly we want to kick it out to cover it. We own that.
I thought we sold the players the GTE building.
We did.
They don't want it now? Is that what you're saying?
They'll go either way, right? They'll sell it right back to us if we want it to expand because you put a lot of parking spots on that thing. So they'll sell it back to us if we want it back and move on. But if not, then, because the thing is, they don't want to start rehabbing the thing, only for us to come back and say, hey, we need that, by the way. So they've pressed pause to wait to hear what happens with the parking garage.
Wow.
But out of respect, I think we owe them an answer sooner than later.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, Mr. Washington, if you could see what you can come up with for the parking garage, potential solutions. We sold them for 500, ma'am, but yes.
I thought it was 100.
No, that was 910 that we sold for 100.
Oh.
Yeah. Okay, so I'd say that takes care of the parking garage, but at least it gives you some direction, and at least we all feel like we have an inkling as to what's going on with the parking garage. Oh, you're not done. Let's go to 4B. Let's go to 4B, the county daycare.
Hey, Charlie, if you don't mind, I'll speak to just opening it. So just give the board a brief background on daycare. Charlie will speak to more of it. In directors' meetings, we've been always trying to figure out ways to help our employees. Obviously, we can't chase employees with our checkbook. We have to make sure that not only Manatee County government is a great place to work, but other ways of trying to offset some of the things that we've been seeing in the economy. Child care being one of the heaviest ones that we've seen in surveys when talking to staff. So we've been working in the background of trying to figure out what that model looks like. And Charlie will speak to the actual moving pieces and what it would take to make that happen. And again, looking to the board for some kind of direction of where we can go with it.
So if you're familiar with what we call the EHB building on 64, very close to Dr. Cooper's office, where the old Coastal Orthopedics used to be housed, we own that building. We bought it during the downturn, and EHB had that building. Dr. Hopes basically downsized EHB to the point where they were no longer needed in that facility. I believe last Thursday, we brought the last person out of that building and either put him in the Merrill Lynch building or with HR, thus making that building vacant. And the reason that building was moved to be vacant is that was where it was decided to be the county daycare system. We have expended some funds. Tom did go out to hire an architect engineer so we could get some preliminary cost estimates. We did reach out to the city on a preliminary cause to see if that was feasible to make that to a daycare center. So that was first the spot that was selected to modify, renovate, outside play area, turn the inside. I had been talking with Mr. Washington and the procurement official, Jake Erickson, on vendoring this oversight out. It would be anybody in the county that oversaw this or ran it. It would be a third-party vendor. In the meantime, the site that was once going to be thought of as being a homeless area next to turning points, I think most of you are familiar with about a 3,000 square foot facility that used to house the old MSO procurement. We had went in and gutted that, and we were looking at that as an alternate location, 2 locations for the county for daycare. So that's how far we've gotten with it, but we've expended very little funds, and I believe you saw on the ARP list as a source of resources to pay for this.
I believe the number was 6.5 million for this project. Is that, or is that just for one of them?
No, sir, it was between 2 and 3 million for this.
Each or total?
Yeah.
Okay, so 3 million each comes out to 6 million. That's probably where I got that from, but.
It's about $1.5 million.
Oh, that's better.
To do the EHB, and it's about $2 million to do the other one because it's a full shell. So you're at $3.5 million roughly.
Well, that's nothing. Well, today, I have Ballard and Bearden on the board. Oh, sorry, Ballard on the board, Bearden waving his hand.
Yeah, I'm next.
So as someone who has little kids myself, I completely understand how important it is to have childcare as an option for potential and current employees. It's huge. Childcare is extremely expensive. It's also very difficult to get kids into quality childcare in Manatee County. So I agree. It's a huge issue. It's a huge priority. Pulling in great younger employees, if we want to do that, having childcare is certainly a way that we can do that. I will say that I had a little bit of sticker shock. I believe when I saw I saw a $6 million number at some point too.
I am positive it said 6 million in ARP money.
It did. It definitely.
Tom's bringing us good news.
That's exactly what I said. But I feel much more comfortable with the numbers I'm hearing today, and I do agree that it's something that is very worthwhile, and I think a lot of employees and potential employees could benefit from it.
Thank you, ma'am. Bearden, Baugh, Van Ostenbridge.
Thank you,
Commissioner
Mr.
Bearden.
Chair. No, I think this is a great idea. I know that there's a lot of corporate companies on the private side of things that are offering this particular service, and a lot of that has to do with retainability of employees, to be able to retain employees for the longevity of a company. I can only imagine if we had this service, how we would cut down on our turnover, which is probably costing us millions of dollars every year by, turning over employees. But the more benefits that we have for employees here at Manatee County, I think it makes it a whole lot harder for them to leave or go somewhere else that's offering them more pay on the private side. So I like this idea. I think it's a great idea. And for a $3 million investment, I know that we would get that back in return plus some.
Commissioner Baugh.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have to tell you that I think this is one of the more important items that we've seen today. So I would definitely move forward with this and perhaps put some of the others on hold to get this done. So, Charlie, have we, understanding you right, that we've spent $0?
No, ma'am, we've spent 50,000-ish.
Well, I know, that's what I thought I
Yeah,
heard.
55,000 to get the initial engineer on board to do some analysis, but that's it so far.
Can I ask a goofy question? You want to go back in that conference room again? I don't think so. So, out of curiosity, Did the board vote for us to do that?
No, ma'am.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure. I didn't think so, but I've lost track, to be honest.
That's why it's on the list.
And I don't mean that in insulting to you at all. I mean, I realize it wasn't you guys, but I'm just at a loss. But I do think that this is something that is extremely important for not just the employees that work at the county, but also for the citizens, because they'll get better service if our citizens aren't having to worry about their children, during the day. So I think this is a go for me. I think the sooner the better. Thank you.
Okay, well, somebody has to play devil's advocate.
Well, I'm not surprised.
Mr. Yager, I'm not against this, but I want to get in the weeds a little bit with you. So there are two potential sites, right?
Yes.
The one out on 64, 1.5 million. And hopefully you have some answers. What would the capacity of that facility be, knowing something about daycares and that depending on the age, it has to do with staffing, right? And you can only have a certain number of kids per age. But can you give me a general idea of at least the square footage and some idea of the capacity of that facility versus the one over on 17th?
I can give you some general.
Okay.
But I can't give you.
I can make hay of general.
Okay, so the building that EHB was in, it was about 4,000 square feet.
Okay.
The other building is about 3,000 square feet. So we have 3/4 the size of the main building would be the other building.
And
Now,
the 4,000 square foot one is cheaper to retrofit.
because it's not a shell. It's built out on the inside. The other one is a shell all the way back to the concrete walls and concrete floor, and no drywall, no electrical. It's pulled all the way back.
Okay. Mr. Washington, what is your plan for the management of this? Is this something that we're going to manage ourselves? I mean, Parks and Rec has summer camps going on. There's some licensing that already exists for school-age kids, but not for younger, or are you planning to outsource the management of this?
Mr. Chair, the current conversation is to outsource it. But however, we've been starting to gather internally some items that we'd like to see included with the scope. So we're putting together a conversation for an offering going out in the street to work with a consultant to identify those programs that are currently being worked on by private entities, other county agencies that have their own internal daycare, and outline, one, you have to be state licensed. You have to be, looking for the best provider for the type of childcare that the county employees would need. All the safeguards in place, the operating hours, any offset to salaries to pay for this, if it's going to be straight paid by the county, whatever funding mechanism there would be, and then bring that back to us so that we can actually brief the board, telling them all the good and bad of this particular program, so that then when you make a final decision, you will have that. But that's the current plan, is hopefully to get a vendor outside of county government to run the day-to-day.
And then would there be a fee structure at all set up? Because depending on the age of a child, right, you end up, as I said earlier, with that ratio, staff-to-child ratio.
Yeah.
So certain kids are going to be a lot more expensive. Younger kids are a lot more expensive.
Most, to keep in mind, too, you have different levels of employees. You may have employees that fall on the lower part of the pay scale who would still have to pay for it. And you may have some in the middle or the higher age that have children as well. But that's the questions that we would
Bring to the board.
Consultant to bring back.
So
that
fee
we can
scale will
brief
come
the
back
board.
to us.
Exactly. What's the funding mechanism? How's that going to work? Is it going to be an additional payment to those employees using that service and then pay the provider? Is it going to be a direct debit from their paycheck? Or are we going to be looking at vouchers so that once these facilities are full, that employee can still go out on the other market and use out in the community? So those are all the questions we don't have answers to, and did not want to spend more manpower or dollars on it if the board was not going to support this.
While we're surveying, how do we feel about a survey of employees to see how many feel like they would utilize this, and then how many kids they have?
We did that.
That is the first, we did it last year, and that we're going to do it again just to make sure.
And then, do you have ballpark numbers from last year?
We can get it pretty quick.
Okay.
We can get it for you. I don't have it on hand,
That's
sir. no.
great.
Because my suggestion was going to be, if we have a 4,000 square foot facility, that's 1.5, Commissioner Baugh. Instead of doing both, why don't we do the 4,000 square foot facility at $1.5 million as a pilot and see how that goes before we jump in with both feet?
Well, yeah,
Of course.
Okay.
of course.
We'll entertain a motion on that.
So in addition to that, Mr. Chair, I apologize. The also importance of this is obviously doing storms. We have a lot of employees that have children who can't sign up for shifts to help the county get back on its feet. These facilities would be hardened to allow those employees to have some place that their children can go so they can also participate in getting the county up and running after storms.
So that would be not during a storm,
after
a storm, to be clear. You're not going to go and harden something else on us. Okay. Okay. So then, I mean, you guys can make the motion however you want, but my thought was to move forward with the 64, however, Mr. Bishop, help me. You know what I'm trying to say.
Yes, sir, and I agree totally with you. I just want one thing. I told you we had preliminary discussion with the city. There are restrictions for a daycare. Tom can help me better with this, but you can't have a gun store, a liquor store, a strip club within that proximity.
Well, that takes care of that then. We're not having a daycare.
We are seriously worried that a venue may be in one of the vacant buildings very close to our proximity that may restrict us. Again, we're in very, very early talks with the city on this. Anything to add?
So 64 is the problematic facility or 17th?
64.
I would think 17th would be better because it's closer.
You would
to
think.
the administration building. Right.
But it's the smaller facility that costs more money.
Yes, 64 is a Class A building that has no structural load-bearing walls inside. It's easy for us to penetrate the building, to go outside and put the outside daycare area, and it's Class A. It's a very good building. It's very limited stuff that we have to do. The bathrooms are there, the lobby's there, the kitchen's there.
But that's the one that has the
Potential.
strip club or whatever there.
I need direction so I can put a pre-app in front of the city of Bradenton and get approval.
Commissioner Ball's district out there, I'm not surprised.
He's really wanted to fight with me today.
I'm
and,
teasing.
He doesn't realize.
Does anyone want to make a motion for the 64 facility? I need some verbiage here. I need more than that. Mr. Clegg, can you put a motion together for us, please?
Yeah, I would say to direct staff to move forward with the facility at State Road 64.
Commissioner Bearden? Why do I keep calling him Mr.? Commissioner Bearden, do you agree to that?
That's acceptable.
Yes.
Second.
And Commissioner Ballard. So we have a motion, Madam Clerk, by Commissioner Bearden to direct staff to move forward with a daycare facility at our 64 location. That is made by Commissioner Bearden, who I'm insistent on calling Mr. Bearden today, and it is seconded by Commissioner Ballard. We'll open this to public comment. Is there anyone from the public who would like to come forward to speak on this item? And the motion on the floor. Okay, seeing no one, we'll close public comment. Mr. Washington and Commissioner Baugh are both on the board. Mr. Washington. Okay, thank you, sir. Commissioner Baugh.
Yeah, I just have a question. The survey's been done. Is there any way maybe the survey, we can see it? The board's
Refresh
not seen it?
We'll do a refresh.
And, I'm sorry, it's good?
We'll do a refresh to it and put it out again so you
Okay.
get fresh data.
And then the other thing is, has any legalities been looked at with that? I mean, I would think legally there's a lot of liability.
A lot of liability, again, hence why we want to put it out for a third-party
Yeah.
vendor.
Well, that's not my question. I'm just curious as to whether or not the county attorney's office has opined on it at
I've
all.
not seen anything on it at this point.
No, we have not put an RLS
Commissioner
upstairs.
Ball, but I do agree that the preferred way of handling it would be to outsource the management of it and get
Okay.
full indemnity and insurance, because we're seeing some huge jumps in insurance premiums
Yeah.
right now. I mean, it's like I've never seen in my career.
Yes, sir.
Because that's what I was thinking. It's going to cost, a pretty good penny for the insurance. So that's why I was asking. Okay, thanks.
All right, thank you, ma'am. All right, we've held public comment. No one else is on the board. We can cast our votes now. The motion is by Bearden, the second by Ballard. And it passes unanimously by a vote of 6-0 with Commissioner Cruz absent. Okay, we're getting some work done here. We are now down then to number 6, which is Development Services, ITNs for sale of surplus property.
It's a good news story, but again, I don't think there's any action required. So an ITN, invitation to negotiate, when the county has surplus property where we're not giving it to a nonprofit. We put it out for bid. It does run through Charles Metter and our land acquisition department. We do follow procurement type rules where we advertise this, we hold a hearing, we make notes. So recently, we, the county, the board, surplused a corner lot on Televast and 301 located next to the existing transit fleet facility. We got one sole bid. Courtney and myself and Charles held our committee. We voted. We got $2.9 million for that property. We were getting ready to meet with the potential buyer. One of the stipulations that we were going to put in, it's going to be some type of fuel station, gas station, convenience store. And we want to put in the deed that the county reserves the right during a hurricane, which you're all aware we have limited fuel supplies during hurricanes, that we would be the first customer in, the last customer out for our needs. But that date has been scheduled to meet with this developer and sign the contract and have the board approve. Anything to add?
Yeah, that's kind of it in a nutshell, but it's on your agenda, Lee, for this Thursday, the developer and yourself, because that's the last step in the process is to formally negotiate with the county administrator. So it should be on your calendar for this Thursday for that particular property.
So I'm sorry, could you identify yourself?
Yeah, I'm sorry. Charles Metter, Property Acquisition Division Manager.
Okay, thank you. So you can refer to him as Mr. Washington?
Sorry.
Or Mr. Administrator?
Yeah, County Administrator Washington. Sorry, force of habit.
Okay.
Sorry, Lee.
Thank you, sir.
Nothing personal.
Okay, does anyone have any issue with property management moving forward with this item? No. Okay, perfect. I think you have the green light to bring that to us then.
We have more.
And there's more, okay.
Same topic. So along with that same type of scenarios, we put what we refer as the Musgrave property in the same vein. We put it out for an ITN, invitation to negotiate. We put a sign on the
This is the same topic, which is ITNs for sale of surplus property. That's okay.
I apologize. So we, again, we put our public notice out there. We extended the submittal deadline numerous times to get as much bandwidth as we could. We were given 2 submittals. I can go into detail with them.
We're going to meet tomorrow about those.
Yeah, we're going to meet tomorrow with them. One of them is a very, very lucrative, of about roughly 14 acres of that overall property. We're going to meet with Courtney, myself, and Charles to go through the committee. One submittal was the overall package, the overall acreage. I wouldn't select it. It was under value of what we paid for the property. Yeah. So our recommendation is to continue the process, meet with the one that we believe is the best for the county, which I believe would be some type of industrial and/or some type of manufacturing.
Commissioner Baugh.
I would just ask that before anything is signed, talk with all the commissioners so that we know exactly what it is, how much, and when, and where, and how.
That before there's any formal conveyance, there will be a contract that will come back before this board.
Okay.
So we can't sign anything.
Before that contract comes forward, I think you should meet with all of us so we'll know.
Yes.
I think that's going to be real important for the immediate future after what we're seeing here. You're going to have to touch base with us on everything.
Yeah, we'll go through the aids and get on your calendar and give you a full briefing on this particular project.
That could be a good news story.
I think personally it's a great news story. It's well valued, way over what we paid for.
Excellent.
Of course, it's the most valuable parcel.
It's the nicest piece.
Yeah, exactly. It's the
Well, you know
nicest
that.
parcel, I'm sure.
Yeah.
I can tell the chair must already know about it.
Yeah, I mean,
Oh.
but the problem is if I'm not totally sold on it because we are parting with the sweetest piece and we are getting essentially top dollar for it, but it lessens the value of everything behind it. And
Why
so I'm
is
not
it you
sure.
know about it, but we don't?
I talked to the administrator about it,
Oh,
the previous
well,
administrator.
there we go.
Yes. So my concern though is that we paid $195,000 an acre for the whole piece. We're not going to get anywhere near that for the other acres.
I'm not surprised by that.
Right. So you are giving,
It was way overpriced. I mean, we paid
know.
we all know that. We paid way too much money for it.
In that same topic of the ITNs, I've got Courtney DePaul behind me. We were approached with an unsolicited ITN, and that happens quite frequently. When the outside public finds out or there's a need, they'll approach us if we're interested. They'll kick the tires on us. So in all fairness and transparency, you need to know about this one.
So there's a parcel that is part of the
identify
land.
yourself for the clerk.
Oh, sorry, Courtney DePaul, Deputy County Administrator. There is a parcel that is on the backside of the landfill off of Lakewood Ranch Boulevard. It backs up to Lakewood Ranch Boulevard. And we did receive an unsolicited proposal there. And so I think for staff, some direction from the county. I mean, I don't know if we should bring it to you all to approve a potential surplus. I know at one point, the plan for Lena Road was to do a park. And some of that property, I think the former utilities director, Mr. Gord, mentioned some sort of a park there. I think I may have seen a plan back when Jeff Goodwin was here. But again, the other thought is what we did see as a success was with the Musgraves property, rezoning it and then selling it to try to get the maximum amount of money from that property. And so that could be a thought as we could bring it in a work session, maybe in a utilities work session, this Lena Road parcel, to get some guidance from the board on, do we try to rezone it ourselves and then sell it to try to get top dollar?
Yeah, I'm going to agree with, I'm going to agree with that. I think we should just come to us with a workshop, let us parcel it, we need to just parcel this thing out. We've rezoned it, reevaluate how we've zoned everything, parcel this sucker out and sell it ourselves.
And we have a real estate department that handles that, so,
Right.
right, Charles?
Yeah.
We received just an unsolicited,
No, you
it's
don't do
not
rezones,
surplus
but
yet.
you know, you can, you know what's most valuable, obviously, right? I mean, you know what entitlements are needed in that area.
We have a general idea, and just to clarify, this is not part of the ITN in the 160 acres Musgrave tract. This is a separate tract, just for clarity.
The real estate department should handle that and get with us on it, I think.
Well, I mean, I'm talking about, I'm talking about the entire piece. We need to workshop the whole piece, sit down and look at it. Where are wetlands? Where is the power line easement? Where is their road frontage? And then talk about, you know, what's valuable, what's not. Some of it's contiguous to an active landfill. What are you going to put there that's the highest and best use? And break this thing down and parcel it out. And if you guys aren't comfortable doing it, I don't mind giving direction and telling you I know a little something about real estate.
Future property management work session. Yep,
Yes.
absolutely.
Charles, can your department handle that?
Sure,
sir?
yeah. We can take the lead on something like that.
Perfect.
Perfect, thank you. You should.
Yeah, I won't get a commission
Your
on it, but that's all right. Mr. Clegg.
So, Mr. Chairman, the staff does need to be aware that utilities property is subject to our bond covenants. And there is a bond covenant that provides for the release of that property from the collateral for the bonds. There is a way to do it, but before it's brought to the board, that due diligence needs to take place. And typically, we do have bond counsel sign off on that. We've done it before with other parcels, but there are some steps to go through. That's all I have, sir.
Oh, well, that's a lot. That's a lot. It's
Yeah,
not
that's
like all you
huge.
have. That's significant. Okay, do you have any other surplus properties, sir? Okay.
Something that's worth about 100 million?
It's, so the city of Bradenton, commissioners, in the next 30 days, they hope to have a sort of hard agreement on the city hall property, the existing city hall property. We're holding what we call the old city hall property, which is on Wares Creek, right over here. We do have we essentially call it clear title, right, which I know Mr. Clegg's going to say, technically, we always have clear title, but you know what I mean. We essentially have what you would consider clear title on that property from the Corps.
We're okay.
So
Yeah.
we can sell it. I think we should wait until they have something hard before we surplus it, because it is just little old downtown Bradenton.
Sorry, what property are you referring to?
Wares Creek, right over
Oh,
here.
Wares Creek? Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, gotcha.
I think we should wait until they have something hard and not interfere with that process that they are currently in. It's almost 3 acres over there. Plus, we might end up needing the thing.
Yeah, that's nice property.
It is a sweet little piece of property.
Yeah.
We may end up needing it for parking because of our parking garage. There's that. And it's ultimately going to be residential. It's probably not really, it's because it's got Manatee Avenue right around two sides of it. You know, it's kind of secluded pedestrian, as far as pedestrian traffic goes, and then the creek is on the other side.
That's sweet.
It'll be a beautiful set of condos, right, one day. And it's the entrance to the city. The mayor is eager to see us put it on the market and surplus it. There's a homeless population living under the bridge there that also utilizes the property. Sometimes they're just camped out on the property in tents, and we have to run them off. But, you know, it's not a great glamorous entrance to the city, let's be honest. But in the future, you know, in the next 60 days or so, I would like for us to take up that property and have a discussion and do something with it. It's the entrance to downtown Bradenton. So, yes, sir.
We did do our due diligence. Charles has already prepared all the paperwork. We've got the surveys in hand. It's ready to come to the board at any time you pull the trigger. I will remind you, sir, that we are in the process. The PO's been cut to put a fence around that whole parcel. I'm dying with fence contractors. That's what I'm waiting on.
And we've had trip and falls out there. People are, the DeSoto Towers, the old folks home, I don't know what the proper word is.
Senior citizen
Seniors,
homes.
I'm sorry, Commissioner Baugh, senior citizen
Yes.
homes. They're using it for overflow parking, but then someone tripped and fell, and they're suing us, and they're trying to force us to repave it and put up lighting, and Mr. Bishop said maybe we should just put up a fence and solve that problem.
How much is that?
76.
Let me ask you
Cheaper than
that.
the trip and falls.
Everything. How much is that?
How much is it? About
76,000.
Oh, 76. Well, Mr. Clegg will tell you that he's settling for a lot more than that.
Yeah, that's cheap.
For the trip and fall. And it hopefully helps us with the homeless situation there as well. I just wanted to talk about that piece because it's an important piece to Bradenton. So, do you have any others?
No, sir.
Okay, thank you. We are now on number 7 under FMD. I keep trying to put the mouse on the wrong screen over and over. Madam CFO.
Good afternoon, Commissioners, County Administrator, County Attorney. I hear all of my peers coming to you with items that actually are increasing in dollar value, but here I am to bring you to items that are actually going to save us money, save us time. I have, waiting. You leave the best for the end. The first item that I'm going to talk to you about is the revision of the resolution R-22-148. Back in November 3rd of 2022, we brought you a resolution about increasing the amount, the threshold for the amount of refunds to be approved by the administrator from $500, which had been done for 20 years, to up it to $1,000. I would like to bring to the board an amendment to this resolution to expand the amount to $2,500, and not only that, increase the scope. Right now, it's only referring to refunds. I would like to bring it to include write-offs exclusive of utilities and EMS because they fall a different type of scenarios. And fee waivers, rentals, and return checks. In previous meetings, you have come to realize and actually made the comments where we come to you with an agenda to waiver $36, $43. And the comment has been consistent that why doesn't it come back with, can the administrator take care of that and approve those little items? So here is this item. I will be, right now, the process is it has to go through the county attorney's office, which I did do an RLS for them to look at the legality of it, the correct verbiage, and so forth. And I will hope to be bringing it back to you sometime in March. Well, the only meeting in March, the 28th.
Okay.
This one is simple.
Do you want a motion, do you want action on that first? Do you want to take these up one at a time?
No motion on this one until I get the RLS back. I will bring
Okay.
it back as a full agenda item on March.
Okay. Personally, I would much rather not have to vote on $18 utility refunds. I'd much rather, yeah, they're on consent all the time. I'd much rather not see those, and I'd much rather see the, $10 million tunnel to towers and the $38 million CVV stuff. That I'd love to see. The $16 utility refunds, I don't need to see on the agenda. So we're on the same page here.
Perfect. And I don't need no action on that, and there's no monetary value to this other than saving you time. The other item, this one is related to credit card merchant fees passed through to the users. I have done a sort of kind of like a scope of work of what we have done so that you can read it on your leisure time. I'll give you a little bit more insight and background on what we have done. So I will. So back in April of 2022, my predecessor, Jane Brewer, started the process of looking into all these credit card fees and how can we pass through to the user the cost that the county has been incurring for many, many, many years on these credit card fees. We have been working, first of all, on trying to set and implement to bring to the board a countywide policy on recovering these credit card fees. For the last 2 months, we have been working on gathering the data so that we can get a full, outlook from what each department has been doing, what kind of vendors are they outsourcing. And to give you a little bit of a background on history, over the years, the county has been absorbing the total cost of these merchant fees to an average of $4 million a year. I feel that with passing this new change in the way that we do things, we can save the county 95% of this total cost. By passing the cost to the users. We have already engaged some of our larger vendors that have contracts currently with us, which are Acela, Pfizer, which now will become Paymentus as the contract, which is the utility portion of it. And some other vendors, inclusive of Bank of America. We have had some discussions to validate that their system has all the modules that are required and the platforms that are required to move forward with. It's going to require some amendments or addendums to their contracts to include these platforms. And at the same time, we have worked diligently with IT because there is also another feature, is protecting the user's information. It's PC compliance. So with all these things, what is the next step that needs to happen? So right now we are trying to validate the data, put it all together, and bring it in for an RLS for the county attorney to opine on it so that we can we have not crossed that step yet because we just had some meetings with Bank of America, which was our very final vendor that we needed to cross paths were in discussion. At the same time, we also have to, since the clerk's office is also very much involved with the Bank of America contract, we had to actually breach that conversation with them as well. We have not done that just yet. So if you notice in your document, I have expressed, it's a very detailed document of what the history has been on these credit card merchant fees and all the vendors that we have and the potential cost that we can reduce for the county, anywhere between $3.6 to $3.8 million a year to the county. So at this moment, I don't need any motion. I just wanted to bring the good news to you, and my hope is to bring it to the board after the county attorney has vetted through it and helped us give us the mechanisms to do this county policy the way that it's supposed to be written so that it covers everybody in every way, shape, and form. My hope is to bring it so I can give the county attorney enough time to go through it and opine sometime in April. So does anybody have any questions?
Commissioner Satcher, Bearden, and Clegg. Commissioner Satcher.
I'm good. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Bearden.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just so you guys know, I had a conversation with Sheila a few days ago. Guys, this is kind of my background, my wheelhouse. I know how to evaluate fees. I know if we're getting the right fees or not. This is my issue with passing on these fees, okay? If we happen to take a debit card, okay, and we're charging them whatever fee, let's just say 3.5%, all right, we're not allowed to make a profit on that,
That's correct.
okay? So we need to figure out, whenever we come back with this platform that it's being adjusted into the price of a dual pricing structure. And then obviously, as we spoke about it, giving the option as far as the ACH option. So whatever that ACH fee, which was going to be a significant amount lower. And so that's my only thing, because I know the Clover terminals, and I know exactly how they charge. They're not necessarily a dual pricing structure. They charge a specific surcharge on that, right? So I just want to make sure that when that comes back, that this is all solid here, because I don't want this to come back and bite us in the butt later on down the road.
Good, yes.
Yeah, and I spoke with her. We're looking at getting the 12 months worth of statements, and we're going to evaluate those as well and see where the meat's at on this. But no, this is good. This is good, Sheila. This is great that you came up with this and everything. So I like what I see here.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Yes, and you're correct, Commissioner Bearden. Florida Statute 215. Point 322 establishes that the county any local government cannot profit from recovering user fees. We can only recover up to the amount that we are entitled to be paid back.
Sorry, do you mind if I dialogue? So did BOA or any other companies, do they have a solution for that? Or did they give you a solution, or did they say, we're just going to charge a surcharge solution on the application?
We're working on Bank of America.
Got it.
Yes,
All
their
right.
contract is up, expires June 1st, so we're still in conversations with them so that we can make that kind of adjustment and look more into it. And they are supposed to send us more information as to all the documentation and everything, all the costs individually itemized and isolated, so we can see the big picture of what their fees are. The other thing is that our hope is that because every company has their own, we already have contracts with vendors, and our contracts do not expire. They stagger in being expiration dates. We have to wait until kind of like update one to update the other, so the entire county can fully move forward with being a full credit card pass-through user by the spring of 2024.
Got it. And so some of the fees that are going to be taken are going to be face-to-face transactions, correct? And then are we going to be sending any sort of invoice for any type of transaction as well? Or are they all face-to-face transactions?
I believe it'll be a combination of, yes. We're still in that putting it all together and all that, and I got 2 of my staff dedicated solely to that gathering of data and verification and confirmation, and they are they have a really good background on doing this type of scenarios from other counties. At the same time, we're looking also to see what other counties are doing. Sarasota is still doing it the way we do it now, but other counties have, move forward with the pass-through. So we are also looking into that to see what kind of policies that they have set forward and so forth.
So I see it's $550,000 for the gateway okay, so that's the gateway. So you're utilizing gateway like authorized.net or whatever it may be to pass those fees on, and then the interchange fees are around $550. Okay.
I have a whole 10-page document that isolates each one of the vendors and the discussions we've had. If you're interested, we can pass it on. Again, some of them we are still in conversations with them and all that. So documenting, this is kind of like incomplete if I give you the entire 10-page packet. But it is a good news story that our administrator wanted to bring forward to you, the board, as we get closer to bringing it to you for approval.
Okay, Mr. Clegg and Commissioner Satcher on the board.
Mr. Chairman, I think Sheila answered my question. You are looking at what other counties are doing, which I think is good, and I just want to make sure it's clear. We opined a while ago that this is something that the county can and should do under the statute. So what you're going to submit to us, I guess, is to review the final product, basically to make sure the details are lined up correctly?
I know you gave your opinion back in April, June, I
Yeah,
believe.
something like that.
To my predecessor, and yes, we have that, but also we want to see that, we want to make sure that the wording that we're using encompasses the whole county. It's worded appropriately, so there is no, blip in the
All right.
wording.
I don't think the county should be absorbing these costs. That is not the way it's being handled around the state, so I'm glad to see that we're moving forward with it. So,
All right, great job, Sheila. Commissioner Satcher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I apologize for earlier. Going back a topic, and that's what threw me off. So going back a topic to the $500 of write-offs, and then $1,000, and then now $2,500. But then we're talking about how we don't like to get a budget amendment for every single $36 fee or $75, overdue bill. But that's pretty different, $75 and $2,500. Where am I, what's the connection there? As far as, so what circumstance are we running into where $1,000, the ability to write off $1,000 without board approval is not enough and is coming up super often?
Well, this mostly happens with like the camps, the summer camps and all that where they would like to, they couldn't, they paid in advance and something happens and they can't, they would like a refund because they either, for certain circumstance, for unforeseen, they have to wait right now, until we bring it back to the board over like a month to get that credit back. With this opportunity, we could bring it to the administrator for them to approve that refund to go through. These are that type of circumstances that we are seeing now. The $75 that you're talking is because the scope in itself of the policy the resolution that we have right now does not state that you can waive refund checks or something for the $75, $45, $35, whatever that may be. So that's the other reason why I'm bringing the scope change. It's not only refunds for for credits to like the camps and so forth, but also waiver of fees, waiver of refund checks, and so forth.
So, Commissioners, what I would like to see on that, if we are in favor of upping the dollar amount, assuming that we're in favor of upping the dollar amount from $1,000 to $2,500, without having to have an actual, board motion and go through the time involved with that, I would like to see us still require that information be given to the board afterwards, so that at least we're seeing every time somebody waives $2,000 worth of fees in the county, we know what names are involved, who and how. We get an explanation of it, because, ultimately we are responsible for decisions like that. And that's not the type of thing that I want to read about in the paper. That's the type of thing I want everyone to be transparent about ahead of time.
So without it coming to the board, you would like, sort of like Mr. Clegg sends you his weekly report, you want like a monthly report emailed to the board with a full list of those refunds?
Absolutely.
Is that something you can do in a spreadsheet?
Yes, sir.
I mean, not necessarily the ones under whatever, 100, 200, whatever, but.
Well, if they're going to email them, might as well put them all in there, right?
True.
Yeah. Okay. Does anyone have an issue with that? Sheila, you good with that?
Yes, sir.
All right. I don't have anyone else on the board. You're not looking for any action today, correct?
No, sir.
Okay, it's 3:30. We're going to take our 3:30 recess and for 10 minutes, and we'll be back in 10 minutes. We're in recess. Okay, welcome back, everyone. So we're down to sports and leisure, and 8A, they have pool fairs on there, and we were going to skip number 9. So let's do pool fairs, and then we'll sort of recap everything that came from CIP, and then we'll turn it over to the administrator to discuss pay for performance. Pool fairs.
Yes, sir. Charlie Bishop, Deputy County Administrator. In light of the success of the free bus fare program, the pilot program that the board implemented, working with Sheila, on average, we collect $13,000 a year on pool fares, the admission to a pool. The lifeguards under Joe Westerman, who pay $20 an hour, is tasked with that admission, collecting the money. If they don't do it, then a rec coordinator needs to be present at a cost of $17.05 an hour. The John Marlborough Pool will be put out of commission this year based on the construction timeline. The East Brandon Pool is opened very, very few weeks of the year. Lincoln Pool, there's a program in place to try to get free donations for that to make it free. And then we do have the issue with Bray where there's an admission for the complex and a portion of it does go to the pool. But I'm just recommending that we try a pilot program to allow free admission to the pools.
You want to just do this for the summer?
For the summer. That would eliminate the need for attendant to actually collect the money, submit the money, count the money, have the clerk audit the money.
Considering you're paying someone to collect it, it makes even less sense to do it in the winter now that I think about it.
It's $2 admission per pool.
Yeah. No one's on the board for discussion.
How much money have we spent today?
It's 17,000 all year he's collecting and paying somebody $20 an hour to collect it. I mean, what do you want?
Don't ask me that right now.
I know, I get you. I mean,
Yeah.
we're not dealing with rich kids going to
ask me
public
that
pools
right now.
either, so, I mean, it's 17 grand. Rich kids don't go to public pools unless they're on swim teams, you heard me. I'll stand by that.
Well, you're so knowledgeable.
I used to work at GT Bray.
Yes.
I know who shows
that.
up, I know who shows up to a public pool. Mr. Washington, you're on the board. Brave, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to add on what Deputy Administrator Bishop had mentioned, we found this to be extremely important because when you look at where these pools are located, those folks who are using it aren't typically those who have pools at home. But we also live in the state of Florida. When we talk about pool safety, water safety overall, these kids would still be able to use the pool, maybe take part in some swim lessons so that they at least have the basics when it comes to water safety. But again, it's just a pilot program. It gives us an opportunity to really take a look at the use of the pools. And if it doesn't work, we can get rid of it. But I just think when you take a look at the big picture of what we're trying to get done in all our parks and just overall children, giving them an opportunity to use the pools, learn to swim, and be a little more safe around water is the reason we brought it to the board. And also, this would not include those who would be using the pools for, large events, those types of things. There's still a structure in which they would have to pay for those types of events. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Ballard. And David, if you could clear our board here and bring up a motion probably to approve this.
So I agree with our county administrator on this. In Florida, it's extremely important for kids to know water safety, to learn to swim. We do have large segments of the population in some areas who don't know how to swim, and that's a huge problem for kids in Florida. So I like the idea. I don't think it's been a huge revenue generator for us in the county. So like Chairman Van Ostenbridge said, it's not the rich kids who are using these public pools.
Right.
So
Yeah.
I'm in favor of giving it a try.
Commissioner Bearden.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm definitely in favor of doing this pilot program. I think it's a great thing, like you said, County Administrator Lee, Washington, that it gives the opportunity for children to learn how to swim. And who knows, some of those children will possibly be Marines one day, and they'll have to get in that pool. And, there's a lot of Marines that when they get there, they don't know how to swim. But this opportunity would give them the opportunity to learn how to swim, so.
Put a lot of them in the pools.
Swim like rocks. Okay, Commissioner Baugh.
Yeah, let the record show, it's not that I'm against children being able to swim for free. It's just after the afternoon that we've had, it's a little rough to hear that, because of the millions of taxpayer dollars that we've seen that we are now indebted for. So maybe the timing on bringing this forward wasn't the best. But I do believe that even children in richer areas, as our chairman pointed out in Lakewood Ranch, they will use the pool if they ever get one in Lakewood Ranch, because not every house in Lakewood Ranch and in my district has a pool. In fact, I don't have a pool. So I think it's good. I think we do have a lot of kids that need to learn how to swim. So that's probably the only good thing I've seen happen this afternoon. So
Yes,
I'm
ma'am.
in favor.
And thank you
In fact,
for-
I made the motion.
I'll say thank you for making the motion. Okay, no one else is on the board for discussion. We'll open this to public comment. Is there anyone from the public who would like to come forward to speak on removing the summertime pool fees in Manatee County? Okay, seeing no one, we'll close public comment. No other commissioners are on the board. We can cast our votes now. Okay, Madam Clerk, it passes unanimously by a vote of 6-0. Before we move into pay for performance, I wanted to recap what we have done, and it is quite the recap so far today. A thank you to Mr. Bishop, certainly thank you to Mr. Washington for putting this together, bringing it to us, Mrs. DePaul as well. We're starting to peel back the onion here. It's sausage making, right? It's not always pretty, but it has to be done.
Has to be done.
And
It's already been done. We got to handle it.
so we started off, we were presented a total of $105.5 roughly million in projects today, according to my math. We did make some decisions today, not a lot of big decisions, but we made a few decisions, the animal shelter, for instance, where we at least whittled it back to 90.5. I'm rounding, okay? I did not include the $17,000 for pool fees or the $45,000 bridge. I didn't include any of those.
Let me just also,
Yes, ma'am, your microphone.
sorry, bring to your attention the garage. I don't think that's gone into
So-
a number.
Right, so the garage has only factored in as $30 million when we know it's likely to be double that.
Right.
That's a starting, that's what's allocated for the garage so far, and it's a starting point. Valid point. So I'm going to hold off on the convention center because I don't have any actual proposed action on the convention center. It was the first one we discussed, so I'll go after that. Manatee ball hockey request in Lakewood Ranch was $130,000. We seemed to give that our blessing. No one really seemed to object to that.
They were lucky it was early on.
It was early on, which was why we're recapping. If anyone wants to object to it, this is the time. Okay, ma'am, yes, this is it.
Can I ask a question?
Please.
I think, there's some things on here.
That are minor
Ball hockey.
with
yeah.
some of the items. But I think that what we need to do as a board, I think we need to think about this overnight and really decide more. Maybe on Thursday we can talk about it a little bit. I just think that we shouldn't rush into approving or not approving anything. We need to stop and think about it and try to figure out what projects maybe we can postpone or whatever the case may be, because obviously we can't afford all these right now.
So why don't I go through this now, and then on Thursday, we can run through it again.
I'm just thinking that, to give the
I have no
board
issue
time,
with that.
staff's had some time to think about it and deal with it and et cetera.
Digest it,
But we
right.
haven't.
Okay. So we'll cover these again then on Thursday. For now, we have, no one has objected to $130,000 for ball hockey in Lakewood Ranch. Braden River Soccer, I think Elliot was just trying to be upfront with us and let us know they'd reached out to him. He's going to talk to them. There was really no request. He was just informative. Then we heard from FPL. She discussed hardening. She discussed streetlights. We discussed coming up with some sort of a set ordinance in a strategy and a structure for how we're going to fund streetlights on roadways. FPL I have just down as a workshop in general, probably with Devaney coming back, I would think.
You also invited him to the Council of Government.
And Council of Governments,
Yeah.
that's right. But we definitely need to workshop the streetlight thing.
Mr. Chair, I got a question on
Yes,
that.
sir, yes, sir.
Are we only going to discuss streetlights with FPL, or are we going to bring in and consider other vendors? that might be interested in also,
They're the only ones that sell us electric.
well, there's things called solar that allows us to have streetlights. So are we going to only discuss this with them, or are we going to bring in other vendors that might have an alternative view of how to light up Manatee County?
Does anyone have an issue with Commissioner Ron working with Public Works to bring in other vendors to our workshop to discuss streetlights?
Thank you.
There you have it, sir. Tunnels to towers was roughly estimated to be a $10 million commitment on the part of the county. We said that we wanted to workshop that. Does that sound right to everyone?
And I'm sorry, what was that?
Tunnels to towers.
Okay, got it, yeah.
Beach Market was $175,000. We were okay with the 175. Everyone had seen the video and seemed okay with the layout, and we said we were going to put that out to bid, and then it would come back to us. So that's not final, but we gave them permission to move that far.
Right.
Dream Oaks, $1 million. We paused that. We were going to have Mr. Washington get with Commissioner Cruz and bring a presentation to us from that not-for-profit. Okay. Sir?
And then he would brief each of us before the meeting. I mean, it's in my district, so.
Yes, sir.
But I don't have the relationship with the Dream Ranch, but I sure would like to stay abreast
The
of
gentleman
what's
to your
going on.
right is the one that can help you with that, for sure. The beach trail at Coquina, 1.8 million. We said we were going to pause that. The county attorney was going to get with Mr. Bishop to work on TDC funding instead, and then Mr. Bishop was going to bring it back to us with TDC money, but no guarantees, but, maybe we'll be in a better mood that day.
Right. Hopefully, we won't go through this again.
The animal shelter, we made the most significant headway with, I think. There is now $8 million there for an animal, for an adoption center, because she has the animal hospital now. She just needs kennels, basically, and offices. She was directed to get with Yager and Bishop and come back with an $8 million building, a building that fits the budget. Does that sound correct to everyone?
It does.
Okay. Then, and it was not to be hardened. I remember that part as well. Parking garage. We decided, just in a nutshell, there's $30 million there, and we decided that we would workshop the parking garage as a whole, from sort of start to finish. Does that sound correct, everybody? Okay. Mr. Washington was going to get us some numbers on county employees working in the building, needing parking, who could work from home, and he was, we gave him permission to spend some resources on bringing us a solid workshop. Okay, this is the other one, along with the animal shelter, that we made the most headway on. Daycare, we agreed on the 64 site to spend $1.5 million to go ahead and get that up and running as a pilot to see how it goes, and Mr. Washington was going to provide everyone with a survey of county employees, and there were 2 surveys, one last year, one this year, probably give us both of them so we see where we're at on who would utilize that and how, ages of kids and how many and whatnot. And then there were ITNs, which included South County at Televast and 301, that property. Did we give you, Charlie, a go-ahead on that one? We did. We gave him the go-ahead on selling that piece down there to the gas station, who was going to be, he had worked out a deal that they would have to provide us with fuel in the event of a storm or aftermath of a storm. And then Lena is going to come back to us in a workshop, and we will evaluate the zoning situation there, maybe he'll provide us with some options for parceling it out, sort of maximize our return on a bad investment. And that's going to be workshopped. Okay, so the convention, the Civic Center, whatever you want to call it, that was the only one we didn't give direction on,
Yeah,
as far as I recall.
Can I make a statement on that?
Yes, ma'am.
Please.
I'm looking for all kinds of statements on this.
I actually sent Sheila an email because I remembered that it seemed like to me it was like 17 million originally that we had approved. So here's the deal. It was 17.2, she responded. It was 17.2 million that they had asked for. But because of inflation, they bonded 23 million. But now it's up to 38 million. So I don't know what that means or what it covers.
Means we should be in the business of building convention centers.
Evidently, we're in the wrong business. So, I mean, we need to take a look. I mean, I think that with that kind of money, I think that Elliot needs to come and speak with each individual commissioner and show us what's the deal on that.
Okay, how about, just to try and bang this out in a single day, what if we do like the parking garage in the morning and the convention, the visitors, whatever you call it, the civic center in the afternoon, and do a full day workshop on like 2 massive projects? How do you feel about that? I mean, we're gonna have to workshop this thing, right? It's $38 million.
Yes. Well, hopefully it's.
It requires a 4-hour, right?
Hopefully it won't be like a fire hose today, though.
Commissioner Satcher? How do you feel about a morning parking garage, afternoon civic center workshop?
People are going crazy.
My concern is just whether we're far enough along that they're going to be able to present meaningful information that we could decide, information that's far enough along for us to make decisions based on. Because when it came to the convention center, I mean, they're really early on in the process, sounded like.
Mr. Bishop?
That's my only concern.
I mean, obviously, the project is going forward. You know, we're probably that far down the rabbit hole, and the commitments that have been made to the hotel next door. The question is, what's the scope of the project, right?
The convention center's further along than the parking garage. As I
Right.
alluded to earlier, the parking garage, we just selected Folly Bryant. We're just working out the details, the scope, the contract. We don't have anything to provide for you right now. The convention center, we're taking it from conceptual to plans. We're trying to value engineer the 38 million down some. So that's further along.
Okay, but not too late for us to sit down and make some significant cost-saving changes.
As Tom alluded to, we can probably put some conceptuals together to show you what it looks like, what we're trying to accomplish, and that.
Perfect.
Parking garage, not yet.
Yeah, but perfect. So let's do that for the convention center. You bring us some visuals so we can still make some cost-saving changes.
Yeah.
And then the parking garage, we're going to give you the scope that we're looking for as a board for the
Correct.
parking garage.
Perfect.
And
But-
can I
yes,
ask a
ma'am.
question?
Yes.
On the convention center, the conceptual plan that I saw, and I think other commissioners, some might have seen it as well, it did have a parking garage. And on the top, it was going to be a lounge or a rooftop bar or something along that line. But now I'm hearing that there's not a parking garage.
Again, as Tom, we're trying to value engineer a lot of those luxuries, I hate using that word, out of the program. You're right, there was a parking deck associated with the overall scope that we were looking into.
Okay. Yeah, I think we need to
I think
definitely
the bar
get
was on top of the
updated.
hotel.
No, it wasn't.
Oh, okay.
Because I thought it was so cool,
Yep.
the way the parking garage had that on the
Push your
top.
button.
Don't forget the East County, the Lakewood Ranch
I
Library.
know, the
also-
library has one.
Yes,
I
ma'am.
know.
Wow.
Yep.
Yeah, I guess we'll be the only area that has one.
Mr. Commissioner Ron?
Yeah, I would think that the convention center status and renovations, I think that are really important. We get that taken care of, like now.
Yeah, exactly.
The garage,
We need
it
to
sounds
get it
like, according to
controlled.
Deputy County Administrator Bishop, that parking garage is just now getting into phases of where they're gonna go, but we got decided if we're gonna spend $38 million
why don't we-
out at the convention center.
Why don't
So
we
I
go ahead
think-
and add a workshop?
I think we should do it as a workshop.
Instead of doing from the existing schedule, why don't we just plug an additional workshop into the existing schedule?
I agree.
Mr.
Yes, sir.
Washington?
This is pretty serious.
And I
Okay.
think we need to do it as soon as possible.
Me
because
too.
Kind of got to get us something to show us, but
I know,
he has
but
some
that-
stuff.
Pretty quick on that.
That garage is,
Work on,
Garage is the problem.
yes, the garage is a huge problem.
Can we do
More
that,
so than
can we do that at the beginning of
convention
March? Is that,
We have one.
Mr. Chair, we meet
already.
tomorrow morning as a team, and we'll be plugging those dates in to correspond
okay,
with your
let's look for
dates
something in
available.
early March. Does that
Yes.
sound good?
Yes.
Yep.
Okay. Okay, so we're going to workshop this in March. Okay. All right, listen, we're not done yet, but we've taken care of an awful lot of important county business today. Then, Mr. County Administrator, we are then on to pay for performance, unless anyone has anything to add on what we've covered so far. Okay, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and to end on great news, in my opinion, the staff and I have been working on putting forth a mechanism to push out the long-awaited pay for performance for staff. The board has already approved the allocation of dollars, and we've come up with a plan that encompasses the majority of our staff that have, at a minimum, met the qualifications of the EPE in their job description. And with us this afternoon, we have the CFO, Sheila McLean, and our HR director, Jennifer Harmon, that will go through a brief slide deck to show you our plans of pushing that out, which will be joined with a video from myself this afternoon. Sheila, Jennifer?
Good afternoon, Commissioners, County Administrator, County Attorney, Sheila McLean, CFO, Manatee County. Today, we are here to talk about pay for performance. If you recall back during the adoption process of the FY23 budget, the board had approved an 8% increase to employees. 5% has already been allocated as recognized as a COLA, cost of living adjustment. So now what's left is to bring forward the rest. 3% is of the pay for performance in the budget. It was reserved for a total of $4 million. And this is what we're bringing out today. It took us a while to get it all aligned. A couple of hiccups along the way during this whole restructuring that had to be some accounts realigned and so forth, so it took us a little bit to come forward. That's why normally you see it in December. You're coming now to seeing it in March. This mechanism, if I may add, the board has used it for years for employee retention, for boosting morale, and for staff appreciation. So it is quite an item that the employees do look forward to year upon year. This year, our administrator and in conjunction with HR and FMD, we have discussed how, and with the directors, to bring forward to you some type of plan that would be a little bit different than what we normally do. Pay for performance was qualified as a one-time payment to the employees. As the spring break is approaching, we felt that this was the right time to bring it as quick as we could, since spring break starts on the 13th in Manatee County. March 13th. As we all know, the ranking of the pay for performance is based on employee performance evaluations. So and if Jennifer wants to add to how the qualifiers and the rankings are performed from their standpoint, if you want to. Sure.
Good afternoon. I'm Jennifer Harmon, HR Director. So our performance evaluations, we had 3 different categories. We had a distinguished category, which we are requesting a $3,500 one-time payment. We had a superior category, which was just under that, and we're requesting a $2,500 payment. And then those who meet all of their job expectations, which we're requesting a $1,500 one-time payment, and any of those who did not meet their expectations, where they fell below, where they needed to have improvements, we are not planning on doing anything with them.
All right, well, I mean, there's different varieties of apples in every barrel. How's that?
Isn't that the truth?
Commissioner Bearden.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So a question in regards to this performance. We stated we got about $4 million set aside to pay out these performance bonuses. Out of the $4 million, what are we expecting to pay out?
That would be our next slide. So we also wanted to explain that out of these pay for performance, there were certain exclusions, and we have identified those in there because the bargaining units, the total 8% was given ahead during the negotiations with them. We're not doing anything now with them. The other ones would be the employees that were after. Based on policy, those employees that didn't meet the cutoff date of July 1st. Then also those that no longer are employed with Manatee County, and those that didn't fall under the eligibility, like county officials, county administrator, and so forth. To answer your question, the monetary value of our pay for performance, and this is, so let's talk about first, before I get to your question, because that's a very important one, and I want to make sure that I put it out there and lay it out real well. The total amount of employees that the county has in field positions right now is 2,035. So we went through a validation process. We made sure that nobody got missed. Everybody was accounted for, and all the rankings were performed for 2,035 employees. Based on that, only 1,713 employees are getting that, minus 25. So it's 1,688 employees who are getting the pay for performance.
Does the chair determine the other commissioners' bonuses? How does that work? I'm teasing.
You've already passed.
I know already. I'm ranked 1, so don't worry about it.
I was going to give you a 4. Ball's getting the, you know.
Oh,
So the monetary value of this pay for performance is $2,673,000 for 1,688 employees.
Okay.
And here you can see the disclosure of each one of the buckets where the departments, the employees, not the amount, but the employee, well, actually, yes, this is the amounts per department. So you can see where the amounts and the higher, obviously, it's expected that utilities is the higher one with the pay for performance, followed with public works, the largest departments in the county. Now let's talk about timeline. What have we been doing to get to this point? The clerk's office is also a payroll department is also a very important part of this to get it through all the way. So they have expressed that they needed at least 3 weeks in advance to get it loaded, verified, and paid out. So we've been working for over 2 weeks in getting this accomplished. So February 13th through the 15th, we have already verified the loads, verified the batches, and they're all ready to go. Next week, we will transmit the report to the payroll department, and then next week they will validate. And by March 10th, it will be effective in everybody's employee's paycheck. And thank you very much.
Mr. Bearden, Commissioner Bearden, why do I keep doing that to you?
So, are y'all prorating these based on the months? Based on the amount of months they, like, let's just say I hire somebody tomorrow, and then I hire somebody 3 months down the road, and so on, right? They're only getting evaluated for 6 months, opposed to somebody that's getting evaluated for 9 months. Are those being prorated? Is that going to be fair? I mean, if somebody came in the month of October and got a good evaluation compared to somebody who was in January.
So we aren't prorating them at this time. We're just using the cutoff, anybody who came in prior to July 1st, so they would be eligible. Anybody after July 1st would not be.
No worries.
Okay. Thank you, sir. I would just say, Mr. Washington, thank you so much. This has been, the board voted on this in October.
Yeah.
And it's been sort of, in limbo and hanging out there for employees since that time. And Mr. Washington has been how many days on the job? 7, 8, 6.5 days on the job. And he's brought this forward. So I think that speaks volumes. He's not only brought, obviously he brought this entire schedule of projects to the board, for transparency reasons, and then also has brought this forward for his employees. And so I would certainly say kudos to him. Job well done in the first 6.5 days. Mr. Washington?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, board members, for the kind words. But, I don't do anything without team. The directors, the CFO, the HR director, we were able to sit in the war room, the BCC conference room, and hammer this out. We all knew this is extremely important for staff, especially during times like this. But the part that's not shown in the diagram is the remaining fundage from the $4 million that we had. We understand that we had employees due to the cutoff that were not going to be recognized under this particular model. But this gives them an opportunity to continue doing the great job that they are doing. And it also allows the directors to then provide them some type of a bonus between now and the end of the fiscal year. So we did not want to allocate every dollar that we had just for this particular program. We understand that there are individuals who may have just missed the cutoff, and should be rewarded if they're doing a good job for the remainder of the fiscal year. So that's all I had to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Bearden.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Washington, thanks again for, bringing this up, because I know it's important to the employees of Manatee County, that are depending on this, and knowing the fact that spring break is coming up, it's a great opportunity for some vacation funds, and it's just it's great that we actually offer this, and that the employees have the opportunity to depend on that 3,000 or however much it is, that's a little bit extra money in their pocket. So thanks again for getting this pushed through and moving this forward.
Awesome. I don't know that we necessarily need an action on this, because we already did vote for it once, but I would like for the board to go ahead and, even if it's ceremonial, take a vote on this to just, sort of approve of the plan that the administrator has come up with, and approve of his doing it in general. We can take that verbally if we'd like.
I move to enthusiastically endorse the plan to compensate the Manatee County employees who have performed admirably in their duties.
Perfect. Okay, so we have a motion by Commissioner Satcher and a second by Commissioner Ballard. We'll open this to public comment. Is there anyone from the public who'd like to come forward to speak on the item on the motion on the floor? All right, seeing no one, we'll close public comment and we'll hold the vote now. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Okay, Madam Clerk, the motion passes unanimously by a vote of 6-0 with Commissioner Cruz absent. That concludes today's agenda, 4:12. Are there any commissioner comments that anyone would like to add at this time? Okay, seeing none. Commissioner Beard.
I just appreciate everybody's support regarding the
2A?
Second Amendment proposal. So, and I appreciate the attorney for working on that.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Mr. Attorney, do you have any closing comments?
No, sir, I do not.
Okay. Mr. County Administrator?
Mr. Chair, just to say that, again, I want to thank the board for appointing me to this position. It's been a tough 6.5 days, as we found out this afternoon. But these are the type of conversations that we need to have, ensuring that the lines of communication remain open and that we continue to work as a team. So if ever we fall short of that, I expect to be spoken to, but I doubt very likely that should happen. So thank you very much, and we'll just keep moving forward.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Baugh.
You know what? It took 5 months for those raises to be given to staff. 5 months to our staff. And I just thank you for putting that as the number one item that you took care of when you got put into this position. I think that says a lot about you. I think that, our staff, they need that. They depend on that. So I'm surprised we hadn't heard that it hadn't happened yet. So I just really appreciate you doing that. Thank you.
Commissioner Ron.
Thank you, Administrator, for bringing this forward. As being Marines, 3 things are important to us. That's chow, mail, and pay. So thank you so much for getting our well-deserving employees their bonuses and getting paid on this. Much appreciated. Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Anyone else before we? Okay, sir. 6.5 days. It seems pretty obvious we picked the right person for the job.
What's going to happen the next 6.5 days?
No, it gets easier. It will get easier. Anyway, you're doing a great job so far. Thank you very much. If there's nothing else, then we're going to go ahead and adjourn. All right, we're adjourned.